Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining me for another restful episode of true, scary stories to help you fall asleep. Today, we are going to be doing a compilation of all of the stories that were told in the month of August. I want to start doing this on this channel where at the end of every month, I do a very long compilation of either all of the stories told in that month or the best of all of the stories that are told in that month. So let me know in the comments down below if this is the type of video that you enjoy. And for now, without further ado, lay back, relax, and enjoy these true, scary stories. It was September in central Idaho. Autumn had come to the mountains, and with it, bow hunters looking for mountain goats. My cousin, let's call him Vern for anonymity's sake, is an avid hunter. He's been all over North America hunting various game: bears in Alaska, wild hogs in Texas, bighorn sheep in Wyoming. But his favorite hunting area was the Lemhi mountain range in central Idaho. Our extended family has been hunting in those mountains for generations. We know every river bottom and mountain peak like many people know their own neighborhoods. Mountain goats are a fascinating animal to hunt. They live well above the tree line in rocky environments. They are sure-footed and can climb near vertical slopes. Hunting these animals requires one to venture into these dangerous areas. You have to be mindful as you pursue an animal like that. One wrong step on a rocky slope or one loose rock could mean that you're not going home ever again. Vern was an expert mountain hunter. It's something he was born to do. Vern decided to hunt in the Hayden River area of the Lemhis. It's a familiar spot to most locals, and the area is home to plenty of mountain goats. The first mile of Vern's hike was uneventful as he climbed up the canyon. The air was crisp, and his breath formed in great plumes as he progressed. The sun was just peeking over the mountains when Vern came to a small deer trail. He decided it might be a nice shortcut from his usual route and took it. A few hundred feet up the trail, he saw something odd pop out from behind a tree. It was a man. He was dressed in a light denim coat and jeans and was carrying a small backpack. My cousin stopped for a second to get his bearings, unsure of where this guy came from. The man waved at him with both arms. One of them was holding an older-style hunting bow. Acknowledging him, Vern waved back. Although the man looked to be physically fine, it was clear that he was emotionally distressed. He yelled out something that my cousin couldn't quite hear and waved his arm, indicating my cousin should follow him. Vern didn't get any bad vibes from this man and could tell that he was genuinely in need of some help. He began to make his way up the canyon, following this mystery man. Vern could never gain any ground on this guy. He was always just far enough away that he couldn't talk to him. Periodically, the man would stop, turn towards him to make sure that Vern was still following. Every time he looked back, Vern could see the worry in his face. My cousin did his best to remain calm and kept a smile on his face, unsure who or what he was being led to. It was peculiar, Vern thought as he hiked. He hadn't seen any other vehicles on his drive up to the trailhead. Perhaps he came in from over another ridge. What could he possibly be leading him to? He figured one of his hunting party had been hurt and needed help. Of course, he wouldn't have had to speculate if the man would just stop and talk to him for 5 minutes. Vern lost sight of the guy just past a turn in the trail. The trail opened up into an incredibly steep, rocky talus slope. He looked in every direction and could not locate the man when he heard a whistle. Looking up, he saw the guy about 500 feet up the rocky slope waving at him. There was no possible way that he could have gotten up that far in just a short time that Vern lost sight of him. He still didn't feel any fear or wariness about this weird situation. The man was waving more frantically now, practically begging Vern to follow him up the slope. With a sigh and a grunt, he started up the rocks. It was slow going. Every other step caused a mini rock slide and would cause him to continually lose his footing. Huffing and puffing on the cool, thin air, my cousin eventually made it to a small landing. It had taken him almost 45 minutes to get to that spot, where he saw the man from below. There was no earthly way anyone could have done that scramble uphill any faster. Totally exhausted and out of breath, Vern sat down on the stone landing. He looked around and couldn't see the man anywhere. As he scanned his surroundings, he saw something odd poking out of a boulder about 20 feet away from him. Walking over to it, he found a weathered boot. 2 boots, actually. Inside those boots, and under the boulder as well, were bones. Vern looked around once again for the man, but he never saw him again. Instead of feeling eerie or unnerving, Vern felt a sense of relief wash over him. These emotions weren't his own. What he felt seemed to come from all around him. He marked the spot with his GPS and decided to make his way down and call the authorities. The Lemhi County Sheriff's Office responded, and he led them up the canyon to the body. It took 4 grown men to push the boulder out of the way, and when they did, they found the skeletonized remains of a man. On the body, they found hunting equipment and some personal effects. From a credit card in the wallet, they were able to identify the man. He was a bow hunter that had gone missing almost exactly 53 years beforehand. Vern never wanted to be identified to the public or the missing hunter's family. He didn't want recognition for something like that. To him, it was just one of those bizarre mountain stories. He was happy that the family got closure, even if it was a half a century later. The only thing that bothered him was the man leading him up the canyon, and with his strange and sudden disappearance. He had mentioned the waving man to the sheriff but was brushed off. When news reports came out announcing the discovery, several photos of the man were published. Vern was absolutely shocked when he saw them. In the photos was the man that he had seen leading him up the mountain to the body. It finally made sense to him. The man's distressful look, the constant checking if Vern was following him, the sense of relief he felt when the body was discovered. That man was desperate to get home, and through Vern, he was able to be reunited with his family. The poster of this story also linked to a news article, and this news article is a news article about the man that was found. I'm going to read that news article now. Idaho Falls. For most of his life, September has been a hard month for Jeffrey Jones. He was born on September 7th, his dad's 27th birthday, and for 12 years they celebrated their special day together. But in 1968, on their birthday, Jeffrey's dad, Raymond Jones, went hunting in the East Fork of Hayden Creek in Lemhi County and never returned. Every September, the memories come rushing back, Jeffrey tells EastIdahoNews.com. Several years ago, I got a tattoo on my arm that's a portrait of my dad. It has September 7th on it, and the phrase, "Wake me up when September ends," from the Green Day song. 2 weeks ago, Jeffrey turned 65 on the day his dad would have turned 92. 3 days later, a bow hunter found a wallet, boot, and some skeletal remains in the area where Raymond disappeared. Lemhi County Sheriff deputies were called and determined the 53-year mystery of the lost hunter had been solved. The bow hunter was going from one hunting area to another and took a shortcut and just happened to come across my dad, Jeffrey explains. It's quite amazing because they had a lot of people up there searching for him, along with helicopters and scent dogs, but they never did find him. Jeffrey remembers his outgoing, well-liked dad always had a smile on his face. Raymond and his wife, Elizabeth Betty Jones, married in the mid-1950s and loved dancing, fishing, and doing everything together. They spent time racing stock cars, but one day, Betty was in a terrible wreck that paralyzed her from the waist down. That had a lot to do with them splitting up, and they ended up divorcing, Jeffrey says. My sisters and I stayed with my mom in Montana, while my dad moved to Salmon and remarried. He would come get me in his plane and take me back to Salmon for 2 to 3 weeks every summer, and then bring me back home. Even though it's been over 5 decades, Jeffrey will never forget learning his father was missing. He was with his mom in Montana celebrating his 12th birthday when they received a phone call from 2 of his uncles saying Raymond had disappeared while hunting. 2 days later, a birthday card for Jeffrey arrived in the mail from his dad that must have been sent before the hunting trip. I believed for a long time that he would be found. I kept hoping, and it was probably 15 years before I finally gave up, Jeffrey says. Rumors and stories kept circulating that somebody had seen him or that he took off. I heard all this stuff and just kept expecting or hoping that he would walk through the door one day. Betty passed away in 1986. Raymond's second wife is still living in Montana, but his parents and siblings have died, except for his 89-year-old sister. Jeffrey says he never expected the call he received last week from a deputy saying his father's remains had been found. Since then, he's spoken with the bow hunter who discovered his dad. I'm very relieved to know what happened. I'm grateful to the guy that found him, Jeffrey says. I couldn't ask for a better person to find my dad. After talking to him, he's just a super guy. The hunter, whose name has not been released, told Jeffrey there were cliffs with layers of slab rock above Raymond's remains. Before he left camp, Raymond told other hunters that he was going to look for mountain goats. The bow hunter believes Raymond may have seen some at the top of the cliffs and tried to climb them. He could have been tempted to climb it, and the hunter thinks rock came off that cliff and landed on him, Jeffrey says. There was a stone covering most of his lower body, and it matched the rock above him. If the fall didn't kill him, that rock for sure did. That was the opinion of the hunter. Jeffrey plans to travel from his home in Billings to Salmon this weekend to collect his father's remains. He will take them to Miles City, Montana, and have them buried next to Raymond's parents. The past week and a half have been surreal, but I'm very lucky to know what happened to my dad after all these years, Jeffrey says. I could have gone my whole life without knowing, but now I know, and it brings some peace. For context, I'm a 17-year-old female, and I've lived in my house my whole life with my two other siblings and parents. My family and I have lived in this partly rural part of the Fenton/Heartland, Michigan area for a long time. We own 10 acres of land, which includes a pretty large track in our backyard to ride four-wheelers and such. Every once in a great while, it seems, we hear strange and unnerving noises when we go outside. A few years ago, my family took a walk to look at our new neighbor's house, as they were gone for the weekend and said we were welcome to check things out. On our way down our quarter-mile gravel driveway, all of us heard what I can only describe as drums and chanting. It really freaked my brother and I out, because it seemed to be a fair distance away, almost as if it had been coming from the woods in our backyard. There was a fair number of drumming sounds, and then we heard chanting. It must have been pretty far away, but the sound still carried, which made it even creepier. I've probably had this occur 2 to 3 times the whole time that we've lived there, and every time it has been unsettling and felt really wrong. We would be very aware if our town had any native tribes or reservations around here, but my small, conservative hometown would not be the place to do so. I've searched high and low, but haven't been able to find anything on the internet in close areas with a similar experience. If anyone here has any information, please feel free to share. Howdy, folks. I posted a while back about a peculiar occurrence at the in-laws' house on Lake Greenwood in South Carolina. My wife and I recently paid a visit there, and for the first time in years had a similar experience to the first time. We had been out all day hiking in the mountains and just enjoying being in the fresh air and out of the concrete jungle of Florida that we live in. It was late, closing in on 1 a.m. We were on the country road just prior to the right turn onto their driveway. Most of the trip down the road was uneventful. Bugs were loud and could be heard even with the windows up. The night sky was clear and littered with stars. The outside was rather well illuminated by moonlight as well. About 100 yards prior to the property, outside the car, we hear the bugs stop as fog rolls in. The stars all seem to fade and the moonlight gets dimmer. I'm blaming the fog for that one. Instantly, after driving through the fog, I get chills, goosebumps, and hairs on my arms and back stand up. I briefly slow the car, expecting something to jump out in front of us. My wife inquired about why I was stopping. I just told her something felt weird. I peered into the woods with my peripheral vision. I was too much of a wuss to look directly into it, but I saw nothing. Again, just like years before, I felt like I was being watched. The fog remained as we pulled up to the house. I told the wife to wait in the car as I hurried to the door of the house to unlock it. The fog had an odor to it, something I didn't get to experience last time. It smelled like morning breath. That was the best description that most people could imagine, as if someone was breathing on me. Once the door was open, we went inside with no event. I let the dogs out in the fenced part of the property, away from the woods toward the lake. There was no fog coming off the lake, definitely coming from the woods. They didn't seem to alert to anything, but were very reluctant to stay outside. Ben, who had experienced the spooky experience before, was not barking this time. He didn't leave within a few feet of me though. Not usual behavior for home when we were inside or at our apartment in Florida. Outside at the lake though, he's usually far more adventurous. We go to bed to no significant events aside from the fog lingering. The next morning, I wake up and peek outside. No fog, just beautiful sunshine and fresh air. I walk out with the dogs who act normal once again. I don't immediately notice anything overtly perturbed or unusual. Our lab, Penny though, seems to have found something under the porch. A portion of their porch has enough clearance to squat under. I peek under to examine what she has. She's allergic to everything, and the last thing I wanted to deal with was a sick dog while we were on vacation. There were about 10 dead rabbits under that porch. It took a bit to get my dog away from them and out from under the porch so she wouldn't try to eat them. All of them were cold, but not stiff, and with matching bite marks on their backs. Almost like a dog bite, but lacking the accompanying signs of shaking that dogs tend to do when they grab something. Very spooky. This past spring, my hubby and I went to Acadia National Park in Maine. There are tons of cabins to rent surrounding the historic town. Anyway, we rented a small cabin and had our dog with us. We had been there 2 days with no issue. I had found a private side road a few hundred feet from the cabin that led to some newer, nice houses. I even saw a woman putting her elementary-age children in her Subaru. I felt perfectly fine on that quarter-mile track. I also chose to walk my dog down that road because the cabin was along a highway and it backed up against thick woods. The first 2 days I walked my dog down that road, I didn't have any issue. The third day, however, I was walking in the morning and got a weird feeling. I felt like I needed to turn back, so I did. My dog at that moment started to whine in a way that I had never heard her whine before or since. She looked into the woods while yipping, so I decided to book it back to the cabin. There were 2 dirt footpaths that led to this road. I only took the one near the cabin and not the other one near the barn on the property we were staying at. I get back to the cabin and let hubby know what happened. He got this look on his face, and then he told me. The night before, he had walked our dog towards the barn nearby and taken the other footpath. On the side by the trees, he saw what looked like animal skulls, 2 empty liquor bottles, candles, and other items arranged in a deliberate way on a table in the woods. He got a terrible feeling and retreated. Now, my husband is in the military and has been to war, and he's seen a lot of stuff. He doesn't get scared easily. This, though, really creeped him out. It further freaked us out because I realized we got the bad feeling near the barn. My dog was on edge after that, and so was I. I was very happy that we were on our way shortly thereafter. It also turned out that that was the night of a full moon, so we believed that it was possibly set up for a ritual, or as an altar. Somebody told me to post my story/question here for more accurate answers, so here I go. 2 or 3 times a year, we vacation in a cabin in the wilderness. Me, my wife, and our 3 young children and 2 dogs. I am no stranger to the wild, and have made a lot of multiple day and week solo trips in national parks, and even in the Arctic Circle. Yesterday, I went for a 10-mile solo hike. At the farthest point, after 2 hours, I heard my children arguing, playing, crying, laughing, and calling me from the forest. I was totally alone, and my first instinct was to run through the thick brush and trees where the sound was coming from. But then I realized that it couldn't be my kids and I should just walk on and ignore it. I decided to walk back to the cabin. The whole family was there and never left. I know how my children sound, and I swear it was them. Later, I realized the combination of all the sounds, laughing, crying, playing, etc., made no sense. What was this experience? What did I hear? This happened about 20 years ago when I was a junior in high school in southern Louisiana. At this time, a few friends and I would go canoeing on the weekends. One of our friends lived right next to a local river, and we would just park a car at a landing several miles downstream from his property, and then drive back to his house and canoe back down to the landing. It would usually take us a few hours because we would just take our time, take breaks to swim or stop and eat on the riverbank beaches along the way. On this day in particular, there were 4 of us, all males 16 to 17 years old. After we got on the river this day, our friend, whose property was on the river, remarked about a weird place he and another friend had seen on the river on a prior trip. He described it as a cult compound that was set back from the river a few yards into the woods. He said that he would be able to remember the little ramshackle dock that was built on the river in front of it if he saw it. In our teenage minds, we thought it would be the perfect adventure for the day to try and find and explore this cult compound if we could. Only in the mind of a 16-year-old boy would it seem like a great idea to walk around uninvited at a creepy structure in the woods. So we set off and were in our usual high spirits. It was a beautiful day, and we were having a good time. After a while, our friend sees a dirt road that led away from the riverbank into the woods. He said he thinks this road would lead to a weird place. So we bank the canoes and start down this dirt road. Not too long on the road though, and we began to get attacked by a swarm of horseflies. To this day, it was the most horseflies I have ever encountered. We decided to cancel our little trip down this road and ran as fast as we could back to the canoes. Surprisingly, the horseflies didn't follow us to the canoes, and we continued down the river on our merry way. Now I wonder what would have happened if we continued walking down that road. But also, I regretted not taking it as a hint to stop our search for the cult compound. A little after that, though, our friend sees the handmade dock that he mentioned earlier. So, we decide to dock there and continue our adventure. We climbed up the bank of the river and walked into the wood line. After a few steps, I could see it. In a clearing was a 2-story shack built from an assortment of lumber, tarps, and billboards. It was about the time that I noticed the moat dug around it that I realized, oh, a crazy person lives here. We should probably leave. But before the words could leave my mouth, we saw him walking towards us. He looked a lot like Charles Manson, with his unkempt brown hair and woolly beard. He was wearing khaki shorts and an Abita beer t-shirt, and had something shiny and metallic in his hands that I thought was a knife. He said to us, "Turn around." I thought this was a wonderful idea, so we turned around to walk back to the canoes. He then said, "Not that way," and then bam, fires a shot into some bushes next to him. I realized at that point that it was a pistol that he had, and not a knife. He then led us to his clearing and sat us down in the dirt. I looked above us and noticed that we were sitting under a log that had been suspended by ropes and pulleys. I don't know if he could have pulled some switch and dropped the log on us or what. So he starts to rant and rave at us about all the people that he has shot before who have tried to steal from him. He said that he's also had his dogs attack people before, and proceeded to tell dogs that we couldn't see or hear to shut up and stop barking. And I think to myself, well, I'm gonna die. It was weird because I wasn't panicked, and I remember thinking that I was kind of lucky because most people don't know when and where or how they'll die, but I did. I know, it's weird, and I have no idea why I was thinking that or how exactly it comforted me. Then I remember being a little sad that my parents may never find my body or ever find out what happened to me. He kept ranting, and I remember thinking that I would stay calm and compliant, but if he started shooting, tried to tie us up, or tried to make us go into his shack, I would try and fight him for the gun. I would have rather gone out fighting than be tied up and face some kind of other horror. He tells us that he needs our information so that he can call the police. I was really relieved at that notion and wanted to say yes, call the police right now. He goes into his truck, which was an old beat-up Toyota Tacoma type truck, and starts to look for a paper and pen. He couldn't find any paper, so he handed us a small piece of lumber and told us to write our names and addresses on it. 3 of us wrote fake names and addresses because we didn't want this guy to know where we lived, but a 4th guy actually wrote down his real name and address. His rants continued, and he tells us that he fought in Vietnam, and often the Vietnamese would sneak up and attack in groups of 3 and 4, just like we were doing. I decided to try and make small talk with him, and I said, "So you were in the military?" So he starts to tell us that his shack was actually built by the Navy and transported down the river to this location. He said he was in the Navy and trained Marines martial arts. He regaled us with other stories and kind of switched from angry, menacing rants to a happy, friendly ranting. He says that he could tell that we weren't there to rob him because we don't have any buckets. He tells us that his parents always welcomed guests here, and he was happy to do the same. He proceeded to tell us to stand up and walk us back to our canoes. He tells us we are always welcome to come back, and if we need a name to call this place, we should call it Skull Island, because his parents and the bones of several dogs were buried here. Our same friend who wrote his real name and address down says, "Oh, I'm never coming back here." We elbowed him and whispered for him to shut up, and we waved goodbye to our host. We then got back in the canoes and paddled in silence the whole way back. I was worried that at any point he was following us in the woods with a rifle, ready to switch back to menacing mode and decide to take us out. But thankfully, we made it back to the landing and were able to drive off in peace, after the 4 of us had a huge group hug. So the lesson is, if you don't already know it, never trespass on people's land in the woods, especially if you already know the place is supposed to be creepy. Looking back as I got older, I feel bad for the man. He most likely had some mental health issues and was living in a place where he just wanted to be left alone. He shouldn't have to deal with a bunch of teenage boys near his place, and may have had people try and steal from him before. I'm doubtful if he ever shot anyone before, but I am definitely thankful that it didn't end worse for us. In many rural areas of the American West, cutting firewood in national forests is a necessary chore if you want a warm house through the winter. Our home in mountainous central Idaho was no exception. It was normal for my dad to pick me and my brothers up after school and head into the mountains for an afternoon of firewood gathering. My dad would fell the dead trees, then saw them into chunks. My brothers and I had the task of rolling the wood to the truck and loading it. He would continue this assembly line process until we had a truckload of wood, usually before nightfall. Hot, sweaty, and exhausted, we would pile into the truck cab and make our way down the mountain. At home the next day, we would unload and split the wood and stack it into neat little rows. This process was repeated until we had a winter's worth of fuel for our house, our grandma's cabin, and any extra for elderly neighbors. This particular afternoon, we decided to try a different logging road on the other side of the valley. This was well outside our familiar logging area. No real reason for the change, but my dad said he wanted a change of the scenery. This log road hadn't been maintained in some time. Large rocks had fallen, branches littered the path. My brothers and I had to walk out in front, pushing rocks and wood out of the way as my dad lurched the truck up the switchbacks. Yard by yard, we slowly made our way up the mountain. That hike was physically brutal. As we ascended the mountain and got further into the trees, this odd feeling started to set in. I wasn't sure if it was the exhaustion from the hike or something more. There was electricity in the air, like the whole mountain was buzzing at a wavelength just below my senses. In some odd way, it felt like the mountain knew we were there, and it wasn't welcome to that fact. I wanted to say something to my brothers, but before I opened my mouth, my younger brother said, "Does anyone else feel like we're not welcome here?" My older brother and I stopped in our tracks and looked back at him. Both of us nodded in agreement. This moment was broken by my dad honking and motioning us to continue clearing the path. Reluctantly, we pushed forward to a small clearing in the woods, where we finally stopped the truck. My dad, oblivious to our apprehension, or simply choosing to ignore it, grabbed his saw and went to work. As the wood was felled and loaded, I couldn't shake this ominous feeling enveloping me like a dark shroud. I noticed my brothers were taking occasional glances over their shoulders as we worked. Everyone but my dad, it seemed, was on edge. The sun nestled down into the trees and twilight began to set in. As the light drained from the sky, my anxiety only intensified. It wasn't until my dad unexpectedly told us to load up that a wave of relief flooded over me. I could see the tension in my brothers melt away as well. The truck wasn't fully loaded. An oddity. Getting a half load was a waste according to my dad. We would sometimes work into the dark just to make sure the truck was full. But tonight, he seemed eager to head home. With everything loaded, we started down the road. Although dead tired, everyone seemed to be in a much lighter mood. We were chatting and cracking jokes while trying to blow off steam from the afternoon. We were almost out of the tree line and into the valley desert. Going down the switchbacks, you want to be careful, especially with a load, even if it was half that. A brown blur jumped up from the downslope side of the switchback. Crap was the only word that came out of my dad's mouth as he slammed on the brakes. Loaded with wood and traveling downhill, there was no way to avoid smashing into the blur. The truck finally ground to a standstill. The four of us peered through the windshield, nobody saying a word. Illuminated in the yellow glow of our headlights was a crumpled body of a deer. Grumbling and cursing the deer's existence, my dad exited the truck to investigate. Doing as they were told, my brothers stayed put in the truck. I didn't listen, following close behind my dad. The truck was fine. We hadn't been traveling fast when we smacked the deer. Just some hair and blood in the grill guard. Hitting a deer really wasn't that unusual. The mountains were full of them. What was unusual was that the deer dropped so quickly. At faster speeds, deer could still be upright and sprinting away to die in the woods after a collision. That last burst of an adrenaline dump. This one fell over like a rag doll. Before even approaching the carcass, a deep, foul smell hit us. Deer smell bad when they're alive, but this was on a whole other level. It was the smell of decay and rot. My stomach began to turn as we got closer. My nostrils were burning. Coming up on the deer, it was clearly dead. Like, really, really dead. The stench was so overwhelming that my eyes were watering. The body was a true horror scene. The deer's eyes were gone, replaced with a sunken hollow hole, as if to overcompensate for their absence. The tongue was swollen and black as coal. It could not be contained and hung out the side of its mouth. The underbelly was split open. Entrails and offal spilled into the dirt. In the dim headlights, it looked as though the deer's fur and viscera were moving, wiggling almost. Holding my breath, I bent down for a closer look, and my heart stopped. The deer, inside and out, was covered in maggots. It was dead all right, but our truck didn't kill it. Clearly, it had been dead for days, if not weeks. I backed away retching. That electric anxiety came screeching back. My dad was always the quiet, stoic type, but right now, even in the dim headlights of the truck, I could see the abject horror in his face. His gaze wasn't on the deer, but focused down the mountain. Poorly masking the fear in his voice, he told me firmly to walk back to the truck and get inside. I obeyed without objection. As I grabbed the door handle, a loud shriek came out of the trees. Branches were shattering and breaking. Something was heading up the slope towards us. I slammed my door closed just as my dad reached the truck. Before his door was shut, he pressed on the accelerator. The truck launched forward, sending us over the deer carcass and racing downhill. With mine and my brothers yelling, it was hard to tell if the shrieking was following us. Our truck popped out of the tree line and into the desert sagebrush. Once out of the woods, everything quieted down. We were left with only the rumble of the engine and wind through the half-open windows. Pulling into our property, the truck came to a stop. We sat in silence. No one moved to leave the truck. Everyone started talking at once. We all had questions. What was the screaming? How does a dead deer jump uphill in front of a truck? There was no way the truck killed it. Dad just shook his head and motioned for us to quiet down. That deer was dead when we hit it. It didn't jump out in front of us. It was thrown at us. We stared at him. He explained that all day up on the mountain he had felt uneasy. Not wanting to worry us boys, he kept it to himself. He described it like walking into a stranger's living room while they were upstairs asleep. That feeling never left him, and as twilight came, he happened to catch a shadow in the corner of his eye, not far into the woods, and saw figures moving from tree to tree. He couldn't focus on them long enough for a good look before they dodged behind trees. His stomach dropped. Working hard to keep his composure, he hurried us back to the truck to leave. It was after hitting the deer and discovering it was long dead that my dad pieced together what was happening. Something threw that deer to get us to stop. Before the shrieking began, he could hear something moving in the darkness beyond the road. It was a trap. Running back to the truck could have started an ambush or triggered a prey dive, so we walked back to the truck. The second we were inside, he drove that truck downhill with no intention of stopping for anyone or anything. That feeling of electricity didn't disappear until we hit the county highway. My brothers and I never saw anything as we drove away, but those screams from the forest will never leave my mind. We didn't gather firewood the rest of the season. For the first time in his life, my dad just bought what we needed. And although we started to gather wood again the next season, we've never been back up that particular mountain. The Forest Service has permanently closed and reclaimed that road. The only way back up into those woods is a long hike, one that I'm not interested in ever taking again. Whatever was on that mountain, whatever threw that deer carcass, whatever chased us out of the woods, it did not want us there. It wanted us gone. Or worse, it wanted us dead. I was with my friends. We were all in the car sitting, waiting for another person to text us and tell us to head to their house. It was like 10 p.m., so dark but not too late, and all the windows were down, and we hear this short, monotone whistle noise, like somebody calling a dog. It wasn't too high-pitched, and not lasting more than a couple seconds. Then 20 seconds later it happened again. Almost the same, but different enough that it couldn't have been a machine. It kept happening every 20 to 30 seconds. Everybody was terrified, but my superstitious friends said, "Don't acknowledge it," and we carried on our conversation, and it seemed to go away, but not for a few minutes. It was eerie. I don't think it was a human calling a dog or something like that because there didn't seem to be any urgency, but it sort of sounded like it was communicating to something. And it sounded maybe human, not a bug or a coyote. I live in the Pacific Northwest, by the way. Last note, all of us heard it and it freaked all of us out. Like maybe it was just a really creepy bird, but it felt like it was talking to or trying to find something. And it was just one of those feelings that make your hair stand up. We weren't even in the boonies, just in a pretty rural area just outside town with lots of forest and not a lot of houses. As a child/young teen, I lived in a very strange situation in the woods. I'm not sure if this encounter may have been some kind of entity, or perhaps something different. I hope someone can give me more information about what happened to me and my friend. I'm a female, and I was around 12 years old at the time, and one of my best friends, Alex, must have been 10. Alex's father had purchased a large amount of forested land around 100 kilometers away from the city that we lived in, Montreal, Canada. It was all forest when Alex's family acquired it. They cleared a little patch to build a house, and the rest was pure, unadulterated forest. Their land was cut in two by a dirt road that, if you followed it for several kilometers, led to a few houses. And their land was very different, depending on which side of the dirt road you looked. On the right side, where their house was, the forest was light and luminous, or at least it felt that way. It wasn't too dense with little rolling hills, a lovely place to play. On the left side of the road, though, it was another story. First, there was a deep ditch, perhaps 2 meters deep, which then became a quite high and steep hill. Weirdly enough, all along the long road, the ditch was full of car parts. A set of car wheels here, a door there, a steering wheel way over there, all old and overgrown with moss. And over the steep hill, the forest gave off a really bad vibe. It had lots of very tall, dark coniferous trees with almost black trunks, and the place seemed somehow devoid of light or life. Climbing the hill, which we seldom were willing to do because of the creeps it gave us, there was some sort of swamp there. When we were there was this strange pressure. We sensed a kind of animal instinct that told us to leave this place. The strange atmosphere was spontaneously obvious to both me and Alex, and we playfully called that side of the road Demon's Forest. One weekend day, probably in 2001 or 2002, my family and I came to visit Alex's family. Bored by the adults, my friend and I decided to go play in the forest. Alex's father told us to watch out. There was an animal that had been rummaging in their trash bin and causing other nuisances. He said it was a dog that looked somewhat like a Rottweiler that surely belonged to someone living up the dirt road. He warned us that we shouldn't interact with the dog if we saw it, as it didn't look healthy, as far as he could tell, or something was weird about it. He said it somehow looked diseased or contagious, or had patches of fur missing. I can't remember exactly. And so we set out on our walk. It was autumn, and the leaves were pretty and golden, many having already fallen to the ground. It was a calm, slightly overcast, windless day. The air was very still and calm. Alex and I decided to walk along the dirt road, with the pleasant section of the forest to our right, and the Demon's Forest to our left. We chatted while following the road, as it was rising up a slope. As usual, we were slightly creeped out going up the road because of the weird vibes of the forest to the left side, but we were challenging ourselves to be brave and try to not really think about how unsettling it felt. A good distance away from their home, when it was already well out of sight, I noticed the first strange thing of the day. Out of the steep hill on the left side of the road, there was a very large and dark pine tree hanging over the road. Somebody had attached a pink ribbon to one of the branches, which was already strange, since this was the territory of Alex's family, and they had no daughters or other little girls likely to hang around, or other people who may be owners of pink ribbons who were likely to hang out in this deserted road. The strange thing was, the ribbon was flailing strongly in the wind. Its loose ends were flapping almost horizontally. The thing is, it was a completely windless day. There was no wind to speak of. The ribbon was within my reach, so I even touched it as it was flailing. I even licked my finger and held it in the air to check if I could feel any wind or air current at all, as my dad had taught me to do. The air was perfectly still, yet the ribbon flailed. I mentioned it to my friend. He seemed distracted and was younger than me, and sometimes didn't catch on to what I said, so I didn't press the matter. We continued our climb. We reached a place where the hill on the left side of the road had a gentler slope, and began further away from the road. In fact, it looked as if the hill was kind of carved out in a way that would have made it easy for us to climb to get into Demon's Forest. It almost seemed as if the hill was carved in a sloping half circle, like in a theater, and the road we stood on would have been the stage. It gave us a very clear, treeless view of the hillside, full of golden and red fallen leaves. The trees began at the top of the hill, maybe 9 meters higher. We stopped to admire the view. Canadian autumns are a sight to behold. Alex suddenly got really excited. He thought he heard something in the Demon Woods, up the hill, and he really wanted me to pay attention. He explained that there are wild cats in that forest. They had spotted them with his dad. One of them had reportedly had kittens. Kittens being one of the most exciting things in the world for kids our age, getting us all riled up. But somehow my hackles were up, and I couldn't really relax, even thinking about adorable wild kittens. He actually thought he had heard the cat meow in the forest up the hill close by. I heard nothing of the sort and thought that he was just making it up. He vehemently suggested that we try meowing at it to see if it would respond. Maybe it would even bring its kittens along and we could see them and play with them, he said. I hadn't heard any sounds at all and didn't really like his idea of screaming meows into the creepy forest. What kind of wild cat would respond to human children anyway? Wouldn't it be obvious that we're not cats by the sounds of us? That seemed like a dumb idea to me. Before I could try to talk him out of it, he loudly meowed into the forest. To my utter shock, the forest meowed back. Alex was delighted. He meowed again. Something in the forest answered again. I was actually shocked. This didn't make sense to me, and it creeped me out, but I suspended my disbelief to see what would happen. He kept meowing over and over. For every one of his meows, there was one coming back in response from the woods. Something felt off to me. Feral or wild animals didn't behave that way. Even at 12 years old, I realized that. And it wasn't an echo. The cat did not bounce back any sound that we threw at it except meows, which it reciprocated immediately. And anyway, there were no hard rocky surfaces around off of which sound could bounce. Everything was covered in a soft layer of sound-dulling leaves. Alex got even more excited. Listen, the cat is coming towards us. She's coming to see us with her kittens. To my surprise, he was right. There was a rustle of dead leaves coming from above us, from above the slope in the creepy forest. It seemed like the rustling was getting closer to us, but it was way off, because cats are small and light and careful with their steps. They don't make a ruckus when they walk through the woods. But here, the rustling leaves sound was extremely obvious, along with the meowing. And in fact, it sounded more like footsteps, like someone with 2 legs walking in the leaves, and it was getting closer to us. My alarm signals were starting to go off with the wrongness of it all, while my younger friend was oblivious. He was calling it more vehemently, noticing that it was coming towards us. Then I realized what seemed so wrong. The sound was coming towards us, but there was nothing to be seen. Right in front of us, we had the gently sloping hill, treeless and clearly visible. Anything coming from the forest should have been plainly exposed to view. There was nothing. No source for the rustling sound. Nothing moving. Oh, her kittens are joining her. Listen, there are more sounds. They're coming to play with us. He was right. The walking sound seemed to have multiplied, and now it came from various directions at once, ever getting closer, with nothing being visible. Something was way off. I wanted to leave, but Alex was getting mad at me. The kittens were almost here and he wanted to see them. He insisted. At this point, I was extremely tense, and fight or flight was activating from the wrongness of it all. We were alone, and quite exposed on this theater stage to whatever was getting closer to us, which was more and more obviously with every moment decidedly not kittens. I was on the verge of forcing him to go run home, and then, suddenly, I heard a very loud panting sound, right at my feet. During the first millisecond, I got only mildly surprised. We had a huge husky at home. I was used to it panting next to my feet. But then, a sense of profound dread dawned on me as I realized that obviously my dog was not here, and it must be another dog, a very big one by the sound of it, right at my feet. I panickingly looked down. ready to jump away from the dog that somehow got extremely close to me, almost on me without my noticing. Only there is absolutely nothing at my feet, but I still hear the loud, breathy panting sound coming from there. I whirl around, all 360 degrees screaming. Where is it coming from? There is nothing at my feet or anywhere around me. There is nothing there, yet the sound is clearly there. As I whirl about in a frenzy, I look up the dirt road we were following. Around 100 meters away at the top of the slope, I see a lone dog standing. It looks somewhat similar to a Rottweiler, but in very, very bad shape. Extremely unkempt, with patches of fur missing. Shaggy and dirty as heck, with some skin exposed where the fur is missing. It looks down at us too. Obviously, there is no way that I could hear it panting at that distance, and the source of the sound is at my feet. At that point, the flight instinct wins inside of me. I have never ran as desperately and as fast in my whole life. Thank goodness it was all downhill. Alex kept pace right behind me, terrified. We made it home in one piece. We didn't walk in these woods anymore. I came back to Alex's place several times in my life. I never wanted to walk in the woods again. We had amazing parties at his house as teens. I was often there rather drunk and having a great time, but I always had this very stressful sensation when I went out of his house, especially at night. When I slept over there, I had these extremely strange experiences where when I woke up, I sensed as if something was there and was observing me. In my mid-awake state, I even saw something floating near the ceiling. It had the sensation that it was not an immediate threat though. It was just observing. I'm not sure that whatever this is was related to what happened on the dirt road. We never discussed what happened that day. As I research it now, I see that this land is historically Algonquin land, though one source seemed to say Mohawk. If anybody can help clarify what happened, I would be eternally thankful. I've been thinking about this for years, and I am still baffled. When I was a child, maybe 11, I lived near the river in Pulaski County on very private land. One road, no walkthroughs, fenced off. Behind our property was river, and we could walk to it, but anyone trying to access the property would have to boat or swim in, stumble through the woods, stumble through a large garden that we had, and a large yard with huge floodlights that were motion sensing. In front of the house was more dense woods and our private road, one way in, one way out, more porch lights, and at the end of that road was a steel gate. So I was maybe 9 or 10 and I wanted to catch fireflies. My mom said okay, gave me a mason jar, and I went to leave, and I told my mom that I was turning off the front porch light to see them better. She said it was okay, but not to go to the tree line. So I was out there for 6 or 7 fireflies worth when I started to see something odd. There was a strange light hanging in between some trees. It didn't move, didn't turn, didn't shake, rotate, or anything. I stared at it for a while, fascinated and scared, but trying to figure out what it was. It appeared to be a ball and not a beam, and was definitely well defined. I was starting to get past my fascination, and I was getting scared. Then another appeared further in the trees, maybe 5 feet further back. They were literally just hanging there in the air, single balls of light clearly defined. I decided that enough was enough and ran to the house. My parents said that I was hysterical enough to warrant a rifle search of the property, and my mom called the police who came out. No one found anything. No evidence of a fire, lanterns hung in trees as a joke. Nothing. I already knew that it was neither, but I hoped that someone would figure it out. I was in deep crap with my dad, who told me that I was making up nonsense, and I got the belt and was put on a diet of stacking wood for the winter that my dad was splitting, housework, etc. Does anyone have any idea what those lights might have been? There are lots of situations where I went camping and it snowed, or it was super cold, or there were small accidents. But there's one that stands out to me that took a while to deal with, and it was fairly recent. I was visiting my family, and I decided to bring my gear to go camping with my dad and my youngest brother. We had never been with just the three of us as adults. My dad was in declining health at this point in time, and was going to need a transplant soon, so we stayed close and went car camping nearby in the mountains. It was a beautiful spot, and it ended up being a super nice time. Very chill, good food, fun conversation around the fire. We woke up in the morning and started making coffee and breakfast, and my dad went to go use the restroom. He was pretty weak, and we watched him basically just collapse and fall forward, face first, down an embankment of boulders into a wash or gully or whatever you want to call it. We jumped up and ran to him. His nose looked broken, his face sliced. The top of his hand had degloved due to his thin skin. He was concussed, but mostly okay. I went into overdrive, grabbed a tarp from under a tent, and threw it over the seat of my brother's car. We washed off what dirt we could from my dad and set up to take him down the mountain to the hospital, which wasn't terribly far away. I stayed behind to clean up camp and process aging family and life circumstances changing. And then it gets worse. The doctor was pretty skeptical of his injuries, tested his blood alcohol content, thinking that he might be drunk in spite of the fact that he had been going through treatment for liver disease. And he was right. Something like 0.2% at 7 a.m. My dad had been suffering from pretty bad depression from being so sick, so he had decided to just go the whole way. From what I understand, the drinking wasn't what triggered the disease, but definitely was exacerbated by it. It was rough, in ways that I still don't fully comprehend. The good news is that it was a big wake-up call, I think even for him. So he told a lot of people in his community, stopped drinking, ended up getting a transplant. We went winter camping last month now that he has been recovering, mostly to just have another experience that wasn't so traumatic. It was nice though. I will still say that one trip was one of my top 5 for the hardest days of my life. My parents and I got lost in Grand Gulch for 2 days. On the tail end of a 5-day trip, we were exiting the canyon. The route seemed a lot more difficult than we anticipated. We knew there would be a faint trail, if any, but once we crested the rim, we found out that we were way off course. Knowing the general direction we needed to head, we started walking and conserving water as much as we could, having left the multitude of water pockets in the canyon below us. We slept that night under a pinyon pine and shared our last couple power bars, hoping to find some source of water the next day in the open desert. After a few miles, the next morning, we finally came upon a faint road that became more pronounced as we went on. This road brought some good feelings knowing we stashed a shuttle bike for someone to ride the last 8 or so miles to the van. Finally, we got to the bike cache, and my stepdad hopped on as a rainstorm started rolling in. After half an hour or so, it turned to a full downpour, which was great because we were really thirsty. After walking what felt like an eternity and wondering where our ride was, we walked upon the primitive, empty, other than our van, parking lot. We see my stepdad tearing through it trying to get it started. It had a dead battery. He ended up riding through thick mud another 6 miles to the highway to try and flag someone down. He ended up catching the eye of a ranger out patrolling. He got us a tow truck and took us in to Blanding, Utah, while we got that jerk of a van running again. That felt like a lot for 11-year-old me. My fiance and I were on a camping trip last summer in Arkansas, casually grilling some dinner when we heard someone loudly yelling for help. I ran a few campsites over to find a clearly drunk man standing in a pool of his own blood. Apparently, he had dropped his knife and nicked an artery in his ankle, which was spurting blood like a fountain. My fiance was not far behind me and helped get it wrapped up and elevated while I ran back for my phone to call an ambulance, only to find out that I had no cell service. I knew there was a hospital roughly 20 miles away, so I made a judgment call, and I loaded the man up into his truck and took off. Now is a good time to mention that blood makes me super squeamish, and I think pure adrenaline is the only thing that kept me from passing out at the wheel. I made it to the hospital in 12 minutes, just as he started slurring his speech and hinting at losing consciousness. I still remember the pool of blood spilling out of the door off the floor mat as they took him inside. My fiance picked me up from the hospital and we headed back. We ended up having to watch his dog and tried our best to have a normal evening. The man showed back up at around 10:30 p.m. with 18 stitches. The doctor had told him that if we hadn't been there or we had waited for an ambulance, he would have bled out and died. Horrifying situation, but we saved a man's life. I went camping up at Rock Island, Wisconsin over the summer. For anyone who hasn't been there, you have to take a ferry off of Door County to Washington Island, and then a second boat to Rock Island. It's totally primitive, remote, and has a lot of history. The island has 3 separate cemeteries and building remains from early settlers. It was a perfect, clear night, so my husband and I wanted to go stargazing at a field about a quarter mile from our campsite. To get there, you had to pass by one of the cemeteries. Just as we did, maybe halfway to the field, a thick fog starts rolling in. We decide to keep going when I noticed a set of glowing eyes in the distance. I start freaking out, and I get my husband to shine his flashlight over in that direction. Suddenly, 3 to 4 more sets of eyes appear, just as the fog really starts to thicken. We immediately started sprinting back to camp after nearly crapping ourselves. Turns out, the whole island is home to a whole heck of a lot of foxes who like to wander near their campsites at night, and they all decided to visit, just as we were making our way out. I personally have 2 camping horror stories. Number 1. My wife and I hiked and camped backcountry in Glacier National Park a few years ago. 12 miles in, no cell signal. Tent site locations were strictly set. You have to camp exactly where your permit says. Ours was next to 2 tall dead trees. Besides that, it's totally open landscape. Bushes, rocks, other sparse tall dead trees. At 4 a.m., a huge thunderstorm rolled in. Crazy wind, rain, and lightning. Nowhere to run and hide. Pitch black darkness besides bright flashes of light. I was scared to death for the entirety of the storm, anticipating the trees crashing down on our tent. But in the end, we did make it out. And then, my second story. 2012, Shenandoah National Park backcountry. I was camping solo in a hammock with a fly over top. The guidelines from the fly stretched out about 10 feet into the surrounding woods. Around midnight, I heard some rustling in the woods, and by dim moonlight, I saw 2 black bears appear. They approached my camp casually, rooting for food in the leaves and rocks. Eventually, they were at the 10-foot mark. I could hear them breathing. They flipped over several large rocks around the perimeter, looking for grubs or whatever. My biggest fear was that one of them would accidentally stumble into and become entangled in the thin guidelines of the fly, get angry and confused and flip out. I laid awake from midnight to 2 a.m. with a Fox 40 whistle in my mouth and a 3-inch foldable pocket knife ready to defend my life. In the end, though, they just wandered off. Ultimately, I consider these both to be fantastic memories, although at the time I experienced severe mental discomfort. I worried about bears for many years after the Shenandoah incident, but I eventually got over it, and now I sleep like a log whenever I camp, regardless of the surroundings or animal species present. Me, my wife, and our 3 kids in Franconia Notch, New Hampshire. We spent the week at a campground, visiting the basin and all kinds of cool spots. We were hiking the Ridge Trail, etc. On the second night, we got back late from hiking, ate, and cleaned the dishes, and we were putting everything in our car, and a big black bear shows up and gets close enough that I could have touched his nose. I banged a big metal spoon on a pot right in its face. I thought he would either run or kill me. Luckily, he ran, but came right back. I did it again and followed him with it. That is the second most scariest thing from the trip. Number 1 goes to the last night that we were there. It was 4th of July, hot and sunny all day. We watched fireworks in a nearby town and came back to camp. Around midnight, a storm came in so strong that rain was getting under the fly. So I went out with my son to put a tarp over the tent. Large tree branches were coming off and rolling through the campground, and very tall trees were bending low to the ground. I watched people abandon their tents and drive off, and their tents just blew away into the trees. I had no choice but to wait it out, since I lived 14 hours away in Pennsylvania, and I didn't want to leave my stuff behind. By morning, telephone poles were down, and the place was a complete mess. I got no sleep all day, and all night I waited for certain death, then attempted to drive home 14 hours. I made it to a farm in Vermont and took a nap while everyone else visited the farm store. It's a great memory, but insanely scary at the same time. When I was about 13, I was camping with family, and as I was sleeping, I woke up in the middle of the night and was just staring at the fire. As I was staring at the fire, I saw a man, or at least a figure of a man, walk up to the fire, remove a burning log from the fire, put it on his shoulder, and walk away until he disappeared, and the fiery log with him. Till this day, I don't understand what happened. I was terrified but couldn't scream. And when we all woke up, I looked around the fire and saw some cans of gas and lighter fluid rather close by. And I can't help but to wonder if that figure was some kind of otherworldly entity who may have saved our lives by removing the log, because had the fire stayed the size it was, it would have caused a huge fire with the slightest change in the wind. A buddy and I were camping in backwoods Idaho mountains, pretty far from everyone in the middle of the week. Nearest town is like 600 people an hour away. We got camp set up around 7, and we get a fire going to cook hot dogs. We're just chilling around the fire when it gets dark. We're just snacking on like Cheetos and stuff. As we talk, we heard branches up the mountain from us cracking. It sounded as if something was stepping on bushes and stuff. We stopped talking and the noises stopped as well. We were a little unnerved, but we brought guns to go shooting the next day, and we've got a pretty big fire going, so we started talking again. The rustling gets closer, like something or someone is moving down the mountain. We stop talking, and the noises stop again. This happens like 2 more times. We talk, Something or someone moves closer. We stop. The noises stop. Finally, when whatever or whoever it was is like 200 feet away in the dark, I grabbed my rifle out of the truck and put a shot into the air. Whatever it was leaves up the mountainside in pitch black. We're talking like 400 feet in 30 seconds. I didn't think that it was an elk or bear or cattle. It was super eerie, and it knew to stop when we stopped talking. But I don't think it could have been a person. It moved way too quickly up the hill in dense brush and pitch black. We've not gone back there ever since. This isn't exactly a camping story, but when I was 15, we lived on a 5-acre property outside of a small town, surrounded by woods that I regularly explored during the day. I got into a fight with my parents and ran out of the house, hiding behind a hill in the backyard until I saw them get into the vehicle and leave. I then entered the house, went to my room, grabbed a duffel bag that I was storing supplies in under my bed, added my pillow and blanket and left again, grabbing my bike. I then walked into the house through my usual path at the back of the property. I went to my usual place, an old house, well, the remnants of a basement to what was once a house. I set to work turning the large circle hole, about 5 feet deep, lined with bricks into my shelter. I didn't complete the roof, but figured I would get to that the next day. I didn't build a fire. I grabbed my blanket and pillow to lie down shortly after dark. Just as I'm about to fall asleep, I hear a twig snap and promptly set up. I calm myself down, assuring myself that animals step on branches and stuff too, and I was just overreacting. Just as I'm about to drift off again, I hear someone ringing a bell. I sat up, threw my pillow and blanket in my bag, and walked out of the woods, leaving my bike behind. This time I went out towards the highway, which was a considerably faster way to exit the woods. Parked by the barrier was 3 cars, adding confirmation that humans were with me in the woods for an unknown reason. I walked quickly down the highway to our house and went inside to find that we had visitors. Technically, they were there because they were helping my parents look all over town for me. No one thought to check the woods. I put my bag down while I found out the details of the search and received my parents' lectures for scaring them. I was sent to bed and had to come back down to get my pillow and blanket. It was then that everyone paid attention to my bag. The main guy who had helped them even looked in and was surprised by how prepared I was to live in the woods. I had dishes, pans, a hatchet and shovel, along with spare clothes and some other random stuff that I don't recall. I never entered those woods after dark again, and I found out shortly after that the house that was burned down that I was staying at supposedly used to house a family of cannibals who had killed a bunch of people in the area, and they were burned alive when they were caught, and then their house was torn down. I never did admit that that was my special place in the woods. In college, I went camping and hunting with a girlfriend on an island where my family has a very tiny plot of unusable land. The island borders the ship channel in coastal Louisiana, about 5 miles from the Gulf. This place is relatively new, but I've scouted it before. We get to the spot, and I have to pull my boat across about 60 yards worth of 4-inch water over a sandy bottom to get close to the shoreline. I then bury a big 4-foot aluminum rod as far as I can get it into the sand with my bow rope on it. Boat's tied up. Girlfriend is excited. We bushwhacked our way through somewhat of a sandy clearing on a hill next to a small bluff where the boat is staked and tied below. First issue, no mosquito repellent, and they were awful. Whatever. We pick up and head into the thicket, being careful because there were signs of massive hogs out there. We find a spot, set up, and start hunting. Aside from the mosquitoes, we didn't see anything but a really pretty sunset. And that is when it all went to crap. I didn't have a flashlight. We ended up getting into some thick stuff on the way back, and pigs started darting around. We could hear them, but we couldn't see them. I only had the laser on my AR, which was absolutely useless for vision. She's freaking out. Pigs are crashing around. We pushed forward slowly and made it out, and quickly walked back to camp to start a fire. We had to shoo some wild cows away from our spot, and one broke one of my tent poles, but whatever, it was still working. We started a fire and ate, and everything was a little bit better. So we turned in. I tossed and turned. It was like 60 degrees, but the humidity and fog was so bad that it was dripping off the roof of the tent. Soaking wet, cold. We were just trying to make it through the night. I woke up to the sound of a hurricane, waves crashing ridiculously loud. I thought, what the heck? Then I thought about the boat. I ran down there with no light, only the laser on my AR and the dim light of the moon through the fog. A big LNG ship had come down the channel, and it pushes a wall of water that, when it gets to the shallows, curls up and crashes and drags trees. It's pretty violent. So I look around. No boat. I am in full panic now. I start shining the laser around, hoping to bounce off of something. It took about a minute, and I hit the shiny reflective boat registration tag. It was well into the ship channel. I ditched my pants and gun and started swimming, at night in the ship channel. I get to my boat, tangled in trees from the bow rope and half sunk. I got it back finally, and it was about 5 a.m. Once there was enough light, I packed up the tent and we left. That was absolutely the worst night camping in my entire life. My husband, my older children, and I were camping in southern Colorado in the summer of 2020. This was a multi-state loop over close to 2 weeks, and our last site out of 4. Before dawn on our first night, in the Durango area in a federal campground, we both woke up incompletely because someone was walking around outside our tent with a flashlight. We were both acutely aware that someone was outside our tent, but we both also perceived other things were happening and realized that it wasn't the time to bolt up and run outside with a gun. We discussed this later that morning, and we both were conscious, but perceived intuitively that we should not react to what was happening, so we did not. It was the local sheriff walking around within inches of our tent and shining a flashlight into our tent. The sheriff didn't address us, wake us up, or ask any questions. Late the night before, as we were going to sleep after pitching camp after dark, we heard loud screaming and arguing. My husband just assumed that it was a party of drunk people, and I remember him telling me to go to bed with the girls and not to worry. It was a violent domestic dispute in a campsite, several parcels over from us, and by the time it was pre-dawn, the sheriff had been called. The instigator, alleged, parked his truck 20 feet from our campsite in the middle of the night and fled. The armed sheriff had been looking for him when he walked around our tent and shined his flashlight into our tent. Had either my husband or I decided that we were in mortal danger and rushed outside with a weapon, we would have had a bad situation. For our first anniversary, I took my husband on his first real camping trip. He's 13 years older than me, but his family had never been into it, and as an adult, he just did drinking trips with his friends. We originally went to the St. Croix State Park, which turned out to be like a KOA with trees and more mosquitoes. We got a shadow show when the people across the road from us decided to passionately hug in their dining tent with a lantern lit. The next day, we talked to a park ranger, and after explaining what we were looking for in a campsite, she recommended that we go to the forest instead, gave us a refund on our remaining nights, and directions to the camping area. It was exactly what we wanted, and about 25 miles into the forest. We got set up and made something to eat. Afterwards, my husband got to work making a cleaning stick. This involved swinging his knife at the end of the stick he was holding. My husband, being adamant about knife safety, this seemed odd to me. I asked him if this was dangerous, to which he said, "A little." I asked if he was worried about getting hurt. He replied, "Not really," and promptly swung the knife into his left pointer finger. His knives are extremely sharp. I jumped up, grabbed the first aid kit, cleaned and butterflied the wound, and suggested going to the hospital, but he wouldn't hear of it because he hates hospitals. The nearest one was about 50 miles from the town. That was 25 miles from our campsite, and he didn't want to ruin the trip. He busted his wound care open a few times. After the fourth time, I told him that if it happened again, we were going to the hospital because the accumulated blood loss was getting to a level that I wasn't comfortable with. He said no, and explained that he just kept forgetting and bending his finger. I looked around the tent, grabbed an empty cigarette pack. He smoked back then. Tore it apart, folded up a section, covered it from end to end with waterproof tape from the first aid kit, and taped it to his finger. 2 days later, we go home just in time for him to get ready and go to work as a security guard at Regions Hospital. He takes all the wound care off in the car right before walking into work. During his shift, the head nurse of the hospital came into where he was doing a patient watch. He asked her if she minded taking a look at his finger, after already telling her that he went camping deep in the woods for his anniversary. She was amazed at how well it was taken care of, and asked him who did it, so he explained that I had, and told her the details. She told him that I would make a great ER nurse because of how well I kept my head, and said that if I ever wanted to go to school for it, she would sponsor me. I never pursued it, but it still makes me proud to know that I did that well. He has a small scar, but never lost any ability to use that finger.
I am a 25-year-old female. At the time of this story, I was 16 or 17. My then boyfriend and two of our other friends decided to go camping in a small patch of woods next to a neighborhood that was being developed. And the small patch of woods was roughly 900 feet across both ways. On the left side, if you were viewing it from the road, was the underdeveloped neighborhood. No people living in the houses. They're mainly just wood and no windows, just actual walls. And on the right side was about a mile-long driveway that led up to a house a little over a half mile past the patch of woods. Pretty deserted. So we get to our tent, fire pit, chairs, etc. set up. And we're relaxing as it starts to get dark, when we hear extremely loud screaming coming from a woman, maybe 400 to 500 feet away. At first, there weren't any words that we could make out. But then there was a help and a no, and then the loudest, most terrifying scream was cut off mid-scream. We can't see through these trees. They're thick, and it's getting dark. So we get out, leave all our stuff behind. As we're walking back to the underdeveloped neighborhood where we parked, keep in mind the screaming was coming from over that way of the woods, so we had to get out near the long driveway to the road, around the tiny bit of woods into the underdeveloped neighborhood where we'd parked. I'm immediately on the phone with police who are trying to tell me that it was just a cat in heat. From where we parked, we were facing the woods. A man comes out, dragging something in heavy sheets / cloth / something, spots us and starts coming towards our car. The police pulled in right then. The man ran, and as it turned out, he had killed a woman about 400 feet from where we were camping. Don't know if he was ever caught, but please, let's not meet. To understand my story, you sort of have to know a tiny bit about trespassing laws in our country, in that we don't have any so long as you're respectful and non-destructive. We can walk over any hills you like, and in my case, camp on any beach of your choosing, so long as once you leave the area, it's how you found it. I used to love camping when I was little. Our family would go multiple times a year with a large group of my parents' friends and their kids. On average, there were maybe 10 of us at a time, which was a bit of a logistical challenge, since we always headed out to this one really remote beach on the coast. Actually, we weren't the only ones. There's always yachts just bobbing off the short pier with people in them and other campers lining up and down the beach. Most of them also had children and teenagers, so it wasn't a wild party scene. It was very much an informal family holiday spot. There was even a small building with toilets and showers installed nearby, even though this was the middle of nowhere. I guess the local council must have figured it out and got sick of people peeing behind bushes. We took a trip up in spring 2011. I'm really bad with time, but I know this because I got my dog in winter of 2010. After picking her out that November from the shelter as a birthday gift from me to me, as I paid her adoption fee. Reddit, I know you love dogs, and she will be very important to the story later on, so let me tell you a bit about Parmesan. Parmesan came to me as a 6-month-old puppy who had been rescued from a dogfighting situation. We're not entirely sure what breed she is exactly, but my best guess is a Lurcher Staffy mix. She's a wonderfully well-tempered dog with people, and most dogs, but you absolutely do not threaten her. She'll have you. So, by the time of this camping trip, I'd had Parmesan for a few months. She'd never come camping with us before, but far as my family are concerned, dogs go on camping trips. So, we all piled into the car and she came too. Unusually though, none of my family friends could make it, so it was only me, my sister, my dad, and my mom. I didn't mind. I wasn't that attached to the other kids. I'd rather play with my dog and I'd still have my sister. The drive took the best part of 6 hours, and because we'd left a bit later, although I don't remember why we'd left later than normal, we arrived at sunset. Not a good time to be building a tent, but we'd expected to arrive to other campers already set up on the beach illuminated in campfires. The beach was empty. In spite of this, my parents started taking stuff out and trying to build the tent. They asked us to fetch some of the lighter bags from the boot of the car while they sat pointing a flashlight at the sand to see properly. I rolled down the window of the car for Parmesan before getting out. It was pretty hot for that time of year and I wanted her to have some air. Always got to be looking out for my furry little homie. As we're fumbling about in the dark on a beach, in the middle of nowhere, it's pretty spooky. The one road that led to this beach was circular and had a bridge over the water, meaning you could basically circle around the beach like a big zero shape if you felt like it. I wasn't really paying attention to the road. I was more complaining that I was tired, as kids do. After maybe 15 minutes of my dad trying to nail the tent into the sand, my mom's asking him, had he seen that car drive around? It's been a few times. My dad kind of shrugged her off. He's sort of like that. I don't know if he said anything back to her, but after a few more minutes, a car pulled up next to ours on the road and someone got out. It was maybe 15 or 20 feet from the cars to where we were, and the light was pretty low, except for the torches. We weren't expecting to see anyone else out here at this point, and I think my mom said it must be the security. I don't know why a random beach would have security. I think what she meant was the wildlife trust or something, as they do occasionally come down to do their nosy. The guy was walking pretty unevenly. He must have been drunk or high because he had that stagger to him. There was absolutely no way this guy was sober. Cool. A junkie. Not an unusual find, but it's rare to see them in the wild. As he walked into the flashlight range, we realized he was carrying a large knife, probably about 15 inches, although I was small at the time, so maybe my sense of scale was off. I don't like my dad, but credit to him, because once he saw this man, he got up immediately, holding onto the camping mallet, and put us all behind him. The man began to shout wildly at us that we can't camp here and he was just letting us know. My dad tried to initially be a bit low-key with the guy and told him that this was fine. We'd leave, but this didn't work. He kept coming closer to us. So my dad started shouting, and the man kept shouting back. My sister and I were crying. I remember shaking. I was utterly terrified, as I'm sure anyone would be in that situation. It really did seem like this guy and my dad were going to fight, and I'm going to be honest, I didn't fancy my dad's chances. While it's grim to consider, I'm absolutely convinced he would have killed my dad and possibly us as well once he was done, as I don't think my mother would have had the common sense to run with us. I love her, but she's always put Dad and her relationship with him above us. This isn't how it went down. A bolt from the black like a wolf descending upon its prey took us all by surprise. Most of all, the man with the knife. In that moment, Parmesan was the apex predator large canines represent in nature. She got him good by the arm and clamped down hard, ripping his jacket and shredding the skin underneath. He dropped the knife, as it had been in the arm that she had got him by. He kicked her. He punched her and eventually got her off. He grabbed the knife from the sand and ran back to his car and drove off. Parmesan didn't follow him. She stayed with us, muzzle covered in blood. Quickly as we gathered our things and all got back in the car, all pretty shook up by the incident, I looked Parmy over. She was okay, but the car's window was much more open than I'd left it. We think what happened was when the shouting started, she must have put her paws up on the gap I'd left for her. As it was an old car and had the rolly down windows and not an electric button, we think she must have been able to hit it with her paws to force it down enough to squeeze out. This is not the end of my story. We're all pretty scared, and since we had the dog with us, we couldn't book it into a hotel for a night. My parents decided just to drive us home, so we could all feel safe. But first had to drive into the nearest town for gas, as they were kind of low. I spent the time trying to clean Parmesan up a little. I'd always loved dogs, but what she'd just done for me blew my mind. As we drove into town, we came across a petrol station, but it looked closed. My dad drove up closer to get a better look, and stuck his head out the window to get a better look at the sign. My mom asked him what on earth he was doing, and he told her he was trying to see when it opens. Never. My heart sank. Parked in the corner behind a van, so we hadn't seen him at first, was the man with the knife. He was sitting in the boot of his car, using some tissue paper to clean up his arm. It looked pretty bad. Without stopping to refuel or look anywhere else in town, my dad drove right out of there. He decided to go to the next town over, but this was removed. The next town over was 60 miles away. He didn't have that much gas. We realized as we began driving. We were going to break down. That's fine, Dad said. We had AAA coverage. They'd come tow us home, or at least to somewhere acceptable for the night. It's better than staying in the last town. After driving for maybe 5 minutes, lights flashed us from behind. Another car. The same car the man had been driving. It was him, following us. He must have realized we were low on gas. The next half hour was one of the worst half hours of my life. I had a complete and utter breakdown, as did everyone really. I could tell my parents were trying to keep it under wraps, so it wouldn't upset us, but we weren't really little kids. We were both double digits. We knew how dangerous this situation was. Dad turned off the radio to conserve petrol, and the man followed us for about 55 miles before he peeled away onto another road. Our fuel meter was on the big red E for empty for the last 10 miles. We were driving on fumes. I didn't really believe in God, but if he does exist, that was definitely one of his miracles. Once we got there, he drove into a petrol station and refilled to a full tank before driving the rest of the way home. Sister and I slept in the car after that. I only woke up once we made it all the way home, just grateful nothing worse had happened than that. After getting some sleep, my mom phoned the non-emergency line for the police and reported what had happened. They never got back to her after that, but apparently the woman she spoke to said they may wish to in the future, as he matched the description given of a suspect wanted in relation to a murder charge. No idea if he was actually the guy or just a random psycho. As I said, they never got back to her. So what's the takeaway then? Other than crazy man on the beach, let's not meet. Well, for me, it's that I love Parmesan. She's still with us now. Old as the hills and twice as grizzled as one of my mom's friends likes to joke. I don't know why she did what she did that day. I couldn't tell you what her thought process was. What I do know is that this poor puppy was born into an environment where they abused and neglected her, only to be rescued and taken to a shelter where her mother and siblings all found homes for her. Despite how badly people treated her, when I took her home, she forgave but never forgot. I think the saying is, I never trust a person who doesn't like a dog, but I always trust a dog when they don't like a person. They have a very good understanding of human body language, and I think she must have understood how much danger we were in. If you're able to, please adopt. You might find yourself in a good situation like mine one day. I promise you, if you're willing to save a four-legged friend's life, they'll pay you back tenfold if they're able to, without a thought for their own safety. I paid €78 for Parmesan's adoption fee, which is a lot when you're a kid, but it chills me to my bones knowing that if I hadn't been so insistent on my dog, I might be dead.
I was out walking around the bush hunting for upland birds. I walked through a bit of a valley as a shortcut to get to another area. When I came across a guy standing on the trail with an AR-15 at the ready position. Instantly, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up, instinctively knowing that this wasn't a place that I wanted to be. Trying my best to stay calm, I said, "Hey, just out bird hunting. How are you doing?" He replied, "Fine." Then there was a long pause. "I'm hunting for deer." Deer season wasn't open. AR-15s are not legal for deer, and he wasn't dressed for deer hunting. As a matter of fact, he looked homeless. Hadn't changed his clothes or bathed or shaved in several days, obviously, and he looked emaciated. Think of the scariest 50-year-old meth addict you can think of, and put an AR-15 in his hands and you're probably pretty close. "Do you know the best way for me to go to find some birds?" "Well, I imagine you might find some back the way you came." His voice got noticeably sharper with the "back the way you came," and I obviously took the hint. I don't know if there was a meth lab or what just down the trail, but I was certainly happy to leave. I reported the incident to the sheriff the next day, but I don't know if anything ever came of it. I went on a group camping trip in the middle of nowhere, Arizona, only to awake and hear something sniffing the outside of our tent. My immediate reaction was that it was likely a bear or some animal that came across our site, and maybe just my idiot friends didn't tie up the garbage. Seconds later, I can hear the sniffing go to the next tent, and everyone in mine grabs one another quietly to acknowledge that we were all awake and were aware of what's happening outside. Moments later, a friend in another tent popped out and started to scream and make noise. He had a gun too, hoping that it would scare off whatever animal was in our sight. Turns out, it wasn't an animal. It was some guy who had gone through our coolers/food and also decided that it would be okay to sniff our tents. Our friend chased him off, and we immediately packed our stuff and left. A year later, my idiot friends and I went back to the nearby area, thinking that what we encountered was a one-time incident. This time, we thought we'd outsmart any possible creepers, and instead of camping in our tents, we all slept in the beds of our trucks and SUVs. Because, they can't possibly sniff a Toyota Tacoma. Anyways, it's the middle of the night. I'm passed out in the back of my SUV when I suddenly feel a bright light on my face. Naturally, I would have woken up, cussed, and asked who was doing that. However, I instantly knew to pretend to be asleep and not let the individual know that I was awake. I laid there next to my girlfriend, hoping that she would do the same as I, and I kept an ear out for any unusual sounds, like sniffing. All I could hear was a friend snoring by the campfire. After the light left my car, I heard the person walk to the next truck and shine his light on my friends in there. I slowly looked up, and it ended up being some older guy, just standing there staring at everyone while they slept. I waited until he left the campsite. Then I busted out of the truck, and I woke up my friends, most of which had also been pretending to sleep, and realized what was going on. This is my parents' story, not mine. They were on a canoe trip way up in somewhere Saskatchewan, far from any semblance of civilization. One morning, they hear a rustling sound outside their tent. Still half asleep, my dad sets up and tries to figure out what's going on. The noise is loud and very close. Before he can collect himself enough to go investigate, his whole side of the tent collapses in on top of him. The weight lifted quickly. Now entirely awake, my parents scrambled to open the tent flap and figure out what the heck was going on. About 10 feet away was a spooked black bear, staring confused and concerned at the tent. After being yelled at for a bit, it ran off. We figure it had been foraging in the bushes right behind the tent and lost its balance. So my dad can truthfully say that he has been sat on by a bear. I was camping in a valley by myself with no cell service. I stayed late on a trail and ran into a nice local dude as it was getting dark. He showed me a local camping spot close to the road and the river, but camouflaged. I had a fire, drank beer, and listened to my friend's comedy podcast. I was loud and visible. Because it was dark already, I decided to sleep in the back of my truck, under my topper, next to all of my gear as opposed to setting up my tent. The next morning I made a fire, cracked a beer, and started making breakfast. Then I noticed that there's a man at the edge of my camp. He comes closer but never looks directly at me. This dude looks homeless, has a long ratty beard, and has at least 100 plastic grocery bags tied all over his clothes. I comment about how nice the day is. No response. I offer him breakfast. Nothing. He sort of paces around the perimeter of my camp. I offer him a beer, but he just turns around. The dude is just standing there, back to me, wandering around. I'm realizing that there isn't going to be any good happenings. I have my bear spray and buck knife super close. I give him an ultimatum. Hey, you're either going to acknowledge me or leave immediately. He ignores me. I grab the bear mace and walk a few steps toward him. He sulked away and I threw my stuff in my truck, and I left that place right quick. I wonder if he had watched me during the night, and I thank my laziness for staying in my truck instead of setting up the tent.
My family has a camping timeshare, and we used to go camping for weeks at a time in the summer. My dad had to work, so he would stay at home Monday through Thursday and come meet us at the camping grounds Friday through Sunday. The campgrounds had a pool, miniature golf course, basketball courts, and we'd gone for so long that my mom was comfortable letting us wander, since there was only one entrance and exit. When I was around 8, but small for my age, so I looked around 5, I met a little boy who was camping with his single dad for a few days. He came to our campsite a lot and knew we were staying for a while. I was pretty sad when he left, but his dad said they'd come back sometime soon. A few weeks later, his dad came to the campsite right after my mom left to take a shower. He told me his son was coming later that week. He asked where my parents were, and I told him that my dad doesn't come until Friday, and my mom always takes a shower at this time. He said bye and left. The next day, he came by at the same time and told me that he had just found some kittens and asked if I wanted one. I said yes. He told me he kept them in his tent and I could come pick one up. Now, this guy wasn't a stranger. My mom had met him when he picked up his son from our campsite, so I didn't get that creepy stranger vibe and get okay going with him. We walked towards his campsite. Then he told me that he had actually moved them to his truck so they wouldn't get too hot, which made sense to me. He pointed to his truck right outside the gates of the entrance. I started walking towards the entrance with the guy when my dad pulls up. He got the day off work so he could spend more time with us. He asks what's going on, and I say, Tommy's dad said he had kittens in the truck and I can have one. My dad gets out of the car, tells me to run back to the campsite, so I do. When my dad gets back, he tells me to never go alone with an adult anywhere, even if I know them. I asked my mom years later about the whole thing, and she told me that my dad kicked the crap out of him and called the cops. Let me start off by saying this is my first post on this subreddit, so if I messed anything up, please tell me and I'll fix it. Also, for reference, I was a 19-year-old female at the time. Still female, of course, just a little older. I love camping. Anytime my friends and I came home from college, we would load up our cooler with the beer, grab some gear, and go screw around outside. Unfortunately, when I was actually at school, none of my sorority sisters or other friends ever wanted to go with me, so I would often suffer withdrawals from camping. One day, the weather was way too nice to waste, so I grabbed some of my gear, hopped in a car that I borrowed from a buddy, and drove to a spot that was secluded, yet within a safe distance to civilization that I could run and get help. Camping also creeps me out sometimes, but that creepy feeling is also somewhat of a plus for me. It's the same reason that people read these stories. It's fun to be scared. So, I make a little camp and get a fire going. I hadn't brought all that much to eat, but I was enjoying myself, reading and looking around the area, that sort of thing. I got the feeling I was being watched, and I stopped dead in my tracks. I hear a twig crunch over to my right. Then I see a doe bolt from 100 feet or so in front of me. I laughed at myself and went back to camp, with the armful of wood that I had gathered. I kept freaking myself out, hearing sounds just outside the ring of light cast by the fire. I always get inside my own head, so I shrugged it off and kept whittling at the stick that I had been messing with. Around 1, I decided to go into my tent and snuff out the lantern. I had been slamming beers in the most unladylike fashion and smoking cheap cigars. Another reason I like camping. I can act however I want, so I passed out relatively quick. At about 2 a.m., I start hearing footsteps. They sound pretty light and sort of timid. I think to myself that it's just a deer or some other animal, more likely a raccoon because I had probably left some food out. I'm still on guard though. About 30 minutes of sleeping with one eye open, I hear a rubbing noise, and the tent fabric is being pushed in a bit. I don't know how I didn't crap my sleeping bag, but I just sat there paralyzed with my K-bar in my hand. I desperately wanted to thrust the knife through the tent fabric, but I was still holding out hope that it was just some of my buddies from a frat joking with me. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, it all stopped. I was starting to feel slightly more secure, because daylight would be coming in about 2 or 3 hours, but I sure as shit wasn't going to sleep. All of a sudden, at about 4 o'clock, I realized I should put my boots on, so that if anything did happen, I would be ready. After having stayed up and keeping alert a little while longer, my friend's car alarm goes blaring. I freak out and run out of the tent. I go about 2 steps before something grabs me around the mouth. I open my mouth to scream, but instead the person's pinky finger slips between my teeth. I've heard that people can perform superhuman feats when they have huge adrenaline rushes. In my case, I just clamped down, and there's no way to say this without sounding ridiculous. His finger popped off. He screamed, pulled his hand away with the missing digit falling to the ground. He took off running down the hill that I was camping on. I took off right quick in the opposite direction. I must have looked ridiculous to the people whose house I ran to. A little sorority girl in a white beater, boxers, and steel-toe boots. I also had some blood that had oozed out of my lip, not from the finger, but because I had also managed to take a pretty good chunk out of my lip as well. I told them what had happened. They called the police and got me some real clothing, and the man at the house made me a whiskey and coke. When the cops got there, they checked it out. The cops went to check it out, and when they came back, it was light out. They brought me back so I could get my friend's car. What I saw inside just made me more scared. Right next to the tent was a red gas can. He could have just lit me on fire earlier. The finger was also gone, suggesting that he had come back. The kicker is that they never caught the guy. So somewhere out there, a man is sitting down to dinner, maybe alone, maybe with a wife and a couple of kids, and he's missing his right pinky. So this one might be a bit long, but I need to go into it slowly, so bear with me. Me and my boyfriend love to camp. About 2 weeks ago, we decided to go to the coast because we had a Friday off from our classes in university and decided to hike and camp out for the weekend. We had a 3-day plan to stay in 3 different towns and hike to each place. This story is about the first place we stayed in. The first town was barely a town. It was more like a bunch of small houses and farmlands and very few people. It was off-season, so normally there would be some tourists there, since the main attraction is a huge abandoned city left over from the times of the ancient Greek civilization. Anyway, since there were 5 to 6 camping grounds available, one of which was highly recommended on TripAdvisor and the likes of, we didn't bother calling beforehand. We simply headed there, and then straight to that camping area. Upon reaching it, we saw the gate open. Not really so unusual, but when we entered it, no one seemed to be there. We knocked and called out for someone, and no one responded, except the outdoor bar was all open with expensive bottles of alcohol lined up, and food left on the kitchen table, as we saw from the window. So, they couldn't have gone far. My boyfriend found it a bit strange they would leave everything open like that, but assuming it was a small community with no crime, we didn't think more. We went to some other campgrounds to ask if they were open. The first one we went to said they were closed because their grounds were very messy these days, but they did recommend us another place. We asked them about the first ground we had went to, and strangely, the man said don't go there. When we asked why, he said, just don't. I don't really recommend you going there. Anyway, the other place he told us about was also closed, and luckily in the meantime I found a signboard for the first place, and it had their number on it. We called them, and a man picked up and told us that he and his wife, who ran the place, were out for a couple of hours, but they'd be back by the evening. He said we could set up our camp and that we would meet later. The place was a bit secluded, but it was quite picturesque, and we set our camp and left. We spent the whole day exploring and hiking around, and after a tiring day, around 10 p.m. after dinner, started to head back. This is where things got extra creepy. When we got back, we found the place still empty. No one had returned, and it was quite late. My boyfriend called up the owners again, and they said that they had decided not to return tonight, that we could leave the money under a table by the bar. They said the kitchen and bathrooms are open if we need to use them. The place was dark, and the yard where we had set up camp was huge and without lighting. My boyfriend immediately started to feel a bit uneasy. He was concerned why 2 business owners would leave their property completely open to 2 total strangers, with a bar full of unopened bottles and half-open house. As we walked towards our camp, he kept subtly expressing his uneasiness and kept looking around. He's usually pretty calm, so I told him if he's really feeling so strongly about this, we can just go to the pension, where we had dinner earlier, and stay the night there in a hotel room. He opened the flashlight of his phone and kept looking around and getting more and more uneasy. We agreed to pack up our camp and leave. I began to pack it up since it requires a lot of folding and he was extra anxious. I told him to just stand and give me light as I pack it up. Except constantly he would move the light and check the area, and I kept getting irritated because I could sense his worry, and at the same time I couldn't pack fast enough because I couldn't see. At one point he even told me in a slightly bitchy way to hurry it up, and as soon as I folded the camp, we stuffed it into its bag and hurriedly packed our stuff and scooted. He still seemed super anxious, and I told him to relax. Just telling this part gives me the chills all over again. The road back to the main area of the town was dark and lonely, and this is when he told me. There's something I wanted to say, but not while we were still on the grounds. "Well, what is it?" I asked. He hesitated, then said he didn't want to freak me out, but he was sure that he saw someone lurking in the dark behind the wooden cabins and the bathrooms twice. No one was supposed to be there except for us. I got chills, but I still tried to rationalize, saying it's a farm area, so there's lots of animals. Maybe a cat moving around. But he was adamant that it was a human figure walking like a human would and standing. That is why he kept checking and wanted to hurry so much. And that's why he was telling me to hush up and keep my voice down. I almost had tears in my eyes at this point, and the hair on my neck was standing. I kept looking back and almost running at this point to the lighted area of the quiet town, and only really relaxed till we reached the pension and booked a room there, got the key, locked, and checked it twice. I'm generally a skeptical person, but I really do believe that my boyfriend didn't just see things. I don't know who was back there or what could have happened, if anything, and I don't care to know. Dark and isolated places have always creeped me out anyways. Back in 2011, I was within a circle of friends that made it a tradition to go camping at a certain spot every May-long weekend. The spot we chose was in a beautiful area right on the edge of a large lake, and was located on government land. The lake itself had a dam on it, so during May-long, the water levels were always low, if not completely empty, making it possible to walk across it. People were allowed to camp there as long as they weren't causing any trouble or making a mess, and it was generally a good time for everyone. The spots themselves were spaced far enough apart that you had your own privacy, but not far enough that you couldn't meet other people. In this particular year, our spot was in the middle of a small hill, with one campsite below us and one above us. The first night of our trip happened without incident. During the second day, the people staying at the site below us had moved in. We didn't think much of it and continued drinking throughout the day and into the night. And around midnight, the people at the campsite below us were really out of control. They were yelling and screaming, and their music had gotten even louder. So our friend Ben went down to ask them to turn their music down. He was promptly punched in the face, and he came back to inform us that he was 90% sure that they were on drugs. After that, the vibe wasn't as relaxed and we were all somewhat on edge. I was feeling really tired, so I just decided to go to bed. Some of my friends were still awake, including Ben, and one couple, Lily and Derek, that were visiting another campsite we had made friends with that day. I could hear the campsite below us was still blasting their music and partying pretty hard, but I just tried to ignore it and get some sleep. I don't know what time it was when I was jolted awake. Parts of this are somewhat a blur. All I know is that I sat straight up as soon as I heard the screaming and yelling coming from outside my tent. I quickly ran outside to find our campsite in total chaos. One of my friends was clutching their chest. People were running around and screaming to call 911. I was quickly informed of what happened. Apparently, not long after Derek had went to bed, the people camping at the site below us decided they weren't finished talking to Ben. And on their way up, they had encountered Lily and Derek walking back. Now, Derek and Ben are about the same height and have the same hair color. So they assumed that Derek was Ben, and bottled both him and Lily over the head with a full glass bottle. I don't know if it was the same guys that showed up at our campsite, but I was told that everyone else was sitting around the fire when 2 or 3 huge guys appeared from the darkness and walked over to them. One had a paring knife, and the other had a butcher's knife in their hand. Ben saw the knives and had gotten up to talk to them, and had barely spoken a word when the guy with the paring knife stabbed him once in the chest. At the time, some people from the campsite above had seen the guys coming and came down to help. One of the guys, Tim, was coming from down the hill when the guy with the butcher's knife ran up to him and stabbed him in the stomach. From there, sheer panic ensued. People called 911, but the ambulance was over a half an hour away. This is where I came out of the tent. Tim's wound was bleeding profusely, and he was losing blood way too quickly. His friends ended up putting him in the back of his car and speeding off to meet the ambulance halfway. Ben was also bleeding, but his wound wasn't as deep as Tim's, and we were able to keep him calm until an ambulance arrived. The guys with the knives ran off into darkness, back down to their campsite, and took off in their Land Rover. My boyfriend at the time and I had gotten into his car and drove to the entrance to try and flag down the policemen on their way to the scene. Once they arrived, we were informed to stay in the car, as they had released a canine search unit to hunt down the people who stabbed our friends. By the end of the night, they had arrested the men. They had tried to flee by driving their vehicle across the bed lake, where they got stuck in a muddy section. They were on a concoction of several drugs, as suspected. Luckily, both Tim and Ben survived, although Tim had lost a lot of blood and took a few weeks to recover from his wounds. Derek and Lily have huge goose eggs, and possibly one person had a concussion, but I can't recall. One thing I do know, though, is that this was definitely the scariest thing I have ever experienced. This happened to my husband and I about 3 years ago, late November. It still gives us chills to this day. While living in Seattle, my husband and I would frequently go surfing. Usually we'd drive out to Nia Bay or Westport, but on this particular weekend, the surf report looked pretty messy for spots located directly on the coast. We decided instead to try hitting some spots along the Strait of Juan de Fuca. The land along the strait is beautiful, but remote. You can only access it by driving all along Highway 112, which runs from Port Angeles to Nia Bay. There's no cell service along most of all of Highway 112, and only a smattering of small towns. So, we decided to try surfing along the strait at this one spot, Twin. We'd surfed there before and had a good lay of the land. The report showed that the waves would be the best in the early morning, so we opted to drive out the evening before and sleep in our car overnight. Since it was late November, we decided to forego paying for a camping spot at a nearby campground and would just park somewhere along the beach at Twin. We figured there would be no one there, and we were right. We arrived around 3:30 p.m., and the only other people parked were a young couple in their Westfalia. Nothing terribly eventful occurred between our arrival and 7 p.m. We arrived, cooked some dinner, and I took a quick walk along the beach. The only other thing that occurred was just before sunset we heard this loud whistling, and then saw some guy who'd been walking along the highway come down the entrance road towards the beach. My husband and I thought it was pretty odd, given that there's absolutely nowhere you can easily walk to along that highway. All he had with him was a tiny backpack, so he definitely wasn't hiking. He said hello to the young couple as he walked along the beach, and they invited him to hang out by their campfire for a while. Last time we saw any of them that night was when my husband and I decided to call it a night and go to sleep. This was about 7 p.m. I woke up about an hour later and opened the car door a bit to get some fresh air. I noticed that the young couple's Westfalia was gone, and something about them being gone unnerved me. I couldn't put a logical finger on why, so I chalked up my feelings to just being tired and I laid back down. When I woke up next, it was close to 11 p.m., and this time I shot up so quickly that my husband woke up. He asked what was wrong, and I said nothing, just that I woke up startled. He seemed completely relaxed and fell back asleep, but I stayed up for about 15 minutes trying to listen for anything. In hindsight, I think my intuition was screaming to me that something was off. Since I didn't hear anything, I laid back down and really tried to focus on getting some sleep. About 20 minutes later, I woke up again, and this time to my husband already being up. He was sitting silently, listening. Him sitting so still freaked me out, so I turned on the interior car lights and asked him what was up. He whispered, "Someone was tapping on the windows." I remember feeling this deep sense of dread. When I woke up a few hours, I noticed that the couple in the Westfalia left. There's no one else camping here. At that, we both put our shoes on, grabbed flashlights, a knife, and pepper spray, and then opened the doors. Total silence. Pitch black darkness. My husband stared up towards the trees behind us to look around, while I stood by our car and shined a light down onto the beach. I saw no one and sat on the back bumper, while he continued to look. I checked to see if I had cell service. Nope. Nothing. Maybe 2 minutes later, he returned walking fast. We need to leave. There's a car parked up by the exit road. It's just sitting there with the lights off and the ignition on. I couldn't tell if there was anyone inside. In no more than 60 seconds, we threw everything in the front seats into the back where we'd been sleeping, started the car, and started driving back up towards the entrance road. We didn't want a chance taking the exit road and driving by that car. We peeled out of there so fast, but in a moment of disorientation, my husband turned the wrong way and started driving down the highway towards Nia Bay. As we started going the wrong way, we drove past the exit road, and lo and behold, there was the car, now with its lights on. A few seconds later, we both noticed that the car was speeding up behind us. I practically screamed, "What are you doing? There's basically nowhere to turn around." The highway is narrow, with forest on one side and ocean on the other. Luckily, we saw a small turnaround coming up. I remember my husband just saying, "Oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God," and then cutting hard to the left. As soon as we cut left, the person following us just kept going in the same direction. We took off down the highway going like 90 back towards Port Angeles. No one followed us the rest of the way back. I feel deeply creeped out when thinking about the intentions of whoever was in that car.
I was camping in northeastern Ohio by myself. I was on my third and final night there. I woke up to use the restroom, and I walked about 10 feet from my hammock, and I noticed a headlamp about 80 to 100 feet in front of me. I watched it for about 10 minutes. I watched him stand up, sit down. I got my boots on and grabbed my hatchet, and I started walking to the right of my campsite. I was going to find out what he was up to. I got about 50 yards from my site and started walking towards him when I noticed another headlamp about 40 feet from me and walking around. I hit the ground and threw some leaves on top of me. He walked about 10 feet from where I was lying. Then he stopped, lit his cigarette, and finished his beer. He threw his can on the ground. After he got far enough that he couldn't hear me, I got up and started walking towards the first guy. I got close enough to him that I could hear his phone receiving messages. I stood up closer to him quietly to where I could see his face lit up from his cell phone. That's when he stood up and started walking towards my hammock. I laid there on the ground for a minute and made my way towards my site. I stopped when I started hearing my tarp that I had above my hammock being trashed. Then I could see flashlights, and then my big flashlight turn on and off. I heard my mess kit being thrown and them talking about how he was just here. I laid on the ground and watched my flashlight walk away until it was a small dim light. When the sun came up and I returned, my whole site was destroyed. My hammock and tarp was shredded by what looked like a machete. My mess kit was stomped on. They took my backpack, rain gear, and flashlight. I went to the spot where I had first seen the guy, and I found chew pouches, 8 empty beer cans, and an empty lighter. I walked to where I seen the other guy and found an empty bag of powder which turned up to be meth, and a whole mess of cigarette butts. When I was younger, around 14 or 15 years old, my family used to camp at a state park. Every night, my friend and I would walk through the woods. We called this the ritual. This particular night, we decided to walk further into the woods than usual. We had flashlights, and we liked to try and navigate through the woods with them turned off. We were about half a mile from the nearest campsite when we heard soft whispering behind us. Obviously, we hit the flashlights and spun around. We didn't see anything, so we kept walking and we hear it again. This time we stop and look around a bit before we decided to head back to our campsite. Then we see what's whispering. It's a lady crawling on the ground whispering random words. She was wearing dark clothes and was covered in dirt. When she sees that we notice her, she stands up and declares that she's looking for her campsite. We ended up walking her back to the campground and tried helping her find her group. Turns out she was just super drunk/high and got lost trying to find a bathroom. Her friends didn't even notice that she was missing, and if we didn't go that far into the woods, she would have been lost all night. It was really creepy.
This event happened to me last summer. It was probably the scariest story in my life, and I wanted to share it so hopefully someone learns from it. Something I've realized growing up, year by year, is that this world can be an amazing place, but it is filled with some super sick people, and unfortunately, I've seen that side of our world firsthand. I'm a very social person, and love the opportunity to hang out with friends whenever I can. I'm also the type of person who's always looking for the next big thing. I guess I should tell you that I was a 17-year-old male at the time of this story, and I have a decent-sized friend group from both boys and girls. Throughout high school, we had done a lot of crazy stuff together. Being just out of high school, we wanted to do something insane together before departing for college, and we all decided to go camping in the middle of nowhere for 3 days. Fun, right? And for some miracle, all our parents thought it'd be fine. So we had 6 people going. Me and my girlfriend Stephanie, my friend Brandon and his girlfriend Kaylee, and Steve and his girlfriend Sarah. We had decided to have 3 different tents for each couple, for reasons that you could probably guess. Being a former Boy Scout, I was aware of everything that we needed to survive for 3 days. Food, water, and other essential supplies. Being rebellious teenagers, we also stocked up on plenty of booze and weed for our fun getaway. So mid-July, we depart for our camping vacation. After hours of driving and driving down back roads, we eventually find a place that looks secluded but not too sketchy like some horror stories. There were houses nearby, but not too close. Again, we weren't looking for a sketchy woods to camp, but unfortunately there was no service. It took us at least an hour to get everything set up. While the girls and Steve finished setting up camp, Brandon and I took a look around while fetching firewood. We eventually came across a cool-looking trail. We weren't too concerned because there were houses within a mile radius, and we assumed that those people had used this trail to hunt, which was big in this area, or maybe animals used it. If you're wondering about our car, we drove a Honda Pilot, which was Steve's, that has plenty of room for us and our supplies. We parked the car rather close to the site, so we had eyes on the car at all times. The first night, nothing much happened. We rolled a blunt and drank a bit and called it a night. The next day, we decided to explore the woods a bit, but Brandon and Kaylee stayed behind to watch the site and spend time together. We decided to go down the path we found earlier. Around 20 minutes down the path, Steve spots a metal fence. We approach it to find a cemetery. The cemetery looked old, but there were signs of activity there. And no, not some voodoo stuff or cult. Like flowers and notes left. And beyond the cemetery, we saw a bigger trail that had tire tracks and a half-assed parking lot for the cemetery. We venture down the path a little bit more to spot some deer, then head back because it's getting late. That night, we really partied hard because we were to leave the next day and didn't want to return with extra beer or weed. Now this night was the polar opposite of the other night. The other night was peaceful, and we assumed the same about this night as we began to turn in. Boy, were we wrong. Now, you would assume there would have been warning signs earlier in our trip, like a rusty knife on the path or foot tracks around our site. No, not at all. All of us woke up to a blood-curdling scream coming from Steve and Sarah's tent, as we hear the fabric being ripped by what we assumed to be something sharp. I guess Steve hit the guy really hard with his flashlight and was able to get both him and Sarah to his car. Now here's the issue. Steve's tent is closest to the car, while the other two tents are closer to the trail. So to get to Steve's car, we had to get past whatever attacked Steve and Sarah. Luckily, all our drunken selves were gone, because before getting into his car, he yelled cemetery and it clicked in my head. The trail on the other side of the cemetery. So I quickly grabbed Brandon, Kaylee, and Stephanie and start running towards the trail. I use my phone flashlight to help see. You might think, why would you turn your flashlight on? Well, last thing I wanted to do was miss the cemetery and be lost in the woods with the guy who attacked Steve. By the time we get to the trail, Steve and Sarah had gotten out from the site, and we could hear the guy chasing us, but from several yards behind. We were able to find the cemetery rather easily, and I hop over the fence first. When we all get over the fence, we notice Steve had not yet arrived, so we all hid in the cemetery. Luckily to our advantage, it was pitch black by the time I turned my flashlight off, and we all hid in complete silence. My heart dropped when all I heard was the metallic shaking, as if someone was climbing over the fence. The guy had tracked us down, probably due to the fact that Steve yelled cemetery. We all stayed still, as we heard the ground crunch, and as the guy took slow steps. When in fight or flight moments, you're capable of a lot more than you would think, and your brain is put on some super high alert mode or something. As the guy approached, I realized I had my small Swiss Army pocket knife in my pocket. As the guy's steps grew closer to me, when he was right about on top of me, I grabbed the knife and lodged it into the back of his knee. The guy tumbled to the ground with a shriek of pain and a metallic sound as he dropped his weapon. Soon the pair of headlights came around the corner. Steve had made it. We all got up and ran towards the car. While I got up, the light gave me a glimpse of the guy. He was tall, bulky, and had the look of pure hatred in his eye as he clutched the back of his knee. And by his side, a huge machete. I was the last one to get in the car, and even before I fully closed the door, Steve floored it out of there. The girls were bawling their eyes out. We drove until the first house, where we politely knocked and asked for directions to a motel or something. It was a friendly old couple. They told us there was not one for miles. They took us in and gave us warm food and a place to rest for the remainder of the night. In the morning, the man brought his hunting rifle with us to retrieve our stuff from our campsite. When we got there, there was nothing stolen, but all our tents were slashed up. The elderly woman called and made a report while we were gone, and when we got back, the officers were at their home, and we gave our statements. The officers said there's not enough evidence to find the guy, but they promised to search. We headed home later that day. No one said a word on the way home. We were all processing what really happened. The police unfortunately never found the guy. And yeah, college did split us up a bit. We barely talk about it as a group, and it's been a year. My advice to all of you is please find a populated place to camp. I don't care if it's some Yogi Bear camp. Be in reach of help and police. Stay safe, guys. Please. Growing up, every summer in July/August, my family would get together and camp out for 2 weeks at White Lake State Park in Tamworth, New Hampshire. Some of my best childhood memories were made there. Rollerblading, Nerf gun wars, flashlight tag, and water balloon fights with my cousins and neighboring kids in the campground. When I was around my late teen years, my family stopped gathering together to camp out after my grandmother passed away. One of the last years I was there, this one particular memory has stuck with me. A little over 10 years ago, I was 16 years old. It was around 10 p.m. at night when I noticed I had missed a call on my cheapy little track phone. My family was sitting around the campfire cooking s'mores and sharing some laughs, so I decided to go off for some privacy and return the call. I took a long, narrow trail that winds in between other campsites that, at the end, leads up to a bathroom. I wasn't going up to the bathroom. I just wanted to find an empty campsite and set at a picnic table to make my call. There were plenty of those since this whole side of the campground where I was heading was vacant. There were no other campers nearby in that area. It was quiet and dark, so I chose a campsite, sat down at the table. The lights from the distant bathroom from on top of the hill behind me were illuminating my surroundings just a little bit. I called my friend and was carrying on a conversation for around 20 minutes. As I'm sitting there staring straight ahead, I see a silhouette coming down the road in front of me. The figure is coming towards my direction, where all these empty campsites are. I could see it was a person. It's not that unusual to see people strolling through the campground for a night walk. The people I see usually have flashlights, though. This person did not. I wasn't creeped out at this point. No reason to be. I was just watching curiously. As the person got closer, I could see a better outline, and that was a man I was looking at. I also noticed his pace slowed down. I kept my eyes fixated on him as I continued conversing on my cell phone. A minute or two passes, and now he stopped moving. He's just standing there in the road, looking straight into the campsite where I'm at. I don't know if he knew I could see him. He was staring at me, and I was staring right back at him. He was a little heavy-set and tall. I could also make out that he was wearing a light jacket. I couldn't see much for facial features, but I would guess I was staring at a man in his 30s or 40s. Alarm bells were going off in my head now. My mind had turned to mush at this point. I'm frozen. I was no longer listening to what my friend was saying on the phone. I was in a stare-off with this guy. Then he started to move again. He was tiptoeing towards me, very carefully, like he didn't want to make a noise. He put one foot in front of the other, leaned forward in a slight hunched form. It looked like he was about to charge towards me. In that moment, I snapped out of that mind-mushy frozen state and leaped off the picnic table and started running through the campsite back towards the trail. Thud, thud, thud. I could hear him trampling behind me. Leaves scuffling. Heavy yet fast footsteps. Footsteps were getting louder and closer. I made it back to that narrow trail. Once he got close to where I was, I heard the sound of twigs snapping and an oof noise that came from the man, which I can imagine maybe he tripped or almost tripped and maybe got a face slapped by a tree branch. Most likely, he wasn't familiar with the trail like I was. Whatever the reason was, it caused him to stop chasing after me. I didn't stop to look back. I just kept running and running until I made it back to my family's campsite. When I got back, they were still sharing laughs and smiles by the campfire. I broke down crying and I was trembling. I explained what had just happened. My aunt spoke up and said, "Oh, geez, he probably thought he knew you and was coming up to give you a good scare as a joke." She dismissed me. My cousin chimed in and said, "Yeah, he probably stopped running after he realized that he didn't actually know you. He probably just feels dumb now." They all chuckled about it and changed the subject. I think I was dismissed because no one wanted the good vibes of the night to be ruined, and the fact that I'm just a socially anxious person in general. I'm very cautious and shy. For that time being, I let them convince me that I was just overreacting and overthinking. But here I am years later, looking back and shaking my head over this. I wish I was taken seriously. But other than that one thing happening, it was still a great trip. It was time well spent with family. My experience makes me think twice about going for a walk by myself anywhere. I carry pepper spray and a mini keychain alarm on me now. So Mr. Campground Chaser, let's not meet again. Also, to add, my speculation was the man may have not been a camper there. It would be easy for anyone to sneak in the campground from the boat launch area. One night, I guess I was about 15, so 3 years ago, me and a few friends decided to go camping out in the woods. It was a pretty hot summer, and we were like 10, we were all scouts together, and decided that it would be pretty funny to do the whole camping thing again. So we packed some stuff and went to a nearby refuge hut that we have a lot of here in our woods. Now I have to explain that we all live in a village that can only be described as little or even rural, although it's only like 10 minutes to the big city. Yet, there are great woods that separate us from civilization, as the youngsters here always like to put it. So in that city, close to us, there's really huge prisons where they keep all the really bad criminals. You know, the ones who have committed murder or have committed the R word to someone and stuff like that. Recently, there had been an outbreak, and 3 of the 5 prisoners had already been caught again. So naturally, my mom didn't want us to go, and was all worried that the other prisoners were still hiding somewhere in the woods. But we were in our youthful foolishness, couldn't care less, because all we wanted was a great night where we could drink and do all the other stuff that you do at that age, although you actually aren't allowed to. So we went up there and had fun, and everything was just fine, and about 1 a.m. we decided to finally call it a night and go to sleep. At about 3 a.m., we were awoken by the sound of a vehicle. It was very close to us, and suddenly, we were all for once jerked out of our doze by 2 car headlights that were shining straight at us. Needless to say that we almost wet our pants. But then it came even worse when suddenly, the lights went out, and we heard the car door being slammed shut. It was completely dark, and we didn't dare breathe, because we had no idea who this was, and what he or she was about to do if we did. We then lay there motionless for what seemed like an hour, but I guess it really couldn't have been more than 5 minutes, until we heard footsteps, and then the door slammed again and the car drove off. I know it's nothing supernatural, and it probably doesn't sound that creepy now, but for me, those were the scariest minutes I've ever lived through in my entire life. Not knowing who was staring at us there in the middle of the night, but dreading that it might be one of the criminals who are currently on the run. I haven't been camping out somewhere but my garden ever since. This happened to me last year on my birthday. I had a few friends around to sleep in my 6-man tent. Whilst I was setting up my tent, my dad came into the garden and told me and my friends to be careful, as he had seen a shady-looking man in a baseball cap slowly walking up and down my street, like he was checking out my house. It was about 1 a.m. when me and my friends were sitting on the patio, at the table, just talking about random stuff, when I heard rustling in my neighbor's garden. I didn't find this too unusual because it was the summer, and I lived in a rural area of the UK, and we had hedgehogs living nearby. Then, I noticed the shape of someone's body emerging from the bush. It was a man in a baseball cap. One of my friends asked what he was doing here, but there was no answer. We asked again, and he chuckled and left through my neighbor's gate. It was later on, about 4 a.m., and most of my friends were asleep except for me and my slightly older friend who was in the same year as me. We were whispering to each other, as we were trying not to wake everyone else up. I heard my neighbor's fence rattle, as if someone had hopped over it. A few seconds later, we see a figure move past the window of a tent. I could barely make it out, but I distinctly remember seeing a hat in the moonlit window. He moved around to the back of the tent, so I decided to wake everyone up and run back inside my house and into the living room. A good half an hour passed when I heard police sirens outside. This wasn't possible, as my mom was asleep and my dad worked nights. I looked outside to see 3 police officers in my garden where the tents were, and my neighbor talking to another officer. After a few minutes of watching through my back door window, the police walked out of my garden with a man in his early 40s in handcuffs. I saw my neighbor, and he gestured for me to come outside. My friends followed behind and we spoke to him. Note that my neighbor is in his late 80s and lives alone. He said that he was getting a glass of water from his kitchen when he saw his security light turn on in his garden. He quickly glanced over and saw a man hop over his fence and into my garden. He then called the police, and they said they would come over. After telling me this, a police officer walked over and informed me that the man they arrested was a burglar who had broken into multiple houses in the local area. What he said next still makes me shiver. They said they found him crouched down in the corner of the tent with a large knife. He then advised me and my friends to get our stuff and sleep in the living room. By this time, my mom had been woken up by all the commotion, and she had been given the same information. She called my dad and told him what happened. I don't think I will ever sleep in a tent again.
This past weekend, me and my partner decided to go to our usual camping spot. It's very low-key. There's never usually anyone up this mountain besides 1 or 2 people at a time, and even at that, they're miles away from your campground. It's not a well-known spot. This past weekend, just like every year, we brought my parents' little elderly dog, set up camp, ate some food, and drank some beer around the campsite. When we arrived prior to this, we scoped out the area to see how busy it was. There was absolutely nobody in sight. The entire mountain campgrounds were entirely empty. We're used to having one hunter or fisher in the area at least. We've never not seen at least one person the entire trip. So we sat around the fire, completely relaxed with my little dog nearby. When we decide to get into bed, my usually very complacent, placid pup refuses to settle inside the tent. It's pretty hot this time of year, so we had the tent unzipped with just the mesh covering the opening to let some breeze in. But my pup was looking through the mesh and sniffing, zoning in on something entirely. We decided to get up and check out the camp for whatever he's looking at. We don't see anything, so we decided to just sit by the fire to fire us out, when my sleepy puppy unsettles suddenly, with his hackles straight up on end, growling in a deep growl into one direction of the woods. We decided to grab the hunting knife and axe and listen. He's snarling and barking vigorously, which took us by surprise because he's been completely comfortable every other year. After a few hours of him acting on high alert, we decide to flip the truck lights on to illuminate our camp as we're surrounded by darkness. We were listening intently, trying to figure out what he was seeing or hearing. After a few minutes, he lays down and alarms us again a few minutes later, startling us to the point where we make a run for the truck by how aggressively my dog is warning something. We wait, hearts pounding inside of the truck, trying to see what's out there. After about 30 minutes, we assume whatever it is has passed on. After we reposition ourselves in front of the fire again, my dog's hackles are up, and we hear the loudest tree branch snap a mere 10 feet away from us in the pitch black wilderness. Again, we hop in the truck with the dog and decide we better leave. As earlier that night, we were hearing wolves hunting for a few hours, and their howls echoing through the woods. Our main concern was it being a cougar, as they're commonly seen in this area, and there had been a lot of attacks on unsuspecting victims. Our main thought was something was stalking us for a long time without moving on. We told my partner's parents that we decided it's better to be safe than sorry, and we were mocked extensively, but we were armed with very minimal weapons, not anything that would handle a mountain lion or a pack of wolves. We were called chickens the entire weekend and mocked over it. I also felt protective over my dog, as she's very small.
When I was 12 years old, I went to a week-long scout camp with my troop. Our campsite was notably isolated from the majority of other sites. So even though there were hundreds of kids at the camp overall, there were probably 5 of us kids and 2 or 3 leaders on our site. I shared a tent with 2 other kids. Being the anti-scout that I was, I brought a full-size cot to sleep on, while the other kids slept on the ground. I'm a horrible sleeper in any conditions other than my own bed, so I've always taken sleeping pills when I go camping. I sometimes have strange reactions to them, where I don't sleep well and get dreams confused with reality. On our final night at camp, it was storming with lightning everywhere. We were in a creeped out mood, telling scary stories before trying to go to sleep. I couldn't wait to go home the next morning. I took my pills and somehow managed to fall asleep. I woke up a few hours into the night. I opened my eyes, and in the darkness I could barely make out the crouched over figure of a tall man. I'd woken up because he was gently grabbing my leg. He didn't look like any of my leaders from what I could tell. Confused, groggy, and horrified, I said, "What?" The figure remained silent. After a week on these sleeping pills, I knew how they could make me confused. I closed my eyes, hoping that it was just the pills combining with the night of scary stories. I felt the gentle grip on my leg again. The figure was still standing there. "What?" I said again, this time a little more panicked. Suddenly, without a word, the man leaned down on the ground next to me, where I couldn't see because I was elevated. I couldn't hear anything strange happening, but I was filled with so much terror that I couldn't bring myself to peek over the edge of my cot. I was still unbelievably tired and confused, and in my frightened stupor, I convinced myself that the sleeping pills were causing me to blend nightmares with reality. I drifted in and out of a horrified semi-sleep for the rest of the night, wondering what had happened. I never recalled hearing anything notable or seeing the man leave the tent. Once the sun began to dimly light the tent, I mustered the courage to look over the edge of the cot. The kid next to me was fast asleep and appeared to be unharmed. If this were all there was to the story, I would dismiss it as a weird reaction to my sleeping pills. But then, the next morning over breakfast, the kid who has been next to me asks me and our other tent mate if somebody had come into our tent overnight. The other tent mate said he'd assumed one of us was getting up to pee and had gone back to sleep. When we all confirmed that none of us had gotten up in the middle of the night, he started freaking out, begging our leaders and other scouts from them to admit that they had played a joke on us, or that they had a history of sleepwalking. Nobody ever had any idea what we were talking about. I don't know what someone's motives would have been to come into our tent only to gently touch my leg and be silent. Unless I have some serious mental blocks, there was no kind of sexual violation, that I can recall at least. Just a strange, quiet intruder. I was out camping with my mom and, at the time, 6-year-old brother, when a white pickup truck pulls into our campsite. 3 or 4 guys get out of the truck, all wearing small, bright white lights attached to their hats that blind us from seeing their faces much. They approach my mom and start asking her questions about who we are and what our plans are for the night. My little brother started whimpering and stopped eating the Doritos he had been happily munching on, and I got the impression that my mom was creeped out as well. So the men leave after about 5 minutes and told my mom that they were official campground employees who were just making sure that everything was all right. Their trucks certainly didn't look official, and they weren't wearing anything that would suggest they were more than just regular, albeit creepy dudes, wandering around and being nosy. My mom told my brother and I to get in the car and take only a few essentials like clothes and a bit of food, and we went to my grandmother's house and spent the night there instead. We left the tent at the campsite, giving the illusion that we were still there. The next morning, after we had told my grandma about what happened, and that we were suspicious, we went back to the campsite to gather our things and head home. When we pulled up, we immediately noticed that our stuff had been picked through by someone who wasn't us. There were footprints leading up to our tent, and the zipper was stuck, halfway open like someone was trying to close it. It was closed when we left it. Our sleeping bags also had boot prints on them. We never saw those guys again, but we still wonder what would have happened if we had stayed. When I was around 9, I went to a summer camp at a nearby YMCA for a few summers. It was a day camp, and there were different camps you could do, such as water sports, craft, canoeing, etc. Each camp lasted a week. I started the summer by taking one of the craft camps, a special one that lasted 2 weeks. I was really excited about it, but I was nervous because I didn't know anyone else in my group and I'm very shy. The first day, I managed to make friends with an older kid who was in a wheelchair. He was 17, I believe. I'm not sure what his disability was, but he was socially awkward and kind of gave off a creepy vibe. I was trying to be nice to him because no one else talked to him, but he started to make me uncomfortable. First, he'd start by talking about how much he hated being in the wheelchair because it made his back hurt. He liked being able to get out at the end of the day and stretch, as well as do some exercises with his physical therapist. I'd just smile and nod as he talked about this, not knowing what else to say. At some point, I mentioned to him how I was a dancer and really liked acrobatics class. He asked me to show him some of my moves, so I did a cartwheel. He told me that my legs looked beautiful when I stretched them out like that. Being a kid, I didn't think much of the comment, but I started getting uncomfortable when he began telling me how much he liked my hair, or how white my teeth were, or how cute I was because I was so little. One day, he was talking about stretching out outside of his wheelchair, and mentioned how good it would feel if someone were to walk on his back. You'd be perfect. Just the right size. Would you do that for me one day? I'd love to have you on top of me. He smiled creepily when he said this, so I awkwardly changed the direction of the conversation by telling him how I used to do that for my dad. I was young and stupid. I probably shouldn't have told him that. He got really excited and started talking about how much he'd love it, and how good it must have felt for my dad. I bet he loves having his little girl on top of him like that. He reached out to me at this point and put his hand on my knee. We were sitting by a table in the craft cabin. I awkwardly shrugged it off, moving away a little. He smiled and started talking about how good it would feel if I were to do cartwheels on his back and jump on him. Maybe even lay down on top of him and rub his sides. I got really uncomfortable at this point, and luckily my mom drove up a moment later, so I was able to leave. This was on the weekend, and the camp was going to continue the following Monday. I didn't mention anything to my mom because I figured he was just lonely and awkward and didn't mean to be creepy. But when I got to the camp Monday, he immediately came up to me. I was so upset that I couldn't see you this weekend. I missed my little girl. I smiled and awkwardly walked away, but he followed me. We were all going as a group to the craft cabin, and he came up next to me and asked if I wanted to sit on his lap and ride to the cabin with him. I politely declined and managed to avoid him for the rest of the day, until I was walking to my mom's car at the end of the day. He came up to me, grabbed my hand and pulled me towards him. You've really hurt me today. How would you like it if I hurt you? I yanked my hand away and walked quickly to the car. I told my mom about it all as soon as I got in the car. She immediately drove over to the camp office and spoke with the camp leader about it, who I shared my story with. He assured us he would take care of it immediately. As we were driving away after the meeting, I saw 2 counselors go up to the boy and lead him into the camp office. The look on his face looked like he was going to murder someone. I never saw him after that. I was told that he was kicked out of the camp and never allowed to return. And for the rest of the week, the camp counselors would check on me and make sure that I was okay. So, creepy boy from summer camp, I hope you got your issues worked out and that you're living a happy life now. But please, let's not meet again. I've posted a few times and finally have decided to post this story from a while back. My dad is a journalist and nonfiction writer, but at the time was a reporter for the Virginian Pilot, based out of Virginia. He was working on a new book titled The Big Roads when this occurred. We often went on road trips for his research needs, and once his proposal for his new book was accepted, he went on a cross-country road trip from Virginia to California, and back on old Route 66 for the book. Me being 13 at the time, I demanded he let me bring a friend along so that we were 3. The first quarter of our month-long venture went off without a hitch. We either stayed in motels with the occasional stay at a grand old historic hotel. My dad, being the outdoorsman that he is, decided that we should camp about 5 or 6 times throughout the trip. The first night we camped, we were in the middle of literal nowhere. No one, for at least 20 miles on either side in the middle of the Utah desert. When we arrived at our campsite in our rented minivan, my dad wanted to explore a bit because at the bottom of the hill that our campsite was situated on was an old Pony Express shop. My friend decided to stay in the minivan until my dad and I finished checking out the Pony Express stop to set up camp on account of all the wasps and bees. We were utterly alone, and as a rather jumpy and skittish 13-year-old girl, it became apparent we were isolated to the point that if anything happened, we would be screwed. That's all I could think about as my dad and I walked down the hill to explore. We checked out the old station and everything was going smoothly until we were about halfway back up the hill. A large truck that we noticed driving down the old dirt road a few minutes before had turned into our campsite. We were surprised, but didn't really think anything of it. Maybe this guy was on an adventure too. The truck parked halfway up the road and a man got out. He had what I think was a hunting rifle and started hunting around the area my dad and I were in, about 50 feet from our campsite. Of course, this was an absolute no hunting zone, and my dad became a bit concerned because my friend was closer to the stranger than she was to us. He yelled out to the man, saying that there were children around and he couldn't hunt there. As soon as the man turned to face us, I got an overwhelming sense of complete doom. I felt in my entire body that something was not right. The man looked us over, and without saying a word, aimed his gun at us. My dad does not carry a gun, or knife, or any kind of weapon. I felt trapped. My dad ushered me behind a large boulder, but he didn't hide. He stood his ground. There was a solid minute of this man aiming his gun at my dad, and my dad standing completely still, staring back. In my mind, I considered all of the ways this could go down. I was absolutely terrified this guy would shoot my dad, and somehow my friend and I would have to escape or get murdered during this tense minute. The guy lowered his gun, cocked his head to the side, and pointed at my dad using the fake gun fingers and shot him. He got in his truck and drove away. That night, my friend and I slept in the minivan in 90-degree heat because I was positive this guy would come back and murder us all. He didn't come back. A few other creepy incidents occurred on that trip, but we were fine and safe after all. When I was younger, I lived on an estate of houses that backed onto a huge field where many people walked their dogs. It was even used as a cut through to the next neighborhood, which would take approximately 25 minutes to walk though. When I was about 13, my neighbor and I decided to camp out for the night in my back garden, which, apart from a 6-foot wooden fence, was completely open to the field, albeit with 20 trees around the fence. Seeing as we were into action figures at the time, we decided we would make the tent a hideout. So we got together some branches and one of those army nets to put over the tent to make it a bit stealthier. We also put the tent in the corner of the back garden, which had a small roof over it, which made it very dark once the sun went down. We did the usual thing, ate loads of chips and sweets before we decided to try and get some sleep in our well-hidden, super dark tent. Around 4 a.m., I woke up to the sound of someone landing, and then walking on small stones. I then realized that below the fence my mom and dad had decorated with some gravel and flower pots. At first I thought it was our cat, but it was far too loud to be such a small animal. I slowly sat up, trying not to make too much noise from my sleeping bag. Then I heard it again. Once again I tried to make my way out to the front of the tent silently and look through the zipper. About 10 feet away from us, There were two guys dressed in all black, crouching under the windowsill of the kitchen talking to each other. I immediately froze and had no idea what to do. They proceeded to creep closer to us, looking for more windows or maybe an entrance, because we were in the corner of the garden. We were quite close to the path that led to the side of our house, where there was a door into the adjoined garage. I heard them talking quite clearly, as now they were less than 5 feet away from me, and my friend who was still asleep. They were talking about being unseen, and just taking whatever they could find in the garage instead of breaking into the house and disturbing anyone. I had no idea what to do, so I rang the house phone, which was pretty loud, and waited for someone to answer. It took a while as it was very early. As soon as the phone rang, the two people bolted to the fence and hopped over. My dad then answered, and I whispered for him to get outside ASAP with the bat or something. Nothing happened in the end, but I'm glad that my friend slept silently.
I'm a 25-year-old female, and I work on a cruise ship. I visit countries around the world. It sounds cool, but it's hard work and it may put you in some weird situations. This day, I had been transferred from one ship to another. Usually, when you disembark from a ship, you leave with many other people disembarking and get into a bus hired by the company to take you to the airport. Well, this time it was different. I was leaving the ship in the middle of the cruise, and I was the only one. It was my first time in that country. It was north of Europe. And I get out of the ship next to the crew admin, and I find 2 different cars and 2 different drivers to take me to the airport. She's the one making contact with them, and she's lost. No idea which is the correct one. One of them starts already taking my luggage and putting it in the trunk. The other approaches to stop him, and they start arguing badly in their language, which none of us understand. She asks then for the credentials of both to decide with whom she'll send me. Needless to say, my mind at this point is going far with ideas of human trafficking and other possibilities, and I told her that. Her face seemed concerned and confused the whole time. One of them gave her an ID with a picture and a company logo. The other one, only a business card from the company. She then said that she was going to check them, and I thought, good, we'll wait to see what's going on here. But she straight away sent me with the first one, the one that had the ID card, as she says that she knows the name of the company. Well, of course, I didn't want to chill. At the car, I was sending messages to my mom and boyfriend, sharing my location and explaining what was going on. Also, I opened Google Maps to see if we were going in the right direction. The driver then starts doing a voice call, also arguing with someone, in his language, and I try to download a translating app as fast as I can so that I can record it and get the meaning. When I finally got it, he finishes the call and doesn't start another. He doesn't talk to me at any time, and he keeps an unfriendly expression. I proceed to check Google Maps, and to my despair, he does not take the route that I was hoping for. He then stops at a place that looks like a bus station, leaves the car, and starts taking my luggage out. I ask what this place is, and he says it's the airport and we need to go to the immigration. I follow him to an entry, and it's a huge building, so I do believe that it may be the airport, just a different entrance, but I'm not chill yet. He takes me to a corridor. We finally check my documents with an officer and he leaves me there. Only then did I finally breathe. To this day, I didn't find out if the other driver was official or not. Once you leave a ship, you hardly have contact again with the people working there. It could be something very innocent, but maybe my gut doesn't trust that at all. I don't know if you'll consider this story really eerie, but I know how scared I was, and I wanted to share it with someone. So I went grocery shopping as usual, while my boyfriend was still at work yesterday. After I was done checking out, I put everything in my tote bag and walked home. It's about a 350-meter walk to my apartment building from the store. I also had headphones on with loud music. When I get to the entrance of my building, I unlock the door with my tag. I notice a man behind me slip it through the door too. At first, I thought he was just a new neighbor, so I decided to check my mail and let him take the elevator first, so I could go after him. Instead, he stays and gestures for me to take my headphones off. I do. He says that he saw me outside the store and thought that I was beautiful, so he jumped out of his car and followed me so that he could get my number. This man had walked behind me the entire way home. I tell him I have a boyfriend. He says he wants my number anyway. We could at least be friends. I say no. He insists that we'll just be friends. I say no again and tell him that I have to go. He asks if I live alone and says that he lives nearby, so he'll see me around. He can see my entire name and apartment number on my mailbox. I tell him I really need to go, but it was nice meeting him. He sighs and then finally nods and leaves. I feel unsafe now, because he knows literally which apartment door is mine. Who the heck follows someone into an otherwise locked private building? Plus my neighbors, me included, usually open doors for people outside the gate because we assume that they're friends or family of people inside. So now, there's a risk that he'll just be in here. And I hate it. So to start this off, I've seen so many posts with several comments that are just insulting and horribly rude to the writer. I'm a bit nervous of how this will be perceived, but I'm going to post it anyway. For context, I'm a 20-year-old female, and at the time of these events, I was around 12 or 13 years old. So I grew up in a very rural area. Like, my town was so small that it was legally considered a village. My house was one of 4 on a span of 40 acres. My childhood home, my grandparents' house right up the street, and 2 neighbors. One of the neighbors, not the subject of this post, let's call him T, had been living across near my family for as long as I could remember, and he rented out a trailer he owned, which was inhabited by the 4th neighbor. The subject of this post, we'll call him J. J and his girlfriend, who we'll call A, had moved in a few months before these events, and I hadn't really met them. I knew of them, but hadn't interacted with them directly. The day I met J and A was extremely awkward, as I was a kid, and I didn't really want to talk to them, but my grandma had made me go with her to drop off some vegetables that she had grown in her garden. When they came out after my grandma knocked on the trailer door, I was first struck by how they looked. I know that sounds bad, but I'm not judging. I now know both of them were addicted to meth. My grandma started the conversation, and I tried to be polite, as I was raised to be, by introducing myself when told to do so. I wasn't really able to finish my sentence, as I noticed that Jay was staring at me very intently. He looked like he was either mad or hungry or both. Not the creepiest off the bat, as they both seemed polite enough and I brushed off the stare, as just him trying to be polite, looking at me as I spoke to him as most people do. The creepy part is that as time went on, he began to try and be near me more and more. He'd ride his bike past our house over and over for what seemed like hours, while me and my brother played catch in the yard, with baseball gloves and a softball. Then he began to go to church with me, my brother, and my grandparents. He'd make sure to sit right next to me in the back seat of his car as he rode with us. If my brother tried to sit in the middle, so I wasn't right next to Jay, he'd throw a fit about how my brother was squishing him against the door. Then he began coming to my grandma's house when she'd have me and my brother after school, offering to tutor me with various subjects. What really scared me was that I had begun to see him walking near our house at night, trying to shine a flashlight into my window. He tried various things to get close to me, tried to convince my parents to let him teach me how to golf, tried to help me practice my catching positions for softball, tried to get me to go with him and A to the movies, and none of these things ever included my brother. Only me. Things finally came to a head when I was playing with my dog outside in our front yard. She was a boxer, and he started repeatedly doing laps on his bike down the road again, staring at me like he did the day we met. I was extremely uncomfortable. I've always had very good intuition about people, and something was just always off with him. But that day, I was terrified. He parked his bike right in the middle of the road and got off. He started walking towards me at almost a jog, and I just kept backing away. What happened next is why I believe that dogs are a better judge of character than people could ever hope to be. My boxer ran up to him and launched herself onto him when he was about 6 feet away from me. She tore into his arm and I saw blood. I screamed and my mom ran out shortly after. She was trying to pull my dog off of him, but as soon as she was able to do so, holding onto the dog's collar, she started yelling, asking him why he was in our yard with me alone. He couldn't answer her and just started running back to his bike, riding back to the trailer. My grandma ended up driving him to the hospital as J&A didn't have a car, and I learned later that he got 16 stitches. He never gave a reason as to why he was approaching me, and they moved out shortly after. I haven't seen him since, and I'm still terrified to this day to run into him again. When I was probably 13 to 14 years old, one of my best friends lived about a mile from my house. So naturally, she and I used to walk to meet each other regularly. Once I went over there late. Can't remember exactly why, but our other friend who also lived nearby had walked to meet us as well. We probably smoked a little and had a drink, because at that age it's scandalous, fun, and exciting. So anyway, I walked back to my house late, by myself. It was probably about midnight. A man pulled up in his car next to me and insisted that I get in the car so that he could take me home. After I explained what I was doing, something about his behavior told me that he was not trying to be kind. I dismissed him several times while he trailed behind me slowly in his car. Eventually, I did the classic pretend to be on the phone trick, naming my exact location and describing his car while I faked going home by ducking into a nearby house's backyard. Surely enough, he sped off as soon as he heard me giving his car description. I still wonder to this day if I could have been murdered or something. Hopefully, it's more innocent than it sounds, but if not, I hope that he didn't harm anyone else. This happened back in 2020. I'm a female and was 19 at the time. My mom used to be a baker, and she needed some chocolates for decoration. Since my siblings were asleep, my mom asked me to get some from the nearby shop. As it was close by, I thought I'd just walk. Most of the shops that I went to were closed due to an ongoing strike. Unfortunately, I was unaware of it, and the ones that were open didn't have the brand of chocolate that my mom wanted. Due to the strike, the place looked like a ghost town with not a soul in sight. I was determined to get that chocolate, so I walked a bit further but still had no luck. Finally, I decided to head home. I could reach home either by a long route or a short one. Since the short route includes trespassing through the neighbor's property, I chose the long route, mainly because I didn't want to cause any inconvenience to them. As I was walking, a van with 2 men passed me and stopped right in the middle of the road, a couple of meters ahead of me. I didn't think much of it because I assumed they might be lost and looking for directions. Suddenly, the man sitting in the passenger seat stuck his head out of the window, turned back and looked at me. His gaze moved in a way that he examined me from head to toe. He then gave me a creepy smile and sat back. I immediately thought to myself, why did he look at me so weirdly? But since it seemed physically harmless, I brushed it off and continued walking. The back of the van had this large see-through window, which I could see both men talking to each other right after the creepy gesture. As I was about to reach the back of the van, the driver did the exact same thing as the guy in the passenger seat. He stuck his head out, turned back to look at me and sat back, all while smiling creepily. That's when my alarm bells started to ring, and I quickly moved away from there. Fortunately, this happened right beside the short route. I immediately changed my direction and started walking towards the short route, which was a narrow path. As soon as they noticed me taking a different route, they sped off. I was quite shaken up, especially by the fact that they sped off the very moment that I took the short route. I'm not sure what they were planning to do with me, but considering that the area looked pretty deserted and me being a skinny person, I would have been an easy target for an abduction or something worse. I'll never forget the way they looked at me. It was as if a predator was eyeing its prey. I'm a 33-year-old female, and I went to a convention with 2 female friends and stayed in a downtown area hotel near the convention center. Catty corner from our hotel was a chain drugstore. It was still light outside when we decided to get some snacks to eat while watching Netflix that night. While my friends were looking at the candy, I stood back because I wanted chips and noticed a man next to them. He wasn't looking at the candy. He was watching them. They hadn't noticed, so when they picked their candy, I whispered for them to follow me. I picked up the pace, turned quickly down the middle and down an aisle. I told them there's a creepy guy here and to stay together. That's when I noticed that he's on the other end of the aisle. We keep taking turns down various aisles and he's following us, but walking where he's in between us and the exit. At this time, we were basically trapped at the back of the store near the pharmacy. The line for the pharmacy was long, but was full of men, so we got in line and started talking to the men in front of us, hoping that it would scare off our stalker. We could still see him in the big globe mirror, one aisle down, waiting for us. We waited in line for 30 minutes to ask for security. The security swept the pharmacy, and the stalker guy left. We were extra thankful when the security guard offered to walk us back to the front of our hotel. I don't know what intentions that guy had, but I'm glad that I'll never find out. I want to tell this story to warn others. I'm an 18-year-old female, and I live in Maryland, United States. I work at a very popular burger restaurant. I work at the payment window, which is where I stand all night. I'm very friendly. I know sometimes a smile and a compliment can make someone's day a little bit better. Just this same night, before the creeper came, I had a customer tell me that I was so happy, and she loved me for it. That gave me the courage and energy to survive this next interaction. I'm used to the awkward comments and stares from old men. I'm sure it's my friendliness that attracts them. Our uniforms are not revealing. They think I'm naive. Maybe I am. A lot more than I thought. I'm fully aware of the dangers of kidnapping. This particular old man came through just before 6. He pretended to not hear his order, then laughed, like it was a joke between 2 friends. That's not uncommon. It's an old man thing. No red flags yet. I tell him his total and he hands me all but the change. When he does this, he waves the money around, making me chase it. I was able to snatch the cash, but again, it's just an old man thing. I wasn't concerned yet. He stared at the company name on my shirt and asked if that was my name. I don't wear a name tag for this reason. I joked that I was going to change my name permanently to that. He perked up. At this point, I should state that he was white, mid-60s to 70s, driving a small white SUV with a kayak on top. He had some scruff on his face and was holding a phone to his ear the entire time. When I finally began to engage with him, he moved the phone to be facing me. Looking back, I believe he was recording me. At no point did he speak into the phone or acknowledge it in any way. He probed with more pressing questions. Here's the thing. I have the same last name as someone from U.S. history. Most old people like talking about that stuff, so I told him my last name. He didn't reflect or laugh. He just accepted and continued asking questions. That's when I started to get this sinking feeling. He still owed me change, I told him. He grabbed another $1 and handed it to me, but he wouldn't let go. He wanted to know my first name, and I dodged answering because I was getting really creeped out at this point. He wouldn't let go of the money and was practically drooling for more data about me. I gave him a name that I don't use and he smiled, finally letting go. I got his change and told him to have a nice day. I then immediately left the window and told one of my coworkers about the weird experience. He returned just 2 hours later. I didn't recognize his car on the cameras until he got to my window. I hadn't thought too much about our interaction and was busy texting my dad about whether or not a chicken sandwich was a burger. My stomach dropped when I saw his face. I have many regulars, all of whom I'd have been happy to see. I hope he doesn't become one. I'll call the police. He smiled and said, "Hey, the one with the last name." I half smiled back and wished for the days when we all wore masks. I tell him his total and he makes me chase the money again. The entire time he had his phone against his ear facing me. He starts asking even more intimate questions about me. I lie or dodge them the best I can, giving him 0 correct answers, wanting our interaction to be as short as possible. Some of the questions he asked me: how often do you work? What time do you leave? How old are you? For that one, I knew he wouldn't leave without a number, and I had a nasty feeling the younger wouldn't be the better. So I said, probably 20s. He joked about me being legal. I made a face and tried to get his change even faster. He asked if I had a boyfriend. I was getting more and more nervous, so my answers started getting more sarcastic. I told him boys were trouble. He specifically talked about himself and said that he'd treat me right. I handed him his receipt and told him to have a great night. He threw his hands in the air and was saying, "Don't be like that. I'll treat you right." I shut my window and said bye. He made a bit more of a fuss, but eventually drove forward. From his question about when I got off work, I believed that he was watching the restaurant. I was shaking by this time and I called my mom. She immediately drove up. I talked to my manager and I was a little unsure of the car's color, so he checked the camera for me. Shout out to my manager, he's the best. I continued at my window, watching for the old guy, but I didn't see him again. I left an hour early and gave my manager specific instructions to not place a girl at my window. He agreed. These interactions are unfortunately what cause formerly happy and cheerful service workers to become sour and quiet. I think I'll be taking a couple of days off. I had already had another job lined up, and I'm excited to start it. Thank you for reading. Edit. I did not mean to make light of kidnapping victims with my story. I did feel trapped by this guy, and I felt real fear that he would be waiting for me, no matter when he thought that I got off shift. I do not have a car, and I take myself home on a bike after dark. I think I would be very easy to follow and trap. I did not tell him how I get home. Also, people seem to be confused, and I guess I didn't really elaborate enough on his phone. He held it facing me for the extent of both of our interactions, roughly 5 to 8 minutes. He wouldn't leave, never moving or lower it. I have 2 guesses. He was either recording me and could be preparing to use that video or send it to someone, or he was on a call with someone listening in who I can't identify. Kidnapping was not my first thought. I'm more concerned about how easily I could be to kidnap at night on a dark suburban road. And yes, after kidnapping, any number of things could happen to me. Just because I have a job and people assume my father lives in state doesn't mean that I should feel threatened. That's the reason I left so quickly, by car, with a trusted adult who picked me up. The reason I made this post was to warn others in my area. That's why I gave a description of him and his car. I'm still trying to figure out how to handle this, so any advice would be greatly appreciated. I was going back upstairs to my room in a motel, and a guy joined me in the elevator. He started asking me what I'm up to and if I'm here alone. I am, but he doesn't need to know that, so I told him I'm with my boyfriend. I got out of the elevator, and when I noticed he was close behind me, I walked a bit past my room, and then turned around and walked the other way towards the elevator again. As I waited for the elevator, I saw him turn around and begin walking towards me yet again. I went to the lobby to see if he would still follow me, and of course he did. I was eventually able to get to my room without him seeing me, but I'm pretty anxious now. I don't want to leave my room anymore on the off chance that he'd see me and know what room I'm in. Is there anything I should do in this situation? In joining this subreddit, I was reminded of a bizarre encounter that I had when I was in middle school. So this was nearly 13 years ago. Maybe this isn't as creepy as I remember it being as an adult, but given all the stories about trafficking or kidnapping, I still feel very weird whenever I think of this. I am now a 25-year-old female, but at the time, I was, like I said, in middle school, and I was walking home from my aunt's house after school, and she lives only about a block from my parents' house. It was starting to drizzle a little, so I remember finding it curious to see a man in a business suit and no coat or umbrella walking seemingly to nowhere that would make sense. There aren't any modeling agencies near this street, so him being on foot at about 6 p.m. seemed odd. He stopped me while I was walking on the sidewalk past him and abruptly asked me if I ever considered modeling. At this time, I was about 12 and very goth, so no, I obviously was not modeling. Something about this whole thing sent off alarm bells for me, because it didn't seem like any viable agent would ever approach any random young girl like this. What still strikes me about this was how he was carrying a portfolio of his models that he showed me to try and legitimize his proposal. But the pictures were either A, not of actual people, but illustrations, watercolor paintings, architecture, or scenery, or B, photo shoots taken from fashion magazines like Vogue that he was passing as his own clients. He tried to get my information from me, and I hurriedly declined and said that I would have to talk to my parents. I don't believe he had a business card, and at the mention of my parents, he seemed to back off. Once I walked away from him, I remember running the rest of the way home. I told my parents about this, and they agreed that it seemed really off too. They did call the police to alert them of any suspicious activity just in case, but I never heard anything about it again. I'm curious if any other young girls encountered something similar to this a few years ago. This happened during my freshman year of college. I'm a male, and at the time I was 18. It was the first few days of the semester, and upperclassmen were offering to take freshmen to Target. I needed to get some things for my dorm, so I went. Everything was completely normal up until we walked out of the Target. After we stowed our items in the car, I took the empty cart and looked for a parking lot cart station to leave it in. Here's where things get interesting. On my way back from dropping the cart off, I noticed this car was driving slowly behind me. I looked back confusingly, and the driver sped up to meet me and lowered the window. He looked like a regular middle-aged man and told me, "My boss is giving away these huge surround sound stereo systems we've got in the back of the car. We've got a bunch of them. Do you want one?" This is when I noticed the other guy in the passenger seat. He was huge and had a nasty glare that gave a really bad vibe. I took a quick peek to the back since it was kind of visible and I couldn't see anything. I said no thanks and to have a good day, and the driver just says F you and speeds away. Overall, really suspicious experience. Don't know what would have happened had I gone to the back. I'm a female in my 20s, and I work retail, and I'm very, outwardly friendly, so I'm constantly talking to anyone that comes within 5 feet of me. I had some off-putting encounters, but never anything I couldn't handle. This happened over 3 days in early December around my birthday. Day 1, a guest came up to me and said, "You exude happiness. Can I take a photo of you?" I dress very unique, so I chalked it up to my outfit, and being the fleshy doormat that I am, I said sure. I held thumbs up awkwardly, and off he went. My other coworkers and my boyfriend thought that I was dumb for letting him take my photo. My mom watches a lot of Dateline and thought someone was going to order a kidnapping on me with the photo, and I started to get unnerved, but nothing really came of it. The next day, a man, let's call him F, came into the pharmacy next to my department asking for me by name. I have an uncommon name with an unusual spelling on top. The pharmacy tech made an excuse that I was at lunch, thinking he'd leave, but he came back an hour later asking if lunch was over, but I had actually left for the day, so no luck, I guess. The next time, the third day, he sees the tech and he tries to apologize, saying that he and I had just locked eyes at one point and connected, or something like that. In all actuality, I smile at everyone out of nervousness at work. The tech sent all of this to me in a Facebook message on the third day, my birthday. I, of course, had no idea who she was talking about, and when I went back into work, they let me see him on the security camera, and I had never seen him to my knowledge. The next time I saw him was the next month, and I didn't recognize him before it was too late, and he gave me a really creepy smile and a flirty wave, but I ran to the offices. The security guys told him that he can't be asking about team members, schedules, whereabouts, and things like that, and he said that he'd back off, which he had, and my higher-ups spot him when he comes in and they walkie to me to take off from the sales floor each time. Looking back, I don't think the two incidences / two different creepy people were connected at all. While I wasn't comfortable with F asking me, I think the photo guy before him made the situation more stressful, and I bet F was a bit confused as to why it had been taken so seriously. This might not be creepy to some, but that month of looking over my shoulder, changing my schedule, not being allowed to walk outside alone, and having to set off stage while F took his time and seemingly circled my area, it was definitely feeling very creepy. F came in today at the end of my shift, but I was already off the floor, and I read a post today on here that kind of reminded me of it, so I wanted to share. This happened a few hours ago, just after 9 a.m. I was on my way back to the hotel that I stayed at last night because a family friend was in town after I walked to the local Tim Hortons to get my usual drink this morning. After returning to said hotel, I came in through the side entrance that needs the room key to open, which I had, and after entering the second set of doors, this random dude comes up to me. He was standing on the side near this crevice that's near the elevators. The elevators also need a room key to use them, and he was like, "Hey, I forgot my room key upstairs and need to use the bathroom. Can you help me out?" I obviously said, "No, sorry, I can't," and he just straight up left through the same doors that I just came from. Right after that happened, I thought to myself, if he forgot his room key, he should have went to the front desk, because it was literally just around the corner from where we were standing. And that's the most logical thing to do, especially if you're an actual guest. Personally, I think that he thought that since I look young for my age that I would be naive enough to say yes. I'm glad that nothing more happened, but either way it was really weird, and most definitely an interesting experience. Recently, a relative told me a kind of weird and unsettling story that I suspect, without any hard evidence, might relate to kidnapping or human trafficking. I'm posting here to see what everyone else thinks, and if anyone has had any similar experiences. The story may come off as silly to some, but please be aware that I'm just seeking knowledge and perspective. The story came up because we were talking about house hunting. My partner, a 22-year-old female, and I, a 22-year-old male, are looking to move soon and are looking for a place to live. The relative and her partner are in a similar boat. The discussion eventually led to our preferences of rural versus suburban properties. At some point, I said something about how I'd like to live somewhere more rural, but there are things that freak me out about the countryside too. She then shared with us a strange experience that her and her partner had when going to look at a house. They had scheduled a showing with their realtor and had gone to meet him at the house. According to her, the place was pretty far out in the boonies, but still cornfields rural, not middle of the woods rural. An important distinction here in Michigan. When they arrived, their realtor was already there. However, when they got out of the car and started walking up the driveway, a white van abruptly pulled into the driveway. The sliding door swung open, and the van was packed full of adult men in Amish/Mennonite type attire. Like 6 or 7 guys, according to her. Apparently, these guys introduced themselves by saying that they were Jehovah's Witnesses, and that their church was having a cookout right up the road, and that they should hop in and hitch a ride with them. As you can guess, the relative, her partner, and their realtor were all a little weirded out by this interaction, and were unsure how to respond. After nicely trying to tell them no, the men continued to insist that they get in the car, and eventually had to be told by the realtor that they were on private property and needed to leave. They then closed the sliding door and whipped out of the driveway and went speeding down the road. Now, obviously, this could just be a misunderstanding of some kind, but hearing this story, the first place that my mind went to was kidnapping. However, I don't know if that's just how my brain is conditioned to interpret events like this, because trafficking is so prevalent in my home state. The whole story just gave me a very uneasy feeling, mostly because the idea of creepy people posing as Jehovah's Witnesses is terrifying to me. I'm curious if there's anyone with similar experiences, or if anything like this has ever been documented. Hey guys, this one may seem pretty minor, but it still grossed me out. A few days ago, I had to go to the DMV to get a real ID, Chicago's new kind of ID. I also lost my previous wallet at Target, so I had to get a new one ASAP. When I arrived, a man held the door for me. I thanked him and he said nothing. I didn't care about that, but what I did care about was how he sat down in the same row as me waiting for service, and every 5 minutes or so gradually slid down one chair until he was 2 chairs from me. Okay. He didn't say anything and just sat there until they called my number. Then I just did my stuff and got called over to take my photo. I was waiting for them to take a photo when I saw the guy standing near the picture-taking wall behind the camera, sort of, just making weird faces at me. He was sort of contorting and clenching his jaw, half closing his eyes, all the while staring at me. I told the lady what was going on. She had some people who worked there, maybe plainclothes police officers, try to escort him off from the building, but he speed walked out before anyone got to him. I think he heard the photographer say something about him. When I left, he wasn't outside. Just some weird, dumb thing that happened to me. I'm currently traveling SEA with my 2 brothers. We just arrived in Saigon this morning. In the evening, after dinner and a few beers, me and my 2 brothers, older and younger, I'm the middle child, decided to sit on a bench in the Hao Dan Park and have a quick smoke. We were chatting away, sat on the bench, when I noticed a Vietnamese man, repeatedly looking at us and walking in circles, very near where we were sitting. At first, I wasn't too concerned about him. However, my spidey senses were alerted. Then a minute or 2 later, I noticed another Vietnamese man, dressed as a Grab delivery driver, acting suspicious and repeatedly looking at me and my brothers. The stalkers were both on the phone, and I believed that they were communicating with each other. Being in a foreign country, this alerted us heavily, and we decided to leave. However, it was a good 600-meter walk to the park exit. As we were walking, I noticed both Vietnamese men had got on mopeds and were following us through the park, stopping behind trees and watching us. They then overtook us and sat at a bench further down the path waiting for us to cross their path. Being aware of this, we left the path and started walking on muddy grass as the crow flies to the nearest exit, avoiding the 2 men who were still watching us and clearly had bad intentions. We were 100 meters from the exit when my younger brother looks behind us to see one of the men sprinting towards us. My younger brother took stance, standing his ground, and asked the man what he wanted. The man's posture became very small, and he began talking very quietly. Both me and my younger brother kept a good distance, and told him to leave us alone as we walked backwards towards the exit. Noticing the second assailant was also approaching us wearing motorcycle gear, helmet and motorcycle gloves, potentially a big problem. However, my oldest brother decided instead of trying to get out of the situation, to get closer to the whispering Vietnamese man to hear what he was saying. Both me and my younger brother were yelling at him to get out of there, but he was being an idiot. It took the Vietnamese guy 5 seconds to win my oldest brother's trust. Then out of nowhere, when my older brother was leaning in very close trying to hear Whispering Man, the guy grabbed my brother between the legs. I was ready to fight, expecting to be robbed or something, but the grab was super unexpected and a real curveball. After the grab, we started shouting and approached the men in an aggressive manner, in a fighting stance. This slowed down their approach enough for us to make a dash for the park exit. For context, both me and my younger brother are competing MMA fighters. I posted one of my fights on Reddit if you don't believe me. However, the whole situation was unexpected. We didn't engage in any violence towards the men, just shouting at them. We walked out the exit into the busy city and walked around for a while, making sure we were not being followed before heading back to the hotel. What's your take on this story? Be careful in parks at night at Vietnam. Grabbers be peeking from behind trees. I'm not sure if I've been traumatized or if I'm just overreacting, but my mom's neighbor was killed recently, and I'm really struggling to cope. The thing about this is I grew up in my mom's house for 18 years and moved back recently to an apartment 5 minutes away, so I'm over at her house very often. I grew up with these neighbors and got somewhat strange vibes from all of them, but I really liked one of them, the dad. He was always very kind and very likable. He and his wife had issues, and they had 4 kids, one of whom was mentally unstable and was living with her parents well into adulthood. I always got eerie vibes from her, but I always just chalked it up to a manageable dose of anger and severe mental illness. She had also gone through a severe trauma in her teen years that kind of explained the instability. Well, I showed up at my mom's house on a Thursday. The daughter was outside appearing to have a full-on mental breakdown, laughing non-stop and talking to herself quickly and strangely in between laughs. It seemed like she never even paused for a breath. I was afraid, I won't lie, but I knew another neighbor had called the police, so I thought it was going to be handled. I will never forget the look of her face though. She had been laughing all day long for hours on end, and her face had changed a strange color of bright red and orange. At one point, she was laughing and talking to herself while looking directly at me. By the end of the evening, she was inside, and the house was quiet, and I stupidly assumed in her state had somewhat lessened. You would think I would know how bad it was and how dangerous she was from the description, but if it's someone you know, or even just see regularly, somehow you just don't consider that they can be as dangerous as what you hear on true crime podcasts. The next day, police and ambulances came and taped off the house. I assumed that it was a self-unaliving at first, and I was only a little surprised. Then we found out that she had done it. She had killed her father. He was a sickly and frail older man who had been taking care of her alone out of compassion. The photo of her crazed mugshot with scratch marks on her face from him fighting for his life. The image of seeing the two of them together seemingly happy and normal. The image of her red and orange face. And the idea of his horrific last moments haunt me. I can't process it. I can't find a lot of info about a neighbor being murdered. And I don't know if I'm just overreacting or if this is just trauma. I was scrolling through old posts, and one reminded me of this story that happened about a decade ago. My kids and I lived in a little house on the corner of my street. Occasionally, I'd see a drifter wandering in the area. He wasn't bothering anyone, and the house was at a very busy thoroughfare, so I never thought much of it. He seemed to be minding his business, so I minded mine. One day, while I was hanging out on my front porch with the kiddos, 5 and 1 at the time, he came up to the edge of my walkway, but didn't actually set foot on my property, asking if I had some food and water. It was summer in Florida, and I'm not heartless, so I told him to wait there and give me a minute. I'd take the kids inside with me, grab a few bottles of water, make a couple sandwiches, and throw some single-serving snacks in a bag for him. I go back outside without the kids, give it to him. He thanks me and leaves. Every week or so he'd come by, and I, or my babysitter if I was at work, would give him some water bottles and food. He was always polite, always said thank you, and immediately moved it along. After about a month of this, I let a friend who was down on his luck stay with me since I had the extra space short term. My friend was 5'11" and about 250 pounds. Well, I got home from work one evening, and my friend was sitting on my porch waiting for me. He looked agitated. The drifter had been by again, but this time he'd come up to the door and knocked. Any other time, he always just happened upon me or my kid's sitter while we were on the porch. Apparently, he was very surprised to see my very large friend answer the door, and immediately said something along the lines of, "I thought it was just her and the kids living here," and started acting antsy. And then my friend saw the knife he was hiding in his hand. Wham! He shoved the dude off my porch and told him if he ever saw him within 3 blocks of my house again, he'd break both of his arms. My kid's father, we were split up and living separately at the time, was livid when I told him. He worked for a security systems company and immediately set an appointment up to have a security system installed in my house after that, and paid the monthly fee himself. He absolutely hated that particular friend of mine, but thanked him profusely for looking out for me and the kids. All in all, I was upset and scared, but also sad. I helped keep that man fed for over a month at that point. I never did see him again after that, though, fortunately. I was a sophomore in high school when this happened. It was during May, and I stayed after school with half of my grade due to an award show. It was conducted by the literature department and our principal. Me and my group actually won the Best Message Award for our short film. Anyways, after the award show was over, me and my friends went back to our classroom to change into more comfortable clothes and to spend some more time together while we waited for our parents to come pick us up. Only 5 of us were in that classroom. As time went by, 3 of my friends left with their parents. It was only me and my best friend in the classroom. 30 minutes later, her dad called her to say that they were waiting for her on the school's yard. By the way, our classroom is on the 3rd and highest floor. Together, we walked down the stairs to the ground floor. She asked me if I wanted to come outside with her and maybe wait in the waiting area next to the security. To this day, I curse myself for not saying yes. Instead, I said no and decided to wait in the waiting area inside our building. I could have went to my principal's office and waited with her, since she liked spending time with me and talking to me. If you couldn't tell, I was a nerd and one of the top kids in my grade. Anyways, in my school there were 5 couches in the waiting area for both students and parents. As I was walking to the waiting area, I saw a janitor but didn't think much of it. I put my bags down, but as I was about to sit down, I had a weird feeling, like he was watching me and my moves. I felt too uneasy to sit down, so I stayed standing up while holding my bags, just in case I had to run or throw them to save myself. As a reflex, I raised my head and looked at him. He continued to stare at me. It was as if we were in a race where neither of us were looking away. Believe me when I say I wanted to look away, but I couldn't. Maybe it was because I saw him as a threat, or maybe it was because I was too scared and uncomfortable to move. He had this weird smirk on his face, but since it was getting dark, I couldn't exactly tell. I don't know how long we looked at each other, but I broke out of my trance when I saw my classmate from the previous year walking outside the building. In a desperate attempt, I waved at her and she saw it. Then I remember her coming in and walking towards me saying, "I saw someone waving," to which I replied with, "Oh, it was me. I thought you left and was surprised to see you, so I waved at you." Actually, if you don't mind, can you walk me to the waiting area next to the security? As we were walking outside, I looked back and the janitor is still staring at me. I was wearing high heels, a short skirt, and a tight shirt, but it was an award show and we wanted to dress up. I don't think that these sort of things happen to women because of what they wear, but I do think that he was staring at me because of my attire. At the waiting area next to the security, I was so anxious while waiting for my mom, thinking, what if he comes in here? Even when my mom came and I got in the car, I was shaking slightly, and I wasn't in the headspace to speak about anything. So I told my mom that we got an award, but that I was too tired to speak. Also, to anyone wondering, I only told this story to 2 females I used to work with outside of school. I never had the courage to tell my parents or anyone in my school. However, after this incident, I tried to not be alone at school and always have someone with me just in case something like this were to happen again. One of the reasons that I never told anyone was the fact that nothing physically abusive happened, and I probably couldn't prove anything anyways. This was a hard dose of reality for me, since I realized that females weren't safe anywhere, not even in their own high schools. Writing this makes me feel better in a way that I can finally let it out of my system. This happened like a week ago, so it's still quite fresh in my memory. I was up in northern Canada, camping with a bunch of my cousins and friends, something that we've done every year since I can remember. The trip started off routinely, waking up with a sore back from sleeping on a crappy air mattress, spending a bit too much time in the sun out on the lake, only to deal with itching shoulders and feet the rest of the trip, and hanging out by the fire into the early hours of the morning. It's strange. Although camping can be one of the most uncomfortable things ever, I've always felt grounded and safe whenever I'm by that water. That is, until what happened to me last night, that we were there. My cousins, buddies, and I, the whole gang, would explore the campground every year to see if there were any new changes or upgrades to the old 1970s amenities. This year, we were pleasantly surprised to see that a brand new picnic shelter had been built on the opposite end of the park, maybe about a 15-minute walk from our site. This thing was outrigged with a dozen or so outlets, 6 brand new picnic tables, and a great view of the beach leading into the lake. We decided that the last night of our trip we'd play some card games under a crudely hung flashlight at around 1 a.m., milking our last hours in the great outdoors. Being in our early 20s, we decided to indulge in some libations before playing the games, just to spice it up a bit and get the creative juices floating. We brought along a handful of beers each too, keeping a watchful eye for park rangers looking to spoil some innocent fun with a citation. Those beers flowed right on through me, and within a half an hour of being at the shelter, I had to use the restroom. So I got up from the table that we were sitting at and moved around the side of the structure, out of the dim lighting and into the pitch black of the night. The only light around me was the moon's reflection off the perfectly still water, just enough for me to make my way onto the little trail we'd taken to get to this pretty secluded area. I unzipped my fly and began letting it fly when I saw it. I did maybe a triple take to make sure that I wasn't just high and tipsy, but no. There in front of me, maybe 15 feet away, was a pair of human eyes glaring out of the bushes right at me. I knew that I wasn't tripping out, because even in that short amount of time, my eyes had begun to adjust, and there I could see the faintest outline of the figure the eyes belonged to, shifting ever so slightly and rustling some leaves. I didn't know what to do, and keep in mind, I'm in the middle of using the restroom, so I just blurted out, "Get your eyes off of me," because apparently that's the first thing that came to mind. I don't know. Then 2 things happened at once. The figure started emerging from the bushes towards me, and I heard the quick footsteps of my buddies behind me running over to see what the heck I was talking about. That must have been all whatever that thing in the bushes needed to see, because it took off back into the woods. My friends were quite concerned, because I'd been the one telling everyone to shut up and keep quiet all night. And now I'm yelling out loud something about myself. I told them what I'd seen, and they believed every word because one of them had heard bushes moving earlier when he went to take a leak, but he thought nothing of it.
Creepy guy at the fair. A few weeks ago, I went to the fair that comes to town once a year with a group of my friends, with no adults for the first time. There were 5 of us, all girls. 2 of the girls went to play a game, and myself and the other 2 girls went to go into the fun house. So we were waiting in line to go into the fun house. We were at the very front, and I felt a tap on my shoulder. So I looked at where I felt the tap, and literally nobody was there. Then one of my friends, let's call her Jay for privacy, pulled me closer to her and whispered, "The worker was the one that just tapped you," while glaring at him. I turned to look at him and he smiled. He has 3 teeth that were black and no other teeth in his mouth from what I could see. He was clearly an older guy. He also had gray hair and very dirty hands. But yeah, he smiled at me and then laughed and said, "I tricked you," in an almost mocking tone. Needless to say, I was extremely uncomfortable, as were my friends. We went into the fun house and Jay said that he was extremely creepy and that he shouldn't touch random girls like that. Even if it was an innocent touch by nature, it was still super creepy.
The following incident happened in high school, and it's slightly creepy, but more shady. Anyways, I'll give a little bit of background first. In middle school, I was bullied by 2 guys in 6th grade, with one even getting physical with me. Fortunately, they were taken care of. And then there was one guy in high school who was a bully to others, but not me. He was rather shady though. Now, cut to my high school days. Sometimes after classes, I would get work done at my local library, which had a computer lab in the downstairs area. The lab had about 6 rows of computers, with about 8 computers in each set row, and I would use that time to get work done. Or, if I finished early, I would surf the web. One day, it was rather busy in the computer lab area, and I signed in and took a computer. Later, I saw 3 people enter the library area and sign in to take seats. The 2 bullies from middle school years prior, and the shady guy from high school. At first I thought nothing of it. Maybe it was just a coincidence. However, as they sat down, they started whispering to each other, with one of the guys even occasionally glancing back at me for a split second, just to make sure that I was still there, before whispering again. I continued to work for the next 5 minutes, keeping an eye on the guys, and the whispering and glances increased. I also noticed that they weren't even surfing the web. They were just on the home screen, seemingly waiting for something. I had a bad feeling, and something told me that I should get up and go home. Turns out, I was right, because as soon as I logged out and started getting up, I heard one of the guys say to another, "Oh, dang it, she's leaving." I walked home without any of them following me, so it had to be something else. I have no idea what they were planning, but whatever it was, I am glad that I decided to get up and leave before things escalated. In 2017, I had heard news of people dressing up as clowns and running around with knives at night. I typically brush those things off because I got my own problems. I, at the time, was a 20-year-old female and was often up all hours of the night dealing with my screaming newborn. It was January/February, so we still had some snow, and I wasn't able to get out of the house very often. Taking out the trash, which is located right out the back door, was usually the most I got of fresh air. One morning I took out the trash and happened to glance over to the right, and I noticed footprints directly under the window to my baby's room. I walked over to inspect, and not only were there footprints, but there were also hand indentations on the window screen. Weird, but the baby slept in my room, so I was not very concerned at the moment, but my boyfriend was losing his marbles. Fast forward a couple of days, and I was up around 3 a.m. and heard not exactly what I would call screaming, but more of a screeching howl. We have lots of stray cats, so I kinda thought that's what it was, and I ignored it. Once the sun was up, I looked out the window, and I noticed a few sets of footprints that really didn't make sense, because it kinda looked like someone had just been passing in between the houses. So again, I blow it off, because we had a drug house across the street, and we have had a few people cross through our yard before to get to that house. Maybe 4 nights later, again at 3 a.m., I'm breastfeeding and hear a dragging noise against the house, and from where I was sitting on my couch, I could see the back door. The back door has a window with blinds on it, and it doesn't seal well due to wood rot on the frame. I paused the TV and listened, just to hear it again, now directly at the back door. Looking over, I can clearly see a looming figure just standing in the window, holding one of those big kitchen knives, and granted, the blinds were shut, so I'm seeing the creepy shadow version of this. He runs the knife across the window panes before softly knocking. Meanwhile, I'm trying to figure out what to do with a newborn latched on because my phone is in the bedroom, and something in me doesn't want whoever this is out of my vision. So I stand up and readjust because I really didn't want a screaming baby right then, and walking into my kitchen and flick on the light, and then said, just loud enough for him to hear me, "Hey man, I already called the police, and I'm sure you don't want to deal with them, so why don't you just go home?" I don't know why I talked to him so calm and normal like that, but I don't think that he was expecting anyone to say anything, because he froze the moment that I began talking. He talked it over with himself for a minute and darted down towards the alleyway. Never had anything like that happen again, but my boyfriend sure was mad that I didn't wake him up to handle the situation, or at least actually call the police. Not sure if this counts as a creepy encounter, but I sure was creeped out once my sleep-deprivated self realized what had happened. A few years ago, I was the only one home in a snowstorm and minding my own business. I decided to call a friend, and we talked for a while and got into some political chatter, and what many would call conspiracy theories. The discussion was getting deep into the subject. I don't even remember what we were talking about, to be honest, when suddenly the call drops, and immediately there's knocking at the door. I remember my stomach dropping, and I felt a bit frozen, but I calmed myself down and went to the door. There was a woman there with a clipboard and papers. She was dressed in a bohemian look under her jacket, and she proceeded to say hi and tell me that she's collecting petitions for a river preservation or something like that, and asks me to sign if I can. Mind you, the speech was long, and it's literally blizzarding outside. I write down fake information, and as I do, I get this weird feeling that she was trying to go inside. She was really close to the door, and I made sure to keep it close to me to ensure that she couldn't see inside. It was a small house that I was living in at the time. The vibes were weird. The call dropping after, talking about the government. She shows up right away in the middle of the storm, asking for info. It really left me uneasy. It could have been a coincidence, though. Many years ago, I, a 24-year-old male at the time, would hang out with a coworker of mine most Friday nights at a bar and play pool. I'm not good at pool, but sometimes after I've had a few drinks in me, I start to play well. My coworker was pretty good, so on the nights that I was hot, we would often clean up and be playing for a while. The usual way pool works in a bar is you come up and put a quarter on the table to claim next game. The winner stays on the table and the new group pays for that game. The table took 4 quarters to release the balls for the next game. If you keep winning, you stay on the table and don't pay. This particular bar had a main floor and a basement level, and the pool table was in the basement. On this night, it was slow. We played a few games 1v1 between us since nobody else was around. Eventually, these two other guys came down and wanted to play, and we proceeded to beat them in an uneventful game. One of the guys seemed to get agitated that they lost, but wanted to play again. We told them to pay for it and we can play again, and this guy started arguing that he shouldn't have to pay and we should split it. We explained how it usually works and he reluctantly agreed. My coworker and I then proceeded to kick their butt again. This made the guy mad. He started screaming at us, insulting us, just losing it. The two of us were both in decent shape at the time, so we didn't feel threatened, and there was no way we were going to give up the table to these guys and leave. In hindsight, we should have just left. Miraculously, we actually managed to calm this guy down. He seemed susceptible to reason, maybe understood there was a protocol for playing. We cracked some self-deprecating jokes and eventually fell into a decent rapport with these two guys. They kept wanting to play, and we kept beating them. But they kept paying and we were joking around and doing some playful trash talking, etc. Then the guy who was angry earlier started to get too comfortable. He would come over and stand way too close to me. He started touching me and putting his hands on my shoulders, and he kept on talking about my shirt and how much he loved it. It was a boring, plaid pattern green shirt, but he would not stop talking about it. At one point, he came up behind me while I was shooting and grabbed at the collar and pulled it away from me because he needed to know what size it was and wanted to see the tag. This was really starting to make me angry, so my coworker and I eventually said that we're going upstairs to get some beers, and we just left. That Monday, I was back to work. I work at the TV industry, and at the time, I was working at a small local TV station. It was my first job out of college, and I was working my way up. And at the time, I was doing a weekly rotation with two other people where we would cycle through different jobs in the control room. That week, I was the Chiron operator, which is the machine that does live on-air graphics, lower thirds, over-the-shoulder boxes, full-screen pictures, etc. I would come in, make the graphics, then during the news I would call them up and have everything ready when it needed to be. I missed the morning meeting that day for some reason, so I didn't know what any of the stories were about. One story was about a crime, so I opened the folder that a producer left mugshots in to get it ready in the Chiron. To my shock, there he was, that creep from the bar staring back at me through the screen. I couldn't open up the show rundown fast enough to see what he did. Apparently, the next night at the same bar, he stabbed someone in the parking lot, allegedly over a fight regarding the pool table. The guy he stabbed lived, but whenever this story pops in my head, I always think about how my night would have ended if we didn't ride the fine line between making this guy too angry or letting him get too friendly. So this all starts when me and my two buddies, me 19 and them 20 and 17, went to go fish off this bank on the river in the afternoon. The layout is that you drive over the levee before you drop down into a boat ramp / parking area right next to the river. We brought pizza, beer, weed, music, and of course our rods, hoping we'd just hang out and do some late night fishing. At this point, we're all set up on the bank with our chairs and speaker having a nice evening, and it's probably been 2 hours and it's 9 p.m. now. All three of us were feeling good with some beers in our system, and then, all of a sudden, we hear 2 cars with super loud music pull up, and everyone gets out. The cars must have had 4 to 5 people in them each, because I heard a lot of people talking, but it was all in Spanish, so I couldn't make anything out. We try to ignore it, but then it gets so loud that we couldn't enjoy ourselves. So we start packing our stuff to head back to the car and just chill out while we sober up. While we're gathering our things, we start to hear what sounds like an argument go down. We start to hear lots of glass shattering and people screaming at the top of their lungs. They couldn't see us, but they were basically no more than 20 feet behind our heads. At this point, we're just keeping quiet, and then you start to hear what sounded like someone getting punched repeatedly, and then a loud splash into the river by the boat ramp, and someone saying, "Nah, leave him," which was the only words spoken in English. At this point, we didn't know what we just heard happen, and we didn't want to stick around to find out. The three of us trekked back up the steep incline to get back to the car, but as soon as we came into their view, they all got back into their two cars and quickly sped back over the levee. Except we spotted one of the cars just sitting on top of the levee, slowly creeping forward. When we turned our car on, that car went fully over the levee. We realized we were the only car left in the parking lot, and it was now pitch black outside, around 9:30 p.m. We sat there for no more than 30 seconds just trying to process what we just heard go down, and then we decided we need to get out of there completely and park somewhere to sober up all the way. As we're going over the levee, the road goes over it and then down and makes a sharp left. Right after we take that sharp left, our hearts drop when we see 4 cars lined up completely horizontal across the road, blocking us from getting through. There's orchards on our left and right, so there was no going around at all. At this point, my buddy just gassed it straight towards their bumpers to try and split in between the cars and get out of there, even if it meant damaging the front end of his car. Just as we do that, one of the 4 cars slightly moved out of the way, creating a gap. We flew right through it and got out of there, and they were laying on the horn while we passed through. We didn't know what their intentions were, but clearly there were 2 cars in the boat ramp area where we were at, and 2 cars on the other side of the levee blocking the road from anyone else coming in. I ended up filing a police report, just in case they really did bump a body into the river. It happens all the time here, but I haven't heard anything back. Definitely one of my most terrifying experiences. I'm a 25-year-old female, and I was around 22 at the time of this story. I used to work at Starbucks, and there was a regular there. We'll call him John. John is old enough to be my dad, probably like 60s. I'd see him every day, and we never really even made small talk. I ended up transferring to a store down the street, and I noticed John started coming in. I thought maybe he just frequents stores in the area, no big deal, until he started bringing me gifts out of nowhere. He gave me his old Bluetooth Bose speaker, perfume, roses, a giant stuffed animal, etc. I hadn't seen John come in for a few days, so to my surprise, I'm on a break and someone comes and tells me he's asking for me. He hands me this straw hat with painted birds all over and says, "I just got back from Mexico, saw this hat and it reminded me of so much of you and knew you had to have it." What the F? To top the cake, I had graduated college while I was working there. John comes in probably a week later with a bunch of pizzas and congratulates me for my victory. I never told him, or really even made a big deal about it at work. This is a customer who I went from seeing every day for 2 years with minimal contact to absolute off the deep end love bombing, coming out of literal thin air. This happened about 5 years ago when I was attending college in a small, rural town. I'm a female, and I was 21 at the time, and I lived in a duplex with 2 roommates in a neighborhood. We had 2 houses on either side of us. We never really saw our neighbors much or talked to them until it was maybe 3 to 4 a.m. I was just getting home from my boyfriend's house. I pull into the driveway and start walking up to my door when I hear, "Help me. Please help me." At first, I was so startled that I bolted towards my door, but then I realized someone actually might need help. So I slowly walked back out front and noticed an older woman laying in my neighbor's yard. She calls out to me again, "Please help me. I think I broke my hip. I fell off the porch." I walk over to her and ask if I can call an ambulance. She says, "No. Can you please go inside and get Dr. Jones?" I don't remember the exact name she said, but I do remember her saying doctor. I'm going to preface this by saying I know my next actions were not smart, but I wasn't thinking clearly at the time. So I walk inside the house and start calling out for Dr. Jones. While inside, I notice an open bedroom door with the light on and a mattress on the floor, which I assumed was the woman's room. I walked further back into the house calling out for Dr. Jones, and he eventually comes out of a back bedroom. He looks just as startled as I was. I tell him the situation and he follows me outside and helps her up. They thank me, and I go back inside my house. The rest of the time I lived there, I never saw either of them again. Still, one of the weirdest things that's ever happened to me. It was 2002. I was 13 and had just started middle school. I was opened up to many different groups of people, and I definitely found myself interested in the punk/goth group of kids, mostly because I had a crush on one of the boys who had shoulder-length straight black hair and wore a floor-length black trench coat. What a weird time. Shortly after meeting him, he became my first boyfriend, and I absolutely wanted to match his style. I loved the style anyways, but matching him made it seem so much cooler back then. He also gave me an old skateboard to practice with because he loved skateboarding. I came home from school one day and begged my mom to take me to the mall to get some new clothes. My poor mom, who had just bought me tons of new school clothes, was kind enough to take me to get new clothes in this style that I wanted. She was such a saint. So we get to the mall and I head straight for Hot Topic, Zoomies, Spencer's, and PacSun. My mom definitely wasn't ready for Hot Topic, so she bought me a pair of black, wide-legged cargo pants from PacSun, a black hoodie with a red Independent logo, and some skate shoes. I wanted to be a skater girl. We got home around 8 p.m., and I asked if I could go to my friend's house to show off my cool new look. She said no and that it was getting late, and it was a school night. So I put all my new clothes on and decided to go out on my driveway and practice my kickflips. As I was heading down my stairs, I decided that maybe I should bring the cordless phone with me. This was before cell phones were given to kids. The cordless phone wouldn't work beyond my front porch, but it made me feel better. So I put the bulky phone in my pocket, took another look at myself in the mirror, and decided to put my very long hair in a low ponytail and tuck it into my hoodie and pull the hood up. I had a gut feeling that something might happen, so I wanted to disguise myself as a guy. My stepdad was playing video games in the family room, which had windows facing our court and driveway. I told him that I was going to leave the front door open and close the glass storm door to let more light out, and also so that my mom and stepdad could easily see me if they looked out the door. I don't know why I had all of these inclinations, but I was listening to them. I walked out the door to the end of my driveway and started messing around with my board. I had been out there for maybe 5 to 10 minutes when I saw a figure in the distance. There was a man dressed in all white. He was wearing what looked like an all-white Sean John sweatsuit, white high-top sneakers, and a white pageboy hat. He stood out against the dark night, and his clothes illuminated under the glow of the street lamps. I didn't recognize him, and we really didn't have a lot of people walk around by my house because my court sat at the bottom of 2 inclined roads. People typically took different routes that didn't force you to walk downhill and uphill. He was walking with a sort of purposeful limp, like he thought it looked cool. His head looked down towards the ground the whole time, and he slowly made his way down the sidewalk on the other side of the street. I stopped kicking my board around and stayed quiet just watching this guy. Once he got to where my court was, he crossed the street. I could feel myself getting nervous, but I watched him cross and continue up the street. The worry left me and I went back to my skateboard, did a kickflip, landed it excitedly, and turned around to see if the guy was still on his walking path away from my house. But then suddenly, I see him turn around and start walking back toward my court. I stood there so confused just watching. He wasn't picking up pace, but he was looking at me now. I waited to see if he would continue on straight forward or turn into my court, hoping he would just keep walking. Then I see his body shift to the left and turn onto the sidewalk that leads to my driveway. I kicked my board up into my hands and darted to my front porch and turned to look back, and he was standing in the driveway taking small steps forward. I swung the door open and I heard him call me a name. I ran inside, locked the door, and ran upstairs to my sister's room to look out her window, which overlooked the driveway. He was still standing there with a wide-legged stance and balled-up fists, not moving at all. I was frozen in fear, and he was frozen in anger, probably. After about 20 seconds, he turned around and continued back in the direction he had originally been walking. I don't know what he wanted or what he was going to do, but he gave me an awful feeling. I didn't tell my parents until the next day. I'm not sure why I waited, but at that point, there wasn't anything that we could do. I don't know why I had all those prior feelings that something was going to happen, but I'm glad I listened and stayed aware of my surroundings. That was one of the first times I had a scary encounter, and it definitely sticks out in my memory of creepy encounters. Always be aware of the people around you. You never know what could happen. This happened last year, and I honestly forgot until it came up in my Snapchat memories. My then roommate, a 20-year-old female, and I, another 20-year-old female, were studying for finals and pulled an all-nighter. Around 3:30, we decided to go to the gas station to get snacks. When we finally came back, we sat in the car for a few minutes before heading in. While we were walking up the stairs to our house, we heard the most gut-wrenching scream coming from behind us. It was nearly 4 a.m., and it sounded like someone was being murdered. My roommate, of course, freezes in fear with the keys, so I had to unlock the door and basically throw us both inside. Shortly after, on the ring, we saw a person throw garbage bags in the dumpster across the street. We called the police because we were terrified and sat locked in my bedroom all night. We went down to the station in the morning because we had caught the scream on our Ring doorbell. The police claim all they saw was an old woman walking around, and it sounded very young. Safe to say, I didn't sleep well until I moved out of that place. It still gives me anxiety thinking about it. I hope it was just some weird person, and not something more sinister. I went to college in Florida. After graduating, the first thing on my mind was getting out of there. So I made plans to move across the country and start a new life. I was a 23-year-old female at the time with all the options in the world. Everything was in order. I quit my job and a friend of mine agreed to take over my lease. I'd been living alone in a townhouse since my previous roommate graduated, so my friend moved into the other bedroom while I was preparing to move out. About a week later, 10 p.m., the two of us were watching TV when there was a knock at the door. My friend got up to answer. He came back with a bag full of food from a sandwich delivery place, assuming I'd ordered it. I hadn't. We thought maybe it had been delivered to the wrong address, but there was my name and address on the receipt. The phone number on the receipt, however, was unfamiliar. I called the number, and someone answered, but they never spoke. I could only hear the ambient sounds of a room and breathing. I searched the phone number and it appeared to be through an app. I convinced myself that this was some kind of prank or misunderstanding. A few nights later, another knock at the door. My friend insisted on answering again, and I heard him telling a delivery person that this was a mistake. She doesn't live here anymore. No one ordered food to this address. The driver responded that they had taken the order themselves over the phone and spoken to a man who simply asked for the specials and ordered the first one. It was the same number on the receipt. I called again and again. I heard someone listening on the other end. The deliveries kept coming in every few nights. My move was delayed for unrelated reasons, and the longer I stayed, the more it began to really scare me. Why would someone do this? One time I called the number after another delivery, with my friend sitting next to me. The stranger picked up the phone as usual, but this time we heard a faint voice. She definitely still lives there. Then abrupt silence. I didn't recognize the person speaking, but I realized I shouldn't have been calling from my own number. I never called again. My friend tried, but the person on the other end never spoke aside from that one time. Eventually, most of the deliveries stopped, but someone continued harassing us for months in various ways. That phone number began calling at all hours of the day and night, sometimes 30 calls in a row. They usually called my phone, but called my friend sometimes as well. If we answered, they would immediately hang up and call again. I began getting random friend requests on every social media with messages such as, "Don't you remember meeting at the party last night?" when I definitely hadn't left my house in a week. Most disturbingly, someone also started throwing eggs at the townhouse, which suggested the stalker was local and knew where I lived. Maybe he was watching every time a delivery was dropped off. Maybe he was watching other times too. The only thing I ever learned was that he knew I hadn't moved. By this point, I was staying inside as much as possible, but you have to leave the house sometimes. I was terrified until I finally moved and blocked the number. My friend elected not to take over my lease, but I was always thankful he stayed with me those last couple of months. This was about 8 years ago now, and I still don't have the faintest idea who it could have been. My former coworkers and a few college friends knew I was moving, but I couldn't think of anyone who would have a reason to keep track of whether or not I'd moved. And I didn't recognize their voice the one time I heard it. To this day, I refuse to answer unknown phone numbers or unexpected knocks at my door. Even contactless delivery gives me anxiety. I'm always half expecting them to show up again. One evening after work, my boyfriend, a 34-year-old male, and I, a 26-year-old female, were trying to decide what we wanted to eat, and if we wanted to cook something or order it. We decided to have some food delivered to us, so I clicked on my DoorDash app and placed an order. We waited a little while, and it said the Dasher was on their way. My boyfriend had gone to the kitchen table and was moving stuff. I began hearing shuffling outside the door. Our dog hears it as well and begins barking. My boyfriend quiets down and tells him he doesn't hear anything. I'm just looking because this time he wasn't just hearing things. I had heard it too. The shuffling was odd, like someone was rubbing up against our door. It had gotten quiet. Then I started hearing the shuffling again with mumbling, and at that point, I was just staring at the door and looking like what the heck, and the dog starts up again. Before my boyfriend or I could say anything, here comes 3 hard knocks that made me jump and made my dog stop barking. Since my boyfriend was already up, he went to the door and opened it. There were 2 guys standing there. Where I was sitting and how my boyfriend was standing in the doorway, I could mostly see them, but they couldn't see me. They looked surprised to see that my boyfriend answered the door instead of me. They awkwardly gave him the food and said for him to have a great day. My boyfriend turned around and was like, "They look real surprised to see me. I can only imagine if you had answered the door alone." For whatever reason, that made my stomach sink, thinking about what if I were the one to answer the door and my boyfriend hadn't been home yet. I don't know if I was just paranoid, but thinking back to when this happened makes me uneasy. I had a stalker for a very short time. I first noticed him when I was out for a walk. He looked like an average guy, except something sent my alarm bells blaring. As soon as I noticed him, I felt like I couldn't stand or talk properly. He was walking weird and kept crossing the street when I was with intensity and making eye contact with me. He looked familiar to me for some reason. I saw him again at a bus stop near where I live. He was standing there just looking at me. Then he looked like he wanted to say something, and I quickly went home. He didn't catch the bus either. Also, he stared at me walking home. Then I saw a guy that was giving me a bad gut feeling when I normally would feel safe. He looked familiar. He approached me, and what happened was really scary. He kept saying that he knew me and was hurt that I didn't recognize him. He wanted a place to stay. He had weed for me. He thought I was very beautiful. And he said that he'd contact me again. I forget what he looks like. I'm so scared that I wouldn't recognize him if he approached me again. Everyone is telling me that it wasn't that bad, but none of them met him. Also, around the same time, a guy returned my dog at 10 at night, and the interaction rubbed me the wrong way. Since that, I keep getting friend requests from fake accounts. A guy approached my sister and her friend claiming to be a neighbor. and they felt something was off, but they couldn't place it. Also, this guy has a photo of me on his phone that he took. I didn't realize that was happening. I don't think my life is in danger currently, but that's really creepy in my opinion. Also, someone broke into our car and took weird, useless things and went through personal stuff. I just have a feeling that it's not a coincidence sometimes. I'm a 25-year-old female, and I was waiting for my at-the-time partner to finish work. He worked at a pub in our city as a chef. I would finish work earlier than him and have a drink, and sometimes talk to locals who frequented the bar. One day I was outside on the balcony having a cigarette, and this guy came out and asked if he could join me. He seemed as normal as could be. Normal clothing, tidy hair, etc. You could walk past him in the street and not notice him. I said sure and handed him a lighter. All seemed normal. I felt safe as the balcony had a lot of people sitting around and drinking. Conversation was normal. He asked what I did. I asked what he did for a job. He was an orderly at the hospital. He randomly said something like, "Don't you just wish the balcony would collapse and everyone fall and get crushed?" I was shocked. I laughed a little because I thought maybe he had a very dark sense of humor. I tried to change the subject and started asking about his work. I remember looking around for my then partner. He wasn't finished yet, but I hoped he was. Asking about that was a mistake. He told me that he would often go to the rooms where people were in long-term comas and mess with them. To be honest, I thought he was just reusing a storyline from the Kill Bill movie. But the way he talked about it, and his eyes went weird. It was like he was excited to tell someone. His eyes were kind of wild when he spoke. He had the creepiest smile when he started talking about it, and staring off and rambling about wanting to kill one of them in their coma. I freaked out and jumped up saying I needed to go to the bathroom. I got one of the bouncers and had this man removed. As he was being taken out, I was standing at the door watching to make sure he left. He started screeching and pointing at me over the mountain of a man bouncer who was almost carrying him out. He was saying, "You laughed. When the balcony collapsed, you laughed. You're in on this too. It's your fault too." I felt gross and dirty after this, and tried to block it out of my memory. I should have said something to someone, but I never did. I didn't even tell my partner. I just wanted him and his crazy eyes to disappear. I've never spoken about this to anyone, apart from the girl who was with me when this happened. We had just turned 18, and it was summer, and there was this old abandoned bandstand where we would go to drink wine and talk about the future and watch the stars. We went often. I now realize that was a bit silly of us, but we were young. One night, it would have been around 2 a.m., a dude dressed in all black walked past the road above us and looked down at us. My friend was creeped out, and I was like, "It's okay if you don't feel comfortable. We can leave." We started to gather our things, and this guy jumped up through the entrance on the other side. The road he was on to the entrance would have been like a 5-minute walk, and we couldn't have been getting ready to leave for longer than 2 minutes. He must have bolted around there. We ran away, and he followed us, chasing us up the steps. It was honestly the scariest experience of our lives. My friend was falling over as she ran because she was so scared, so I put her in front of me so I could keep picking her up. She said she had looked behind us and he was so close. She said if he had reached his hand out, he would have been able to grab my hood and pull me back. We ran for around 10 minutes and I'm not exactly sure when he stopped following us, but it was so scary. We ran onto the grounds of our old high school with the idea of, if he does do anything, we will be on CCTV. We never drank there again after that, and never found out who he was. But I have to believe that his intentions were not good. Almost a year ago, I, a 24-year-old male, was fresh out of college and had just moved into an apartment with my middle school bestie, a 23-year-old female, and her fiancé, a 25-year-old male. This was after a long period of not seeing her in person. My bestie and I had a long and great relationship with few rocky periods. I didn't know fiancé well, but I had met him a couple of times. He came off as kind of rude and loud, but mostly nice enough. I let a lot of little annoying behaviors slide because she was so in love with him. I really just wanted to spend time with my best friend. Over the course of a few months, I slowly discovered that she was trapped in an abusive relationship with the most classic example of a malignant narcissist imaginable. Their fights, really just him raging at her while she cried, escalated to the point where he was completely trashing the apartment, breaking her phone and laptop, hiding her car keys, blocking the door, and grabbing her arms so hard that she had bruises, all while hurling out the worst insults that he could fathom at the top of his lungs for hours. This man is about a foot taller and 100 pounds heavier than me, so there was nothing I could do other than give her a ride somewhere else away from him until the next day. He didn't like it when I did that. Once it reached the point of physical harm against her, I put my foot down and demanded that he move out or I would call the cops. He wasn't technically signed onto the lease, so I could have him kicked out. He begged me for time to find a new place. He was extremely drunk and high the night that he hurt her, and he promised to stay sober until he moved. Not wanting to escalate things, I agreed on the condition that nothing like that ever happened again. My friend and her fiancé broke up soon after that. 3 weeks pass and everything is going great. Ex-fiancé has found a new place, is in training for a new job, and while still loud and inconsiderate, he hasn't caused any problems so far. I get ready for bed early. I have an important meeting early tomorrow. I put on some comfy pajamas, locking the door before I change out of habit. My bestie is out working, and it's just me upstairs in bed, and ex-fiancé downstairs yelling on the phone about something. I tuned him out and try to sleep. He's moving out next week. My chest rattles from the booming footfalls up the stairs to my room, waking me up from sleep. My eyes snap open to see my bedroom doorknob rattling back and forth. Locked. He lets out a yell of pure malice and bangs on my door. He screams my name, and it's so slurred that he sounds like he's trying to impersonate a lizard man. The hinges aren't looking so good. We lived in a crappy, cheap apartment with thin doors. I have to do something before he breaks the door open, right? I say the only thing I can think of. What the heck? Suddenly, the banging and screaming stops. My doorknob falls still. After a terrifying moment of silence, he says flatly, "Open the door, bud. Just come and open the door." I still laugh about that one. Like after all that, I'd just walk over and open up. Instead, I grabbed my essentials and jumped out the window. I was on the second floor, but we lived on a hill, so the fall wasn't quite that high. Still managed to fall wrong. I hobbled as quickly as I could to my car and peeled away. I called my best friend and warned her not to go home. We made plans for her to stay with a friend after she got off work. I made it to the friend's house and passed out for a few hours. I woke up to a call from my bestie. He traveled all the way to her workplace with a knife and broke in. He assaulted her and held the knife up to her special needs client's throat and said that he'd kill him in front of her. Thank God a coworker overheard everything in another room and was able to call the police in time for everyone to come out alive. My bestie also said that he was on the phone with her while he was banging on my door, and he said he was going to kill me and make her listen. I was totally alone in the apartment with him, sleeping upstairs in my bed. If I hadn't locked my door that night, would I still even be alive? If I had left my car keys downstairs, would I have been able to get away? When I returned to my apartment the next morning, my bedroom door was completely kicked in. My belongings were scattered everywhere, and the large butcher knives were missing from the kitchen. Instead, sitting in the corner of the hallway to my room. This happened when I was about 11 or 12. It was a Sunday afternoon and I was hanging out with two friends, Lisa and Michael. We were all around the same age. We were bored and looking for something to do. It was a warm, sunny day, so we decided to have a walk over to the golf course that joined on our housing estate and look for some frogs in the little stream that ran through the course. The stream was quite far back on the golf course, in a quiet area where you didn't encounter many people playing golf. We were just enjoying ourselves and looking for frogs when we became aware of a guy in the distance dressed in all black, walking in our direction. The golf course has public access and has a few different entry/exit points, so it wasn't uncommon for people to use the golf course for walks or as a cut-through to get somewhere. Anyway, a little while later, Michael noticed that the guy had stopped in his tracks facing us, still with some distance between us, and he appeared to be just stood there, having a pee while staring at us. Now that I'm older and I look back on it, I don't know if he was peeing or doing something else, but he was definitely exposed. Obviously, this creeped us out, so we decided to go. We started walking back in the direction of the exit. The guy started catching up to us, so we continued to up our pace until we were basically running, with the guy running behind us. At this point, myself and Lisa were starting to get upset. We started crying a little while we ran holding hands. Michael was faster than us, so he told me and Lisa to run on ahead, and he would try and delay the guy so we could get a head start. By this point, we are in full tears, and look back to see Michael literally running around in circles with this guy hot on his heels. We finally found some older men playing golf. They didn't seem to bat an eyelid or wonder why two young girls were running while hysterically crying. So we tried asking them for help and told them that there was a man chasing us and our friend was holding him off. We kind of expected that the men would help, but they dismissed us and told us to just leave them alone. To this day, it absolutely disgusts me that these men were approached by two distressed children who asked for their help, and they couldn't care less. Michael finally caught up with us and told us he had lost the man, but we still needed to run because we didn't know where he was, and the golf course had lots of trees and stuff that he could have been hiding behind. We finally made it to the exit, and just as we were going through the back gate on the housing estate, we saw the guy walking up the center of the golf course. We ran to Michael's house that was the closest to where we were. Michael's dad and uncle went to the golf course to see if they could see the guy, but the golf course is massive, so he could have been literally anywhere. This happened in the early 2000s. In the 80s before I was born, my grandma was apparently grabbed by a man whilst walking her dog on the same golf course. She only got away because her dog went for the man who grabbed her, and that caused him to let go of my grandma. I don't actually know if the guy wanted to cause us harm, seeing as though it would have been 3 against 1, or if he just got a kick out of exposing himself in front of us and thrill from the chase. But either way, it was absolutely terrifying, and we never did fight any frogs in the end. Just a golf course creeper. Me, 16, and my sister, 15, went to a nearby Goodwill to find some athletic wear for her. It wasn't that long after we entered that my dad approached me and gave me his clothes to hold as he wanted to smoke a cigarette outside. I had always stuck to the buddy system when alone, but I figured as my dad could see me and I was within earshot of my sister, I was able to browse the clothes. There wasn't very much at our Goodwill. It was after I turned down an aisle where the books and CDs were that I noticed a man in a bright blue shirt was behind me. I had essentially thought nothing of it and browsed through the records, but I started to get this weird and itchy feeling after I noticed that he kept on inching closer. At the time, I already found a record and was debating if I should quickly turn and walk off, but I was admittedly stupid and didn't get away as fast as I wanted to. He seemed really icky and creepy when he was pretending to browse the lack of books. I wasn't there for long before my dad had found me and told me that it was time to go. I was incredibly grateful for his timing, as I was feeling really tense and anxious. My dad even told the man to back up and watch how close he was, but the man didn't even react. He just stayed hunched over looking at the same shelf of books. I quickly turned the conversation to something light as my sister came over, when we were walking to the counter, and kept it that way for the rest of our outing. But what made me feel worse was the fact that the man, not even 5 minutes later as we were checking out, had moved from the spot and was looking at us. Not only that, but he had moved to another location in the store, further away in the women's section, stared at us for a bit, then started to look around. The whole ordeal was really uncomfortable and was the first I ever experienced firsthand. Even I had doubts that maybe he was browsing and wasn't being a creep, but the fact that he kept on inching closer and even watched us checked out continued to stay on my mind the whole time. It just made me feel really out of place. He didn't come out of the store or follow us from what I can tell. We went to 3 other places afterwards, but it was such an unforgettable experience. I had just felt like writing this after experiencing this earlier today, and like, this whole experience just solidified the fear I have of being alone next to a strange man. It is times like today that I pity the fact that I was born a woman. I moved into this new apartment maybe last August. Right outside is a busy side road that leads to a grocery store, and it's constant driving, unless it's late. Usually after 8 it tends to become empty and barren. The streetlights line the path on both sides. However, across the street here are large trees and a lot of trash. The trash resembles a homeless man's old home, but I've walked by it many times and never seen one person. One night I was outside on my deck smoking, and I looked to see a man under the branches of a low-hanging tree, standing in the dark, motionless, not saying a thing. I couldn't tell if he was staring at me or the trees or anywhere. It was just a figure. It freaked me out and I went inside. I turned the TV on to forget about it. An hour or so later, I turned off the TV, and as I'm closing the blinds, the man is still there, in the same spot. Not moving, just still. I wonder what he was doing, if he was even real or just my imagination. I spent my childhood in a village between the countryside and the city. It was a quiet place, like any small village one perceives during childhood. The case I'm going to talk about is not terrifying, but it is mysterious. There's a man who often prowls along the farm, the bookstore not far from my mother's house, and the metro stations. He's not dangerous. He's even a nice person. But almost everyone makes fun of him and thinks he's crazy. I don't really know much about him other than his name is Alan, and he's a man who was in the Vietnam War, and I think he has PTSD. I saw him again, not long ago, while shopping with my mother. He greeted us and came to tell us that he had seen aliens. He always whistles friendly Western film music on the way while he walks. Always seemingly cheerful, but very lonely. I don't even know where he lives. He's the kind of man who tells you that one day he's a grandmaster black belt in karate, and then another day he's going to act in a cowboy movie. That he was a close friend of Bruce Lee and other things. Most disturbing is his obsession with aliens and fairies, but when you talk to him, you get used to it. I've known him for many years and he hasn't changed. He's someone who hasn't aged physically. It's very disturbing. He says he traveled back in time. Last summer, I took 2 of my kids and 2 of my daughter's friends to a Renaissance fair. As we were leaving, the girls, 15, 15, and 16, were walking ahead of us when I could see a man approach them and appear to ask to take their pictures. He had camera equipment, so my first thought was that he was with the fair, taking pictures to be sold. When I got up close to them, I realized that he didn't have an employee shirt on or any indication of who he was. I stopped him from taking the picture and politely asked why he was taking a picture of my girls. Just one is mine, but he didn't need to know that. He had the gall and bristle to say, well, first of all, because they said I could, and turned his back to me. Wrong thing to do. I stepped in front of him and said, absolutely not. You're not taking pictures of them. The girls were confused, and the dude tried to motion to them to step to the side. I raised my voice to make a scene and said, you are not taking photos of my girls. He asked which one was mine. I glared at him with my best teacher glare and said, all of them. He shook his head and started to walk off, then turned to hand 2 of them business cards and said to call him. I grabbed them out of his hands and told him to leave. He stormed off. The cards had perforations on the edges and looked as though he had made them at home. They advertised him as a modeling agent with a phone number. The kids wanted to know why I was being mean to him. They had also assumed that he was with the fair. After I explained that if he had been legit, he would have looked for a parent rather than avoiding one, and I explained what kind of modeling he may have had in mind, I could see it click with them, and they were completely creeped out. The audacity on this dude. My wife and I took our new baby to the waterfront in Wilmington, and the baby started getting cranky, so we decided to sit down on the bench and feed him. When it was my turn to do the bottle, this bedraggled-looking guy, shoulder-length matted hair, unshaven face and neck, dirty t-shirt, comes over and tells us that our baby is so beautiful and starts telling us how beautiful of a couple we are. I said thank you and continued feeding my baby, and he just keeps going on and on about how beautiful my wife and I are, and that it just warms his heart seeing such beautiful people out together with such a beautiful baby. My wife whispers something to me about how uncomfortable she is, and I nod. He then comes over to the bench and sits down right next to me and the baby. I mean right next to us. There's probably not even 6 inches between my infant son and this weird stranger. And he again starts talking about how beautiful we are. And I finally look at him and say, dude, could you give us some space? And he gets up immediately and is apologetic and tells us again how nice it was seeing such a beautiful, loving couple. Part of me worries that I snapped at a genuinely nice man, trying to be personable. But I am of the school of thought that random strangers don't come within 6 inches of a baby. Either way, if I don't know how to read a situation, I'm always going to err on the side of keeping my baby safe. I was recently driving from a campsite in southern Minnesota. I was driving on back roads. As I left a tiny town, maybe 500 people, I noticed a silver SUV ahead of me. They were about a half-mile in front of me. The SUV pulled onto the shoulder of the road. No flashers. I went around them, pulling into the other side of the lane to be nice. As soon as I get by them, they pull right back onto the road behind me. I go through another small town, and then to a bigger town, 20,000 people. I'm turning from a single lane to a double. Traffic law states to go into the closest lane. I went to the far lane. They stayed right behind me. I'm nervous at this point. They've been following me for about 30 to 40 minutes. I keep telling myself that it was just a coincidence. I knew my next turn did not have a turn lane. I decided to make the corner without signaling. I had signaled every other turn I made, and so had the SUV. I was keeping an eye on them. No signal, but he did follow me around the corner. I had not slowed down to give a clue that I was turning either. The SUV followed me for another 30 minutes. I finally lost him when I barely made it through a railroad crossing before the train. He was stuck on the other side of the train from me. I made the last 30 minutes of my drive with no sign of the silver SUV. I had a church acquaintance who we'll call Matthew for this story. He was popular, funny, charismatic, and attractive. I myself had once been interested in him, but by this point I knew better. He was flirty with everyone, and I wasn't into being one of the many. We were all back in town for a break over a holiday from university. It was cold, and we ended up at a rental house near downtown in a sketchy neighborhood. The party itself wasn't terribly memorable. My best friend Faith had ended up in Matthew's lap. Some kissing, but still out in a main room, and then appeared to drink too much. So we were going home. She had already had some very bad stuff happen to her while drinking, so I was already a bit concerned about her getting too drunk. Matthew, I thought, was helping me walk her out to my car when he offered to give her a ride home because she lived closer to him. I told him no, I would take her home. He stopped in the middle of the street holding onto her arm pulling. He wanted to take her. I held her other arm, again, reassured that I would be taking her. I made a pretty firm declaration that she came with me and she would be leaving with me. This is when things got weirder. Matthew's face changed, and he went through every human emotion trying to convince me to let him take her, from trying to peer pressure me, begging with tears to anger, pulling with each approach. If I hadn't seen it, I don't know that I would have believed a person could be so fake. But it weirded me out and reinforced that there was something very, very off about him. I think we stood in the road arguing over her for 5 to 10 minutes. Once he'd given it all he had, he abruptly gave up, and I hustled to get her in my car and far, far away from him. I dropped her off as planned. I drove home just shook, but it brought to my mind all of the other crazy things that he did previously. Killed and tortured kittens, used to whisper extremely inappropriate things in my ear and others during church to get me to react, started fires, the list goes on. His mom escaped his bio-abusive dad and changed their last names. But the real kicker for me was when I found out he was pursuing an occupation in medicine that pretty much controls if you live or die in surgery. I was disturbed. The next day, I checked in with my friend to ask if she remembered what he did that night or how things felt to her. She vaguely remembered a struggle, but that was it. The alcohol had erased a lot. I ended up moving across the country, unrelated, and so did he, so I didn't have to be in any contact with him anymore. I warned my friends because they still ran into him from time to time during the holidays. I wish I could have warned the world. At the time, the cycling through every single emotion for minutes on a freezing night, trying to get my friend in his car, already practically passed out to do whatever he wanted. It all felt cold and evil. It's definitely one creepy encounter that I won't ever forget. I'm a 22-year-old female. I was 18 years old at the time. In those days, I was a party girl, going out 3 times a week and drinking a lot. That time was wild. I decided to host a party. It was my first party, and I rented a space in my village. It was a cabin on location for events, very cheap for locals. I organized everything with my 18-year-old female best friend. Let's call her Marie, and another friend, another 18-year-old female named Rose. We were having fun decorating and preparing the party. I was so stressed about the party potentially being lame. I decided to cope the stress with alcohol. When the party started and people arrived, I was already tipsy. I invited unrelated people I knew from middle school to high school, and some friends I made at college, even though no one knew anyone. The party was great and people were meeting with each other. I had a boyfriend, 19, who was coming with his friends. We were around 30 people. It was late summer, so the weather was mild, and most people were outside talking, laughing, and dancing. I had this middle school friend, let's call her Luna, who binge drank and threw up at the entrance of the cabin. She even hurt her foot, and so she had some difficulties walking. I was, at that point, drunk, but I wanted to help my friend. I asked her if she wanted to be put to bed, and she said yes. I took her arm and guided her to my house. I live in a small village in the countryside, so it takes less than 5 minutes to get to my house. It was super safe. I used to wander alone in the streets late at night, around 1 a.m. to 4 a.m., when I had insomnia, and nothing ever happened. It was pitch dark. We were the only ones outside. As we walked, we saw a white SUV but didn't think much of it. I came home, gave her some water, and let her sleep in my room. I was alone with my sister that night. I warned her of the presence of my friend and headed back to the party. I was not walking straight since I was so intoxicated. I saw the white SUV parked near the farm. As I continued walking, a black car stopped next to me and opened its window. I looked at the man. I still don't know what age he was. It was so dark. He said to me, "I've seen this white SUV following you for a while. It's dangerous. You should come to my car." I was drunk, but I directly felt that something was wrong. I just answered that I was okay and my friends were nearby. He insisted. He repeated to come to his car for my safety. My inner alarm bells went off as I was trying to walk faster and answered again that I was okay. Suddenly, I heard the car's door open. He was not alone. I didn't think twice. I just ran for my life. I arrived quickly to the cabin. My friends were all drunk. One of my drunk male friends was complimenting Rose. They saw me coming at them in a hurry. The male friend looked at me and started to compliment me. I told him, "Man, someone tried to abduct me." He stared at me and told me that I shouldn't have left alone, that it was not safe. The party lasted until 4 a.m. People who didn't drink took their cars and left. The few others were inside the cabin and started to talk. One of my boyfriend's friends was mad on the Snapchat group because he forgot his knife at the cabin. Why did he carry a knife with him at the party? I told them about what happened, and we were all spooked. After that event, I stopped wandering in the village late at night, but I hosted a few other parties. I have never seen this man and his black car again. Most people keep telling me how great the party was. A couple who met at the party are still together. I still wonder to this day, what would have happened to me if I didn't react that spontaneously? I used to live in a 3-story house with my parents, younger sibling, and our dog. We moved into this house a few months before my younger sibling was born, and that was when we first met the neighbors across the street. Lucas, who was the oldest child in their family, was always a bit strange, but there were some aspects of his personality that were more than just strange. They were straight up disturbing. It would take hours to cover everything, so I'm just going to get straight to the point. I'm almost positive that Lucas has been inside of our house in the middle of the night. Our house was built on a hill, so it looked like it was only 2 stories from the front, and the basement was connected to the backyard. The yards in this neighborhood were much larger than they are in newer housing developments, so it would have been very easy for someone to enter our backyard unnoticed. Despite this, my family was terrible about making sure all of the basement doors were locked. My younger sibling and I would always go in and out when we were playing in the backyard, or someone would go down to let the dog out, and we would end up forgetting to lock one of the doors before bed. We also lived in a safe area, where it was common for people to leave their doors unlocked. However, my family did always lock the door leading down to the basement every night, along with all of the other doors on the main level of the house. I had a messed up sleep schedule back then, so I would usually still be awake at 3 or 4 in the morning. There are 2 specific incidences that happened very late at night, which make me think that Lucas has been inside of our house without our knowledge. One night, I was in my bedroom on the upper level of the house. It was probably around 2:30 in the morning when I suddenly heard the sound of an angry growl coming from downstairs. Thinking that my dog had spotted a cat in the front yard, I quickly rushed downstairs to stop him from barking and waking up my entire family. This kind of thing would happen every now and then, so I wasn't thinking too much of it at the time. But instead of going downstairs and finding my dog by the front window, I found him by the locked door that leads down to the basement. The fur on the back of his neck was standing up, and his nose was pressed to the bottom of the door. I instantly froze when I realized what was happening. There was something or someone on the other side of the basement door. I was barely a teenager at the time, so I began to panic and started making my way upstairs as quietly as possible. I woke up both of my parents, but neither of them took me very seriously. My dad just assumed that my dog was hearing random noises coming from outside, but he did eventually go down to check things out. He said that everything downstairs looked normal, but he also mentioned that we forgot to lock one of the basement doors that night. Then there was another time that I was up late and in my room, but this time, instead of hearing my dog growling, I heard a loud bark that echoed through the entire house. The sound was sudden and intense, similar to a gunshot, and it almost made me jump out of my chair. Assuming again that my dog had seen a cat outside, I quickly looked out of my bedroom window and tried to spot whatever he was barking at. But my heart suddenly dropped when instead of seeing a cat, I saw Lucas running out of our front yard in the pitch black. I watched him run across the street and back towards his own house before I rushed to close the curtains and duck out of sight. I remember sitting there struggling to process what I had just seen and questioning why Lucas would be in our yard in the middle of the night. I told my mom about it the very next morning, and she said that she would bring it up to Lucas's mom. Because of these two incidences, and because of other details that I can't include, I'm 99.9% sure that Lucas has been inside of our house in the middle of the night. If you knew the entire story behind this family, then you would also find the thought of this to be extremely disturbing. I do want to mention that this all happened years ago. My family no longer lives in that house, and those neighbors across the street are doing just fine. But looking back on everything now, I'm just realizing how creepy the situation truly was. This happened when I was a teen, or in my 20s. I'm a female. I would regularly walk to the local lake, park, and fields alone. Mind you, this was before cell phones and internet. One afternoon, I headed through the fields and was on my way to the lake when I felt something really weird in my gut telling me not to go. I felt creeped out and decided to change paths and head to a baseball/soccer field. The whole walk there, I felt kind of tense, but I just figured I was shaken up by something at the lake. I got to the soccer field and sat on a swing set. I could easily see a fair distance around me and felt pretty safe. I lost track of time, I guess, and suddenly it started to get dark. I was about 20 to 25 minutes from home and decided to head back. I got off the swing and immediately feel complete terror wash over me. I hear someone's voice, a man's voice. It said something, but I couldn't make out what it was. I freeze and listen, every hair on my body standing up. Suddenly, I hear a click and see a white flash of light. I immediately hear that disposable camera post-picture ringing sound and the loud, rapid clicking of the camera person rolling the film. I am in a full panic at this point. I have 3 exit points. One leads backwards and towards the lake. The second exit is where the camera person is. The only other option is the opening in a fence nearly a football field away. On the other side of the fence is a neighborhood, lights, and people. I take off in a full sprint. I hear a rustling/thudding sound and another click, flash, ring, winding the film. Tears stream down my face and I tear through the grass. I draw my knife and fly through the gate and down another pathway behind the houses on the right. I duck in a ditch in a backyard where I am far off the path, hidden, but can see whoever comes into the cul-de-sac. I have pepper spray too and grip it in my right hand, shaking. My heart is pounding as I stare at the opening and wait. I wait for what feels like an eternity, but nobody comes through. I went to a friend's house who lived nearby and stayed with her for the night. I never went to the lake, park, or fields alone again. I don't know who or what was nearby, but I felt like something's prey. This happened a handful of years ago. We had a transfer come on the team from another department within the company. He was nearly completely deaf, meaning he could hear really, really loud noises, but nothing else. He did quite well speaking out loud, and he read lips to understand what was being said to him. No big deal, it just was an easy adjustment to make sure you faced him when talking and talked one at a time. He was a decent team member in the beginning, but after a while started making comments to me and the only other female on the team. Things like, "Why haven't you made the coffee yet?" and just other stupid old school jokes that made fun of women. My role gave him instructions on customer requests and needs. He would often not follow the instructions, and I would get calls from customers complaining. Often I had to let him know he had to go back and fix the work so it matched the original request. Afterwards, he would storm into my office and yell at me as if his inability to read and follow simple instructions was my fault. I got tired of it and said, "Do your job right the first time and there wouldn't be complaints." This, of course, didn't go over well with him. His anger was very unnerving. I got the feeling it wasn't going to stop there. In the following weeks, he would intentionally block doorways I would be trying to go through. One time, I was in the other female worker's small office and he blocked the entire doorway. He stood there and smiled this super creepy smile, as if he was saying, "What are we going to do about it?" I refused to touch him and try to push past him. The other lady kept looking at me like she was beyond uncomfortable too. It was like we read each other's mind, and we kept having our own conversation about something work-related and ignoring him. After several minutes, he left. Another time, I had to go to the far back of the warehouse to organize some stuff in the room. I remember going in and thinking, okay, there are 2 cameras, and they can see this main hallway, but not between the shelving units. I had the uneasy feeling he would come back there. Sure enough, a few minutes later, he came barging in the room and came right at me. I had already been on high alert, so I quickly exited the other door in the room and booked it back to where the rest of the team was. I pulled up the security cameras to see if he had a reason to be in there. Sure enough, he paced in the room for a few minutes after I bolted and then he left. He clearly had no reason to be in there, that exact moment that I was in there. I shared this with a male coworker friend, and he said he would go back with me to any of the spaces away from the main team areas. I had to get my work done, but I didn't trust that I could do it without this angry guy finding me. Anytime he would make comments about his anger or demeaning jokes, the managers would say, "Oh, he didn't understand because you talked too fast. I bet it was just a misunderstanding." As if having a disability means you can't also be a disgusting person. Not too long after that, I heard from a teammate that this angry guy had grabbed the other female's upper thigh, literally right below her waist, squeezed and said, "Does this make you uncomfortable?" Then laughed. A few teammates witnessed it but didn't know what to do as the other female worker froze up. I immediately went to HR and told them everything he had been doing to intimidate, belittle, trap, and of course, harass us female employees. He was fired the next day. When they escorted him out, he yelled, "This is retaliation." HR asked me what I would make of that comment, and all I could think was it had to do with me standing my ground with him. I was so scared to see him show up unexpectedly. I told my family what he looked like, his tattoos, the car he drove, anything that would identify him since they never met him. I blocked him from every social media platform too. After he was let go, other females came forward and shared things that he said or did to them too. They had told managers, but they dismissed it because the guy is deaf and they didn't want to deal with any of the lawsuits. As much as I hate what he did to my coworker, I'm grateful it gave that final boost to get him fired. So this happened almost 20 years ago, when I was a young 15-year-old girl. I had an older neighbor who taught drums and was a friend of my family's, and I would take drum lessons from him once a week. He only lived like 2.5 blocks away, so I would always walk and he and his family lived on the end of the cul-de-sac. Well, one summery day when I was walking home at like 4 p.m., broad daylight in a quiet neighborhood, there was a strange man standing across from the end of the cul-de-sac. He had on a big cowboy hat, odd for my area, and some facial hair. I don't know, he was maybe in his 30s, and he was just staring at me. He was watching me unabashedly as I walked down the cul-de-sac and crossed the street, and once my back was to him, I could hear that he was following me. My heart sped up. My drumsticks seemed like weak protection, and I was wearing these thin little flip-flops. And I remember thinking if I had to kick him, they weren't going to help me at all. Less than half a block away from me was a more busy street, And I remember thinking if I could just get to that street where people would see, he'd be sure to back off. But his steps sounded closer, and I could taste my panic knowing I wasn't going to make it. I ended up running up a house where I kind of knew the family, and I knew a mom with young kids were probably there, and pounded on her door. I tried to open it myself even in the panic. She opened it, and I spilled into her house and locked the door, told her what had happened, and let my heart calm down a little. After being inside for like 15 minutes, I asked if I could just hop her back fence to go home, since it would cut out a block of travel. But when we slid back the drapes of her back door, the dude was leaning against the fence, right outside her house, where he could see both the front and back doors. She ended up loading her kids in the car and driving me home, and later had her husband ask around. Turned out the dude was living with his mother and had just gotten out of jail. I don't know the charges. All I know was that my stomach had been twisted in knots, and it was the first time I'd ever tasted fear like that. I don't know what would have happened if he'd caught me. This happened a few years ago, and I kind of wrote it off as just some random creep at the park. But now that I think about it, it really freaks me out. So I had promised my daughter, 5 years old, that I would take her to the park on a Saturday. The park she wanted to go to is really big and typically crowded with lots of families. So I decided we would wake up early and try to beat the crowds. Just as I had planned, we arrived around 8 a.m. and we had the whole park to ourselves. After getting her out of the car, she sprinted into the park and headed towards her favorite slide. I followed behind her, but not too close. She made her way up the slide in the play area. It was pretty tall. As soon as she stepped onto the platform to go into the slide, she turns around and looks at me and screams. I rushed to see what she screamed about, and I was only about 2 seconds behind her. Once I get to the platform, I see a grown man laying in the slide, and he is on a laptop. He turns around and sees me and slams the laptop shut. He then proceeded to go down the slide, come out the other side, and jogs off onto a walking trail beside the park. I didn't really get a good look at the guy because I was trying to keep my daughter from freaking out, but it really scared her. Now that I think about this encounter, I can't help but wonder what this guy was doing at a kid's park in a slide on his laptop, and why did he run off so quickly? This happened close to 14 years ago, when I was pregnant with my first child. My husband and I had gone to a friend's house one night for a bonfire and hayride party. There were a lot of people there, and we knew quite a few, but some groups brought people we didn't know. This was during a time when goth was big in some social circles. It was mostly people obsessed with bands like Insane Clown Posse and heavy metal/screamo music. But there was another segment of this culture that was pretty heavily involved with the occult/Satan, etc. That night, there was a group of these types, and the majority gave off good vibes. Except for one. When I walked into the house, he immediately focused on me. It was very unsettling. He would stare, but in a very, very intense way. I don't know if I could explain it. It was unnerving. The hayride was taking off soon, so I told my husband that we should go on it. He had slipped out of the house, and I knew this guy was still in the house. I just wanted to get away from him. We loaded up on the wagon and got situated. Seconds before we took off, the guy suddenly jumps up in the wagon and squeezes in a spot directly across from me. The entire ride he stared, eyes boring into my soul. And honestly, this might sound super odd, but I had this overwhelming sense that he wanted to kill my baby. I can't explain it. I just felt the overpowering sense of evil. And how can you share this with someone else without sounding like you've lost your mind? So I didn't say anything to anyone. When we got back, I told my husband I didn't feel well and we should head out. With my large belly and all, he didn't question it and we left. Fast forward to a few years later, we visited a church of that same friend that held the party. And who should be there but that guy? Except this time, he had toned down his looks quite a bit, and his body language was more relaxed. I immediately sensed that he was a different person than I encountered years ago. My husband struck up a conversation with the guy for a while, but I decided to keep my distance. Afterwards, my husband told me how this guy had completely changed his life, how he had once been deep into satanic stuff and see evil spirits. And then he shared the one thing that made the hair on the back of my neck stand straight up. Do you remember seeing him at that bonfire years ago? You won't believe it. He said he was at his lowest point at that time. He said he constantly heard voices telling him to kill people, and it was all he could do to not listen to them. Lurking on this sub has helped some memories resurface. This is the first experience that I feel like sharing. At the age of 20, I, who am now a 29-year-old female, was working to get my cosmetology license at a small-town beauty school. It was a modest school in a slightly run-down, dated building. The owner was a woman in her mid to late 60s, whose husband of similar age and son performed the property maintenance for the school. I didn't like being around the husband. I found him off-putting. I sensed an unpredictable vibe. He was quiet, but I always felt like he was leering at us girls. Rumors abound that he was always drunk, and that would have lined up with his demeanor and general appearance. One day, he really gave me a reason to not like him. This happened during our end-of-day cleanup, where students had to complete a list of chores. Right of the hallway with our lockers was a tiny break room that housed a creepy old closet that was used for storing cleaning supplies. The dimensions of the closet are important. Roughly 15 feet deep, but only as wide as its door, so around 3 feet. Someone coming to stand in the closet doorway while you were inside would stop you from exiting. A single crappy light hung near the door, so the farther you went into the closet, the darker it got, approaching blackness. A vending machine in front of that closet obstructed its view, meaning that someone walking down the hallway cannot see the closet unless they actually come into the break room. I'm also 99% sure the closet door couldn't even be seen by the one camera in the break room. One day, I'm in the closet alone, looking for Swiffer pads or something. No one in the break room. Suddenly, someone appears in the closet doorway. It's the owner's husband. He steps into the closet and I just stare. Now, I have little to no rapport with this man. It's doubtful he even knows my name. I was also 5'5" and about 100 pounds. Dude was old, but he was able-bodied and bigger than I was. Without any kind of greeting that I can remember, he says in his low rumble, "I'll get you back there, pinned so tight." And he finishes his sentence with either, "You won't know what to do," or, "You wouldn't believe it." I can't remember verbatim. I'm trying to process his words while alarm bells are going off in my head. What did he just say? There's no one here but us. We weren't even having a conversation, let alone a conversation that would match those words. I'm so confused and nervous that I don't say anything in response. I just pretend everything is fine, and that I'm so absorbed in finding Swiffer pads that I didn't hear him. After a few moments, he steps back out of the doorway and leaves the break room. Relieved, I got the hell out of the closet. I couldn't believe he said that. There was no context that would have made his words make sense. Also, I don't think he got anything out of the closet, so why would he even go in there? The cleaning tasks were assigned to students. The whole thing was only a minute, but it was unsettling. I'm glad he didn't do anything worse. I quietly told a few girls, but I was scared to complain formally. I was timid, broke, with limited prospects in a town that I had just moved to, and I didn't want trouble. I just wanted to graduate. Upon hearing my experience, another girl told me that she'd also had an unsettling encounter with him, where he'd stated that it had been a while since he had a little girl in the closet. I've survived worse situations, and I have since learned how to stand up for myself, but I regret letting him get away with intimidation. I should have just told him to F off. couple of weeks before my 19th birthday, I woke up one morning around 4 a.m. while someone was trying to break down my bedroom door. I had fallen asleep with my light on after coming in tired from work, so when they came in my room, I could at least see what was happening. Not that it helped much at first. There were two guys, and one of them immediately attacked me with a hammer, so I told them to just take whatever they wanted. The other guy started to load all of my electronics into a backpack. Meanwhile, my mother down the hallway had woken up with the commotion and started shouting to know what was going on, staying in her room at least. Next moment, they both ran out of my room and shut the door on the way out, going to my mother's room. She managed to hold the door closed on them for a few seconds, giving me time to open the safe in my cupboard, 6-digit key code that I amazingly input correctly on the first try, and I removed my pistol. I checked for a round in the chamber and went to open the door to make my way to my mother's room. As I opened the door, one of the guys turned around and ran at me with a hammer. I fired 2 shots before he could get to me and pushed me back into my room and onto my bed, where he held me down and tried to take my pistol while the other guy started to cut my arm and head with what turned out to be one of my mother's own kitchen knives. My mother eventually joined the fray and managed to take the knife away from the guy cutting me. Meanwhile, I was just holding on to the pistol with everything I had in me, because I knew that if one of them got control of the firearm, my mother and I would be dead. My mother froze after she took the knife away, and the guy got up, grabbing my DVD player and knocked my TV to the ground, then hit me over the head with the DVD player. By this time, I managed to sort of wrestle my gun hand free, and I shouted to my mother to get out of the way for me to try and get off another shot. She rolled off of the bed, and I managed to turn the gun enough to get a shot off into the guy on top of me. It was then that they decided to bolt, and grabbed my bag of electronics on the way out. When the cops came, they found a body with 2 gunshot wounds in my garden a few meters away from the house, and a blood trail leading away where it disappeared at a nearby road. When I was a kid, about 10 years old, a group of passers-by threw a baseball into our yard. Someone in a white t-shirt, blue jeans, and a cowboy hat came into our yard, around the corner of our house, and into our side yard about 2 feet away from our house to get the ball. I watched this from the window and commented to my mother that I thought it was weird. As a kid, I had insomnia and would often get out of bed after everyone else was asleep and play computer games until I was tired. After my mom and my aunt went to sleep, right around the time I was getting into my thoughts and about to go use the computer, I heard some rustling outside my first floor bedroom window. It was a very tight neighborhood with houses only a dozen feet apart, so these sounds were very distinguishable from wind or other common noises. Being 10 or so, I was now glued to the noise. About 5 minutes later, I heard the basement door open. This door was about 6 feet away from my bedroom door. I heard slow footprints leading to the kitchen table, start shaking some pill bottles, and rustling some things on the table. I turned on my bedroom light and the noises stopped. I waited a minute, freaking out the whole time, before shutting off the light and watching the gap in the door carefully. About 10 minutes later, the standoff was broken by footsteps, and someone passed by my bedroom door into the dining room. I heard the sliding closet door open and rustling. I waited a while, got out of bed, and planned my break. I wanted to go through the dining room, up the stairs, and into my mother's bedroom. It took about 15 minutes to work up the nerve, but I finally ran for the stairs, flew up them instantly, and ran into my mother's bedroom. When I woke her up and told her what was going on, she didn't believe me. Not one bit. She gave me a pillow and a blanket, and I slept on the floor. I obviously didn't sleep at all. And about 20 minutes later, I heard the basement door open again. The next day, nothing was missing, and everyone thought that I was having a dream. I remember these things so vividly that to this day, 19 years later, I still believe that I scared off a burglar. I was so convinced of what I went through that about 6 months or so later, I had an episode where I thought there was another burglar, that I jumped out my window in the middle of the night and waited until morning to knock on my own front door to get back inside. That experience messed me up really bad, but I've since moved on, and we can all now enjoy the tale. It was one of the first times I was left home alone. Probably 13, I reckon. Chilling in the living room when I heard a set of ladders being put up on the side of my house. The side where I knew I left the bathroom window open. I grabbed a knife and hid behind a door and waited. I just waited and waited. I was freaking out, and I decided that it was time to vacate my house as soon as possible. I ran for the front door, and I saw the van for the builder who was installing our security lights at the time, and I realized I was safe. Fast forward to about 22 years old. I'm in my friend's flat in a really horrid area. I was playing virtual tennis on the PS3, and suddenly I had a spider sense. I paused the game and found myself wandering to the flat's front door. It was slightly ajar, and as I went to shut it, I saw an elbow briefly, which then sank into one of the rooms. I went feral and kicked the bedroom door open, screaming like a Viking. There was a really skinny junkie woman in the room asking for Frasier. I threw her out of the flat and spent the rest of the night losing at virtual tennis. One night in high school, I was studying for a major test and fell asleep on the living room couch. I shared a room with my snoring sister, so I don't study in our room that often. I woke up startled, and I saw a guy's face just a few inches from mine. I guess my mind wasn't fully awake yet because I didn't register that 1, there's a stranger inside the house. 2, my life is probably in danger. So we just stared at each other for a few seconds before he bolted out the front door. And that's when I screamed bloody murder. My dad and brothers came running to the living room, and I told them what happened through my hysterical crying. I was so freaked out. My brother called 911, while my other brother and dad went around the house, but they didn't find the guy. The police came, and it turns out the guy climbed up a tree beside our house and broke into the attic window. They never caught him, but we double locked that window and always left the lights on the porch and backyard ever since. It still makes me shudder to this day, thinking about what he could have done to me. I'm glad that he decided to just make a run for it. I was in bed asleep at 7 a.m. when I heard a loud bang. I thought nothing of it because of the large cat tree I have downstairs that's always getting knocked over. So I rolled over and tried to go back to sleep. Not long after, my elderly cat comes running into my bedroom, jumps up on the bed and tries to hide under the blankets. This immediately woke me up because that old fat cat hadn't ran nor jumped on our bed for years. As I came to, I see 2 men coming up my stairs. At that point, it felt like time stopped, and I somehow ran incredibly fast at the same time. I jumped out of bed and started screaming, "Get out of my house." And I remembered thinking, while chasing these guys through my house and screaming again and again at the top of my lungs, that my voice actually sounds like my brother's, and I wonder how strange that was. I tackled one of them on my front lawn, but he struggled free and got away. I saw the getaway car and tried to keep repeating the license plate number, but it faded away in my mind as I was repeating it. I remember vividly being so mad at myself that I couldn't remember 7 numbers, and how stupid I was for not grabbing my phone. Looking back on the situation, there are so many things that happened that I never noticed, like how I fractured my arm slamming into the wall at the bottom of my stairs, and that I cut my feet up on the splintered wood of my front door. The adrenaline rush of a true fight-or-flight situation, is something so strange that it's almost impossible to accurately describe. The sense of time, not being aware of pain and injuries for hours, and the hyper-focus on some details, but the complete loss of others. Luckily, I wasn't seriously hurt and nothing was stolen, but I installed cameras all over my house the very next day. About 10 years ago, some guy broke down my mom's front door at 2 a.m. The noise of it woke her up, and she came out of her bedroom and saw the guy messing with the papers on her desk, thinking that there was money there maybe. My mom's little dog was barking for all that he was worth, and my mom was yelling my name. The yelling and barking woke me up upstairs in the guest bedroom, so I came running down the stairs making a lot of noise. The guy ran off. Because of my mom? The barking dog? Me coming down the stairs? Who knows? I ran out onto the street after him, but he was gone. We called the cops. They showed up in less than 5 minutes. The officer was very nice. The next day, my mom got a new door with a longer deadbolt. It's a very quiet neighborhood. I haven't heard of such a thing happening to anyone else. I'm not sure if the guy was just crazy, at the wrong house, thought nobody was home, or something else. My boyfriend Jay and I were staying with two friends of his, Jim and Jeremy. Jeremy had left the apartment an hour or so before Jay and I decided to go to bed. A few minutes after Jay fell asleep, I heard a knock on the door and Jim answered it. Turns out it was Jeremy, but he wasn't alone. Two guys that also lived in the apartment building forced Jeremy to knock at the door so that they could force their way in, as he didn't have his keys with him. Once they were inside, I could hear what sounded like a scuffle from where I was in the bedroom with the door closed. I woke Jay up, and all of a sudden we hear two unknown voices yelling, "Get down! Get on the ground!" Jay wanted to see what was going on, but I begged him to stay in the bedroom with me, which he did. After what seemed like a couple of minutes of arguing and fighting sounds, everything went absolutely silent. We opened the bedroom door to see Jim laying on the ground, with what we later found out to be a barbed machete sticking out of his chest. Jeremy was calling 911. The apartment building didn't have a buzzer to let anyone into the building, so when the police got there, Jay let them in and showed them to the suite that we were in. After they separated us all and put the three of us into the back of 3 different police cars, where they left us while the paramedics tried to save Jim. Unfortunately, they weren't able to save him. He died at the apartment. I knew that he was dead when the paramedics wheeled him out to the ambulance, but didn't leave for at least 5 minutes without working on him at all. The police took us to be questioned, again, keeping us separated the entire time. About 12 hours later, they were ready to let us go, but told us that we were not allowed to go back to the apartment, as it was an active crime scene. We were dropped off by the police at a coffee shop with no money, phones, wallets, or even shoes on our feet, as they wouldn't let us take anything from the apartment before they put us in the police cars before being questioned. We ended up going to a friend's house where we stayed until we were let back into the apartment 4 or 5 days later. Once we were finally allowed back into the apartment, the first thing that I had to do was clean up the blood, which I'm sure that you can imagine was pretty hard to handle. It was pretty traumatic. I was in college and had the only room on the ground floor. I was bartending, so I got home at like 3:30 a.m. I had just changed and gotten into bed when I heard someone fiddling with my window screen. I lived in a beach town and usually left my windows cracked open to hear the ocean as I fell asleep. I first thought it was one of my roommates who forgot their keys or something, but I realized that they would have called me first. So I flattened myself against the foot of my bed and the wall to look. It was a dude in a black hoodie with a box cutter cutting my window screen. As he was lifting himself to enter, I jumped up onto my bed and kicked him as hard as I could on the chest. He fell onto the parking lot, hit a bike rack, and was knocked unconscious. I slammed my window shut, bolted it, and called the cops. By the time they showed up, he was gone, but they found him 2 blocks away. His bag had zip ties and duct tape in it, and he had a record of SA. The cops blamed me a bit for having my windows open. I keep my windows shut after that. The guy who stalked me broke into my house with his buddy. I had a messed up sleep schedule, so I was awake at 3 or so a.m. I grabbed my little dog and my phone and went to the basement. It was more like a cellar almost, a trapdoor in the floor with stairs that led down to a small space with the furnace, hot water tank, etc. And I got my dog and I got into the crawl space. I'd had some cardboard on top of the door, so they didn't see it when it was closed. I turned my phone on silent and texted my best friend asking her to call the cops for me. After the longest 15 minutes of my life, the cops eventually got there, arrested the guy and his buddy, and came to find me. These 2 jerks had what the police described to me as a R-word and disposal kit. Duct tape, toys, a handsaw, a box of heavy-duty big black garbage bags, things of that nature, which implied intent and planning. So they went away for conspiracy to commit murder, conspiracy to commit assault, breaking and entering, and something else that I can't remember. The guy who actually stalked me pinned it all on his buddy, so the buddy went away for 5 years and is still in prison because he can't not act like a psycho, while the stalker served 2 3/4 years of his 4-year sentence. He threw his buddy under the bus and took a plea deal for himself, later got out on good behavior. I got a restraining order, which he violated a couple of times right away. It had been quiet for a while, until he got a girlfriend a couple of years ago. He told her his version, in which he was the victim and I was the villain who sent him to jail for nothing. So she sent me a long, nasty message telling me that she'd find me and make me pay for it. So predictably, the cops got to go talk to both of them, and I haven't heard from them since. This was about 4 years ago. For some reason, a few hours leading up to the event, I was feeling uneasy and on edge. This was 3 hours prior, and I even consciously thought that it was weird, because I had a buddy over and was playing my favorite video game, but I just could not enjoy myself. Unusually, my father was also up very late watching TV in the lounge, and he too later commented that he felt like he was being watched. Approximately an hour after he turned into bed, everything happened all at once. We believe at least 3 men tried to quietly pull a window out of our double doors. They were French-type doors to get in. But they dropped the pane, and when it shattered, everyone was alerted. Shouting, barking, and screaming commenced. And they then tried to break down the door to get in and grab anything convenient. Unfortunately for them, we had a large birdcage blocking the door on the inside, and they couldn't get in. They decided to make their getaway, and while doing so, one of them threw a brick at the window my father was looking through, and broke that pane as well. While this was all going down, my buddy and I stayed in my room, door shut and locked. I grabbed a nearby skateboard, only thing I had that could be weaponized. It felt like everything was happening very slowly, especially because I could hear but not see what was going on. For reference, we have a freestanding house that, at the time, had an empty plot next door. We think they jumped over the concrete wall, as there's a palisade fencing in front of our house. A dude kicked the door in to beat up my roommate, who just got home from a late night of gambling. I was in the back and heard the commotion. I called 911, and they didn't take me seriously. Can you just leave? Until I said it sounded like someone was going to get murdered. The cops came. I was told to leave the house by the cops. I walked to the front of the house to greet some Glocks to my cell phone. Blood was everywhere. The floor, the walls, etc. The fight had broken windows and spread into the hallway and kitchen. I backed out of the house and was dragged across the yard by police. I told them I didn't see anyone in the house. They entered, and there was commotion when they found my roommate hiding next to his bed. The police were upset that I didn't see him. He was dragged out on a stretcher, and the neighbors watching probably figured that I beat the crap out of him. I was fixing the windows when he walked home from the hospital, still wearing a gown and hospital slippers. He didn't want to pay to be admitted. He looked like he had escaped an asylum. We never spoke about it after he repaired the damage. My tip? Just say murder when you call 911. A lot of police will come by. My dog scared off what I believe to be robbers and home invaders. I was at home cooking dinner one night, and I was about 8 months pregnant at the time. My husband had to work about 2 hours away from our home on this particular day. Anyways, as I was standing in our kitchen cooking, our dog suddenly got alarmed out of nowhere, and his hair raised on his back, and he was growling and barking. Well, next thing I know, someone knocked at our door. So I go to answer the door, and our dog stepped in front of me. As soon as I opened the door, our dog almost ran out in pure anger, but I held him back by his collar. There was a man standing on our porch. I asked, "Can I help you?" The man then said, "We're here to pick up the washer and dryer." After he said that, I looked in the driveway, and there was a tiny car no bigger than a Honda Civic out there. I immediately said, "There's no washer or dryer here for anyone to pick up." The man then said aggressively, "I told you, we're here to pick up the washer and dryer." Mind you, this whole time I'm having to hold back our dog by his collar. He knew something wasn't right, and so did I. I then said, "Sir, there is nothing here for you, so please leave." You could tell the man was getting more and more scared of our dog because he kept backing up. He then just turned around and walked to his car, and I could tell that there were multiple people in the car as well. I let go of my dog's collar and he stood on the porch, growling with his hair raised the entire time the guy was walking to his car. Then, when the guy got to his car, they all sat there for like 10 minutes and my dog never moved off the porch. He stayed there growling the whole time. By this time, I grabbed our shotgun that we kept by our door. They then drove off, and my dog came back inside with me and wouldn't leave my side. I called my husband in a panic, because what if they try and come back? My husband said that he was about 15 minutes away from the house, and that he was hurrying as fast as he could. Our dog truly saved mine and my baby's life. He was so protective, and I know if I would have let him go, he would have attacked this man without question. It was truly a scary experience. I wish our dog was still alive today, but he sadly passed away a year ago. He absolutely adored our son. This isn't my story, but it's a roommate's from a previous house. The roommate killed an intruder in his entryway. He had a guy walk up to the open door midday and walk into the house. Windows were large, and the guy could clearly see inside that my roommate and his adult sister were inside. He entered the house anyway. After confronting the guy, it became apparent that the guy wasn't confused and deliberately entered. The roommate tackled him and managed to pin him down through a struggle, yelled for his sister to grab a gun. Sister brought it back and he held it against the guy till the guy calmed down, with the guy fully aware that he had a gun pressed to his side. Roommate disentangles himself slowly and gets some distance, backing up 10 feet from the guy. Sister is calling the cops at this point. Guy stands up and faces my roommate, who's clearly pointing a gun at him. Guy gets aggressive again, starts moving towards my roommate and reaches into his jacket pocket. Roommate proceeds to unload and drop the guy on the spot. Police arrive and clear the situation. Shooting was ruled as self-defense and the roommate was cleared. I believe the guy was found to be heavily under the influence, but I'm not sure of what. Roommate ended up struggling heavily with PTSD from this event, as well as following events from the military. This is heavy stuff. This was one of the worst experiences of my life. 3 men broke in while I was at home with my husband. I was pregnant. I managed to keep the lounge door shut by putting myself against it. I had some bad bruises and damaged my wrist, but physically I was mostly okay. My husband got acid thrown in his face. Luckily, it only really caught his forehead. We both suffered terribly mentally afterwards. My husband, after having the acid thrown in his face, ran and locked himself in the bathroom. They were mostly focused on trying to get into the lounge where I was. I have no idea how I physically kept them out. It still shocks me to this day. I also managed to call the police and an ambulance while they were still in my home, but they left before the police arrived. They could hear me on the phone. They took some stuff from upstairs, but that was all. The police didn't believe us and didn't bother investigating the crime. The 3 men were never caught. I lived in the same home, and I really struggle with the fear of home invasion. All my doors are always double locked, and I'm very careful with windows. I was in bed and I heard something outside. I have a lot of vivid dreams, so I ignored it at first. But then he started using a screwdriver to get the window open. My bed was right next to the window. After realizing that this really was happening, remember, I woke up to this. I got up quietly and found my phone. I'm a small woman, so I didn't want him to see me. It was still dark and the blind was down, so I turned the torchlight on and stood against the wall opposite to the window, aiming the light directly at him. I held it up high so that I would look taller. I figured all he would see was the torchlight as soon as he got in, and sure enough, he got the window open, pushed the fly screen out, and lifted the blind to start climbing in. As soon as his head was through, I started shaking my phone so that he could see not only the light, but that someone was holding it. I was also banging on the wall, making the lowest, most guttural noise I could muster, like an ape. I don't know what came over me. I just knew he couldn't see me, and I had to overwhelm his senses so that he wouldn't notice my size and gender. And it worked. He let out an ungodly scream and ran. I think my behavior startled him. He left a bag behind that had a needle in it. I ran to my neighbor's house and called the police. They came and fingerprinted the place, took his bag, and left. And that's the end of the story. He never came back, and I never did get an update from the police. This is not my story, but it's a client that I used to work with. He was home with his daughter when 3 men broke in. He woke up when they broke a window. He put his daughter in his closet with his cell phone to call 911, and he got his shotgun. He crept to the top of the stairs, since he could hear them all moving around and talking downstairs. He warned them that he had a gun and to get out. They replied that they also had guns, so he better run. So he fired, towards the ground as best as he could see in the dark. He hears screaming as his shot wasn't aimed low enough. He saw 2 shadows run away, but could still hear the screaming. His buck spray severed one of the men's legs off above the knee, and his buddies left him. The man bled out in his living room before an ambulance could arrive, despite him applying a tourniquet. Police arrive and separate him from his traumatized kid and then arrest him. Kid had to go with a social worker until they released him the next day. They caught the other two the next day as well. My client was never the same knowing that he killed a man, despite knowing that he was protecting his daughter. This is not my case personally, but I was a prosecutor involved in a case where an older woman was about to take a shower when an intruder attacked her. This was back in the day when we had corded telephones. She started to try to call the police, and he grabbed her. She beat him in the head with the telephone, and then grabbed his family jewels, twisting very hard. He yelled, "Lady, you're killing me." And she yelled back, "What do you think you were trying to do to me?" He ran out of the house, and she got her pistol and started shooting at him. When the cops arrived, he ran to the police car yelling that crazy lady was trying to kill him. He was arrested and convicted. I was about 25 years old at the time, and I'm a female, and I was sick and at home in bed. I lived in a block of 8 units. It was about midday on a weekday. I heard my front door jiggle, and then it opened, and 2 big burly guys came in. I came to the door and said, "What the heck are you doing?" They said, "Oh, sorry. We thought this was our friend's house." I shut the door, but noticed that they had broken the lock and door handle to break in. I looked out the window, and they were standing outside my door arguing about whether to just come in my house anyway, which was horrifying as I was imagining being assaulted, etc. So I opened the door and screamed, "Leave, I've called the police," as loud as possible, and that made them run off. I then called the cops, and they showed up quickly but didn't find them. However, they had systematically robbed every single one of the 8 units. They had all been broken into. I got a call about 2 years later from the police saying they eventually caught the guys because they were found with stolen property from the other housing units, and they matched the description that I had given. My parents had gone out of town for the weekend. I was 16 at the time. We live in a pretty rural town of about 1,500 people. I was streaming my game and having a blast. I had ordered pizza and the night was going great. Now, ever since my parents would leave for weekends, I knew where my stepdad had a pistol, a Ruger 9mm. Whenever they'd leave, I felt safer having the pistol with me. So when this all first started, I learned and got trained in pistols. It's about 11:30 to 12 at night when I hear a loud bang and the floor beneath me shook. Coincidentally, there was a door to the basement below where my desk sat, so I calmly told my stream that I'd be back, grabbed the pistol, and flagged the door from our kitchen that led to the basement for about 5 minutes. Nobody came up, so I go to the basement door and really quietly open it up. I hear whispering and shuffling of things. I flicked the light onto the stairs of the basement and said, "I'm giving you until 10 to leave this house, or you're not going to like the outcome." And it had turned pin drop silent. I started counting from 10, and once I hit 5, I racked the slide to chamber around, and as they heard that slide rack back, all I heard was shuffling and stuff being dropped, and they ran out the back door. I'm thankful they left, because I didn't want to shoot anybody, but I wasn't going to let someone steal from my family. Come to find out, it was a relative that was privy to my parents' departure and figured that I wouldn't be around. Someone tried our door after my brother had left around 11 p.m. on a Saturday. We thought they were drunk and maybe tried the wrong door. My girlfriend didn't see his face when she went through the peephole. We went to bed, but I grabbed a hammer before we went just to be safe. 2 minutes after the lights went out in our room, someone opened our front door. I jumped out of bed with the hammer in hand and charged the door. My girlfriend said she's never heard my voice sound so scary. I was hoarse the next day. It was wild. She barricaded herself and our dog in the bedroom and called 911, while I charged the door and body slammed it before they could get the whole way in. I felt him get pushed out. He must have thought my girlfriend was alone. Who knows how long he'd been watching us and her. It's unsettling that we never figured out who it was. A week later, we went back to try and get back to a routine, and at 10 p.m., someone threw something at our bedroom window. Cops are useless, and we moved out and broke our lease a week later. My wife and I sleep in separate rooms because I snore. I wake up at 3 a.m. to my wife frantically whispering that there was someone in the house. In fact, he was right across the hall in the bathroom, looking for pills perhaps. I told my wife to get our daughter and go lock themselves in our detached garage. I tried to sneak into the master bedroom to the gun safe, but the intruder looked over at me just as I passed the bathroom. I slammed the door in his face and sprinted into the bedroom. I have a pistol safe that opens very quickly with a keypad. He was coming out of the bathroom just as I racked the slide to put a round in the chamber. I told him to get back in the bathroom or I was going to shoot him in the face. He went back into the bathroom and I called 911. He played a little peekaboo at the bathroom door, but I told him if he did it again, I was going to shoot him. The police were there in a very few minutes. I was naked the whole time. Always leave a robe by your bed. I was in the process of cutting all contact with an abusive ex, and had been ignoring her for a week or so, and not responding to any messages. One night, I was in bed, about 7 beers deep, and someone starts banging on my door. I think, well, I'm not opening that. I didn't own a gun or anything at the time, and felt frozen just watching the door shake. I was on the 3rd floor of an apartment complex, and she jumped onto my balcony and smashed out the bottom part of the balcony door, window panes, with her shirt wrapped around her hand. I ran into the bathroom and put my back up against the toilet and my feet against the bathroom door, and the bathroom door was not one that locked. It was a cheap apartment complex and the doors were terrible. She's backing up to the furthest end of the living room and throwing her body weight against the door over and over, and I was just on the phone with the police giving them my information. And I guess the adrenaline gave me more strength than I really had. At the time, I was a 21-year-old woman with no muscles. Eventually, she realizes that I'm on the phone and changes her whole tone into this weird baby sweet voice and says, "Baby, who are you in there with? I'm not gonna hurt you." I responded and told her the police were coming, and she screamed this unhinged scream I've never heard another human make and ran out into the parking lot where she was apprehended and arrested. She only stayed in jail for 2 days. Even though she was threatening violence that entire time, she was trying to get into the bathroom. The next day, she showed up at my apartment again and forced her way inside and held me captive for a day with a knife and kept my phone on her person at all times so I couldn't call anyone. I got out of it by pretending that I had forgiven her and that we were still going to be together, but that she needed to go home and figure out her jail bond situation. It surprisingly worked, and I've never spoken to her again since I threatened her with a restraining order. You never think that you'll be one to freeze when someone is breaking in, but the panic just takes over and fight or flight kicks in hard. There also is this very real realization that you might have to kill someone if you initiate any type of self-defense. I think that's the main reason that I didn't fight back when she held me hostage. The idea of having to fight and possibly kill someone in self-defense was very difficult for me to act on. I lived in a studio apartment at the time. I came home from the bars to a random dude rifling through my stuff. I invited him to leave through the door. Instead, he decided to punch me in the face. Needless to say, this made me angry, and I proceeded to throw him around my apartment like a beach ball. After breaking most of my furniture and throwing him through the wall of my bathroom, I picked him up and chunked him out of the window head first. He got lucky and landed on his feet, shattering both of his legs. I lived on the 3rd story. Cops got called by my neighbors while this was happening. I got charged with defenestration. I pled the castle defense and got the charges dropped. He is still in a wheelchair. Side note, this event led me to getting sober, and I'm now 6 years clean and 3 years sober. I don't need the level of anger in my life that I used to have pretty consistently. I was absurdly lucky when this happened, 12 years ago. I was a single female, living in a ground floor flat on a private garden. I must have been targeted. The dude snapped the lock of the garden-facing windows and snuck in the middle of the night with a rucksack and what must have been a pocket full of condoms. I only know that because we found some on the ground in the home and in the garden. What he hadn't expected was that the day before, a friend of a friend had a pipe breaks in his flat and totally wrecked his place. Said friend called in a favor for his buddy, and I agreed to take him in. The dude was huge, red-headed, scarified, tattooed, psych nurse, and fun as heck. I set him a cot in my living room, the same room that had the garden-facing windows. When the wannabe intruder stumbled in, he wasn't faced by a scared, defenseless woman, but by a very startled, very angry, beefy dude who bellowed at him. I was woken up by my guardian angel, temporary roommate, a scream of terror from the invader, and the sound of said invader face-planting when he jumped the garden fence. Blood smears the morning after led me to hope he really hurt himself. Redhead tattooed guardian angel was welcome to stay as long as he needed after that, and I started to sleep with a machete behind my bedroom door. When I was staying with my brother, he let a mutual friend of ours stay there as well. He was selling weed and would constantly bring people by to sell to them, even though I told him repeatedly not to. One night, me and my brother were playing Borderlands when there was a knock at the door around midnight. I answered, and someone I didn't know asked for our friend who wasn't there. That's when someone who was standing on the side out of sight appeared and put a gun in my face. My first instinct was to grab the gun, and we both wrestled with it for a few seconds, and that's when I had 2 more guns shoved in my face. I had no choice but to back off. 4 people entered, one of whom had brass knuckles. They made me lay on my stomach. At one point, I felt someone come up behind me, and I got hit with something. Not sure what it was, but it was probably a gun or the brass knuckles. I immediately tried to lift myself up to defend myself when I got knocked out. I still have the scar on my cheek. When I came to, they were gone, and my brother was standing there with a look of shock on his face, with blood on the back of his head. Those jerks hit him with a salsa jar, which caused him to get staples on the back of his head. I went to a neighbor's apartment and asked them to call the police. My brother was taken to the hospital. I still don't know who they were, but if I ever find out, that will be the last time they ever do some coward stuff like that again. This happened around 2011. I'm a female, and I was home alone getting ready to leave for work. I let the dogs out into the backyard while I put my shoes on and gathered things for my day. Our backyard's access from inside the house is through a door in the kitchen. The house is on a hill with a basement, so there's a staircase going down the side of the hill that brings you from the back door and deck to the full yard below. As a security measure, my dad had put the deadbolt key for the door onto a 3-foot-long chain which was secured to the door frame opposite the side where the lock was. So I'd lock the deadbolt, then release the key, where it would swing down with the chain. I hope that makes sense. The key was still in the deadbolt after letting my dogs out, even though I locked it after letting them out, because it made the process for my morning quicker. Well, when I opened the back door to let the dogs in, there was a guy there who came from the side where the stairs are and pushed his way in. I'm literally fighting him about 4 feet into the kitchen. Luckily, he knocked into something on my counter, which fell to the tile floor and broke, because he then slipped and lost his balance. I was able to push him out of the still open door. I slammed it so fast and turned the key that was still in the deadbolt. I ran to the bathroom and called the police. They were at my house within like 5 minutes. The guy was gone, but an officer called me a month later because he wanted me to ID a guy who broke into the house of someone a few blocks over and was arrested for attempted R and assault. It turns out he lived 4 houses down from me, same street. He had watched my patterns, knew that my dogs were friendly, and knew the time that I would be leaving for work. I think I was 12 when this happened. I think it was like 2 a.m., and my dad was up still watching TV and heard rustling outside, which he initially thought were raccoons trying to get into the trash, which had been a recent issue. And then something tipped him off, because in his words, it sounded like it wasn't trying to be heard, and raccoons are persistent and don't care about that. He wakes my mother up, shushes her, then goes and wakes my brother, 18 years old, up. They quite literally lock and load shotguns, gun safe in Dad's closet, and he gets me my .22 as well. We basically just sit tight and try to spot the intruders in dim streetlight while my mom called 911 quietly. So here comes dude trying to brazenly blow through the back door of our house, and my father lets him get into another room, and then puts the shotgun to his back angled to an outside wall, while my brother is in front of him angling to the other outside wall, and I'm behind my dad with the .22, not aimed but ready to roll. The dude was tweaking, but he wasn't tweaking bad enough that he didn't realize that he messed up. So he just sat down on the floor and put his hands on his knees. We kept him there until the cops showed up, which was like 42 seconds, because surprise, dumb dude, there were like 7 cops who lived in my neighborhood. The clincher, as I recall, is the guy didn't have any weapons. None. Nothing. And we were the 4th house in our neighborhood who he had broken into, yet the first who was awake and heard it. I'm kind of the neighborhood mom. I have my own kids and I have a nice backyard with a swimming pool, and I always have the good snacks. I live in a neighborhood that is mixed social class, with some folks that are upper middle class a few streets up from me, and some folks in Section 8 a few streets down. I make up the border of in between. I'd say that we're lower middle class, not the poorest of poor, and we can cover a few minor car or appliance repairs where needed, but we'd probably be screwed if a big cash-requiring emergency happened. Sometimes the poorer neighborhood kids come over to swim in our Walmart pop-up pool. Sometimes they knock on our door and ask for snacks. Sometimes I notice their shoes are too small or falling apart, and I pick up a pair of shoes that might fit them better. One day, a few years ago, during the height of the George Floyd protests, 3 boys, 6, 8, and 15, started coming to my door every morning for breakfast. They'd play with my kids all day, eating lunch and dinner, playing in the pool, watching cartoons, and just hanging out. Then at night, they'd begrudgingly leave. They never answered questions about their parents, and their parents never seemed to come look for them or wonder where they were. They were always wearing the same clothes and swam in their underwear, and honestly, they smelled pretty awful. I bought them some new clothes and some soap and shampoos suitable for their hair and skin, and sent them up to shower and change one day. They then told me that their dad was an alcoholic and beat them and threw them out. I let them spend the night, and the next day I called a social worker friend of mine, and we took them to a local youth shelter. Their dad pitched a fit, and they were forced to come home, but then they were immediately thrown out again. They came back to my house, and I let them sleep here again. They started sneaking over every night that their dad threw them out. One day they ran to my house and banged on my door. I threw it open and was met with 3 bloodied kids. The 15-year-old had a head injury and a black eye and 2 broken fingers. One of the younger boys had a huge cut on his cheek and a bruise on his side, and the other had bruises all up and down his back. I brought them inside and locked the door. We called the police. They took 5.5 hours to respond. I sent the boys upstairs to the bathroom with my kids and told them to hide. I called my friends. For 5.5 hours, the boy's drunken, armed father tried to kick in my solid oak door. He screamed at my neighbors, calling me the P word. Thankfully, no one believed him, and eventually he split the door, just as the police showed up. I stood there in my living room, watching the door with my bow staff, while my friends stood outside, waiting and watching to make sure things were safe. I prayed to my grandmother's gods that I wouldn't have to use my staff, and prepared myself to try and calmly talk him down, but to do whatever I had to do to keep him from getting at the kids. He did manage to break my door, but the deadbolt and the latch lock thing held, so he didn't make it all the way in. The police didn't even arrest him. I was home in bed in our 2-story house with my wife at the time and my 11-year-old son. It was about 5 a.m. when the house alarm went off. I went into my son's room, realized that he was still in bed, and pulled him into our bedroom. I could hear someone downstairs breaking things and tearing the house up. I'm former military. I grabbed my shotgun and took a shooting stance, aiming down the upstairs hallway, loudly cracking the shotgun as my wife called 911. The whole time I yelled, "We're armed. Set foot on the stairs and I'll shoot you." It took the police about 2 minutes to arrive. Though the attackers had fled, they were quickly caught. All 3 were armed with pistols and had duct tape and box cutters on them. Turns out, these 3 had been on a crime spree, breaking into 2 other unoccupied houses that night and committing armed robbery in broad daylight earlier that afternoon. I've since upgraded to an AR-15. Not a day will go by that I am not armed. I had some dude banging on the bay window in the front yard. It was shaking the entire pane of glass, which was about 6 foot wide and 4 foot high. He banged it hard enough that the glass flexed inward and moved the curtains. He then came around to the door under the carport and tried to get inside. I argued with my ex-fiancée because she wanted to open the door and tell him to leave so he wouldn't smash the huge window pane. We rented, and I wanted to call the police. She opened the door anyway. He stormed in, shoved past her, and immediately attacked me, so I fought back. We tussled some and ended up on the floor, getting jammed in the corner of our dining room in a stalemate. Neither of us could move, and I had a death grip on his ear, but he had my finger and was bending it back nearly to the point of breaking it. We both struggled for an upper hand, but since we were stuck together in an awkward knot, neither of us could move enough. I pulled his ear and told him it only takes 11 pounds of pressure to tear an ear off of a human head, something I read once somewhere. He bent my finger back and told me that he'd snap it in half. Neither of us moved after that. We agreed to both let go, and untrustingly, we each relaxed our grip a little at a time until we untangled. His friend, who I recognized, barged in and shouted, "Let's get out of here, man." He jumped up and they both left. After, I started calling the cops, but my ex stopped me and said she knew him. She explained that she'd cheated on me and messed around with this guy, so now he was jealous. So yeah, that happened. When I was 9, I was down the street at my best friend's house. Her mom was quote unquote sick, which really meant blackout drunk, in bed, completely non responsive. Before she went to bed, she had told us to make sure that we didn't answer the door under any circumstances. Easy, can do. We went upstairs to play Barbies or whatever. About 2 hours later, there's a knock at the door, and then another, and then louder knocking, and then it stops. We go back to playing until the back door opens and there are footsteps into the living room. She tells me her dad won't get off work until late that night. It can't be him. Her mom is passed out in bed. What do we do? My friend is really freaking out at this point. We were 2 9-year-old girls, and she whispers, "My dad has a Glock in the closet." Bingo. To be fair, I had parents that took me to the gun range for about a year at that point, and I did riflery at camp every summer. But obviously this was dumb. We found the gun, loaded it, and crept downstairs to defend ourselves against the home invader. At this point, you might be wondering, couldn't they have called the police? Yes, but we were 9-year-old girls and we were lost in the sauce. Caught up in the moment. It happened so fast. I turned the corner with the gun, feeling like one of Charlie's angels, ready to shoot the invader and literally kill someone if they came for me, only to find her grandmother making a sandwich. Her grandmother was planning on coming over, but in my friend's mom's drunken state, she had completely forgotten. I guess it's not a real home invasion, but 9-year-old me was ready to shoot, so I'd say that it's close. Hey everyone, Inner Scare here. And for my first story of this video, since we're going to be talking about hurricane stories and things in this video, I want to give my own personal account of my time during Hurricane Sandy. Now, I don't have this written down or anything, so I'm just kind of talking into the microphone as I remember things. I actually have already been reading a bunch of these stories, and I moved them forward in the video because it brought back a lot of memories of my time. So I was 15 years old when Hurricane Sandy hit, and I wasn't in New York or New Jersey at the time, but I did live in a little town in West Virginia. At the time, my family and I lived in a double-wide trailer, so with the storm coming, we decided that probably wasn't the best place to be. So we ended up going to my uncle's house, who lived down in the valley between 2 mountains. To get down to his house, you had to drive about 2 miles down switchbacks, straight down a mountain, with no guardrail blocking. So we went down there before the storm hit, and whenever the storm hit, it was much worse than we could have even imagined. We went outside, and there was 5 feet of snow. We literally had to dig out the door just so that we could go outside. We lost power. We didn't have any internet, no electricity. The only heat that we had was my uncle's wood furnace that he had in his living room. He also only had well water, and with the storm, that well water was absolutely disgusting, so we didn't have any running water to drink. We were stuck in his house for about a week. Mind you, this was a 3-bedroom home, and my family, I'm the oldest of 5, and in his family, he had 4 kids himself. So it was 9 kids and 4 adults, all huddled together in a 3-bedroom house for an entire week. When we ran out of bottled water, we had to go get snow from outside and boil it on the wood furnace just so that we could have water to drink. For food, all we had was canned foods, which I guess is a good thing to have during the storm, but we had no way of heating it up other than just opening the can and setting it on top of the wood furnace in hopes of it heating it up just enough for us to be able to eat it. My grandparents didn't come with us to my uncle's house. They had stayed at their home. They lived right across the yard from where our double wide was. but we had no way of contacting them. I didn't know if my grandpa was alive or if he had deceased in the storm. We didn't know anything. Finally, after about a week of us being stuck in this house, me, my dad, my uncle, and my uncle's oldest son, who was a few years younger than myself, all decided that we would try our best to clean up the trees and all that stuff that had fallen on the switchbacks getting out of his house. My uncle had a tractor that we all piled into, my dad and my uncle sitting in the seats and me and my cousin riding on the sides holding on. He would drive it up the switchback, and he would stop every 5 feet or so that me, my dad, and my cousin could go move fallen trees from the path. The tractor was pushing the snow out of the way, trying to clear the road enough for us to get our minivans up there. Finally, after about 8 or 9 hours of nothing but hard labor trying to get this switchback cleaned up, it was finally clear enough where my uncle and my dad finally felt comfortable trying to get these minivans up there. So, my family all piled into our minivan, his family into his, and we started our ascent up this switchback. Remember, like I said before, there are no guardrails. If you slip off the switchback, you're falling straight down a mountain. And it was scary because these roads were slick. There were several times that my dad had to fight to keep control of the vehicle and not let it slide off the road. But we finally got up. And when we got out, we saw the devastation that had hit the top of the mountain. There were fallen trees everywhere. Power lines were down. It was desolate. And there was nobody around at the time because even a week later, it was still too dangerous to get out and even start working on things. We worked our way back to our house, and we finally got to see my grandparents. They were alive and well, but they weren't thriving. They didn't have power either, even though they lived closer to town. The only way that they could keep refrigerator stuff cold was by throwing it all outside in the snow. I remember seeing gallons of milk, eggs, deer meat from our previous hunting season, and everything just thrown outside on the porch in the snow because that was the only way to keep it cold. My grandpa had a generator, but it soon ran out of gas, and there were no gas stations that had any gas available at the time. It was a very, very rough couple of weeks until the snow finally melted, power lines were able to be restored, and things finally got back to normal. And I say all that to say this, because I wasn't even in New York or New Jersey. I was miles and miles away in West Virginia. So I couldn't even imagine what it would be like being in one of the cities where these hurricanes hit and devastate thousands and thousands of people's homes and lives. My heart goes out to everyone who is affected by these storms. I hope each and every one of you that live in an area that is affected by Hurricane Idalia, please be safe. I was 21 years old. We evacuated, but came back very quickly because my dad's a contractor. We stayed with friends just outside of the city and had special passes that were given to people like contractors, people who were coming in to work on cleaning up, that were inspected by the National Guard on the way in every day. It was eerie. We could drive all the way from one end of Veterans Highway, a large road right outside of New Orleans proper, but still in the impacted vicinity, in the suburbs, normally lousy with traffic, to the other, and not see another car, person, working light, or even living thing. It was desolate, like a wasteland. I remember it took a long time for places to start feeling occupied again, because so many were gone. It took years for some 24-hour places to work up the staff to be able to run for 24 hours again. I was 11 when Hurricane Katrina came knocking. I had never spent more than a week outside of New Orleans. I remember being in school a week before it hit. The administration handed out a "in case this crap storm messes us up" form, and I remember immediately throwing it in the trash. Every year I could remember a hurricane had threatened the city. We'd gotten no worse than a drizzle. We evacuated the Saturday before it struck, and I still didn't think much of it, even when we were stuck in traffic for 12 hours, trying to drive 2 hours west to Lafayette. It wasn't until we saw the videos of the levees breaking that I understood just how serious the situation was. My mother was crying hysterically. She had lived in New Orleans her whole life. I was simply stunned. I saw the photos of my school and my house under 8 feet of water. My dad was a consultant, but all of his clients were underwater, so we were suddenly poor. My family of 7 was stuck in the same 2-bed hotel room for 2 months. We never went hungry because the local churches had put together food drives for the refugees. After a time, it became clear that we could not go back. We had nothing to go back to anymore. So we settled down in the city that we evacuated to. My mom would take me to a local church and just pray for hours for all the people who needed help. The priest was this venerable old guy who personally introduced himself to all of the refugees. When we told him that we were still living in a hotel 2 months after the storm, he let us stay in a house that the church owned for almost nothing. He even let us attend the Catholic school for no charge for an entire year. It was really moving how the entire church banded together to help us out when we needed it. I remember being absolutely angry at the government. All that FEMA money only went to the poor and uninsured. I don't resent the poor at all because they needed it, but the poor weren't the only ones. My middle-class, tax-paying, flood insurance-owning family never got crap from them. Never mind that the insurance agency was underwater too, and we didn't get compensation of any kind until the day after my 13th birthday. Never mind that we had to go up to our eyeballs in debt just to survive because our assets drowned with the banks. It's been almost 10 years since it happened. I don't think I'll ever trust the government or view it as competent again. When we really needed it, the government failed us on every possible level. The churches did more for us than any government official did. This came out a lot angrier than I intended. I guess I'm still bitter about the whole thing, but it's not easy to lose your home, your way of life, and all your friends in a single day. I'm from Biloxi, Missouri, and our families have ridden out every storm that we have ever gotten, Katrina included. I had just turned 19 and was home for the weekend from college. I had no idea that there was a storm, so I brought my dirty clothes home and left everything else at school in my dorm. I will never forget my mama running into my room Sunday morning saying, "It's a Category 5. I was like, what the heck? I'm going back to sleep. We stayed up all day boarding up the windows and getting our stuff packed to go around the corner to my paternal grandmother's house. Our house was surrounded by trees and she had a generator. Mama was on the phone with her mom begging her to leave. She lived on the point in Biloxi. Basically, her house was in between the Gulf of Mexico and Biloxi Back Bay. After hours of crying and begging, she was off to Tallahassee to stay with my uncle. My aunt, other uncle, and 2 little cousins were in tow. Once they were gone, we loaded up our stuff and our animals and went up the road. Honestly, I slept through the entire night when it hit. I was thinking I was going to wake up. We would clean the yards and just go about our lives. I was wrong. Really wrong. Since we lived north of I-10, our houses were fine. However, everything else was completely devastated. The Grand Casino in Biloxi was setting on the north side of Highway 90. The water had picked an entire casino up and moved it across the beach and north of the highway. My mama's mom, my maternal grandmother, lost everything that she has ever owned. She had a little shotgun house, and it was picked up and full of water. We went into the house and got some of her knickknacks, salvaged some clothes, and looked for our papa's service flag. The day we found his flag was the last day we ever went to that house. Another casino has since been built on her property. It's a gym now or something. Seeing the point completely obliterated was absolutely heart-shattering. The place I had lived my whole life was decimated. We cried and cried, but we lived. We did what we had to do. The coast was never the same after the storm, but we're building back slowly but surely. I love Biloxi. It's my home. I hate that it didn't get the attention it needed. Heck, none of the coast did. But you know what? We rallied together. We all became a big family, and we are now thriving. I pray that this kind of storm will never happen again. I was a year out of college and had just moved back to the North Shore area about 4 weeks before the storm hit. When the call came to evacuate, I packed up with my family and 4 other families that we were very close with to caravan out of the area. We evacuated, but finding a place to stay was troublesome. We wound up going all the way to Northeast Texas, where we stayed in a campground for 2 nights before going to a friend of a cousin's lake house near Oklahoma. We stayed for about 4 more days before we heard rumors that you could get back down south. Mind you, there was no cellular service much past Baton Rouge for a while. There was significant storm damage and power outages as far north as Natchitoches, Louisiana. So we drove to Jackson, Mississippi, and of all things, stayed at a lovely B&B for 2 nights while we tried to get supplies. Mind you, Jackson is almost 200 miles north of New Orleans, and every store was either very low or completely out of gasoline, candles, batteries, bottled water, generators, lanterns, chainsaws, and most non-perishable food. We wound up finding a small mom-and-pop hardware store that sold oil lamps and lamp oil. So we bought all of those, about 3 dozen lamps and all the lamp oil and wicks that they had. Then we started to drive south. If you've ever driven down I-55 in Mississippi, you may be familiar with the invasive kudzu plant that covers everything. All the trees, bushes, plants, etc. The closer we got to Louisiana, the more you could see the trees start to bed from wind, and the kudzu was disturbed. It was very odd. We made it as far as Washington Parish before we hit roadblocks. This was about 10 days after the storm, give or take. From Washington Parish to St. Tammany Parish, we wound our way on the back roads via a good old-fashioned road atlas. There was no power, no gasoline stations, nothing was open, and there was just endless storm damage. Roofs were blown down, trees were scattered everywhere, and the ones still standing had been blown to almost a 50-degree angle. There was localized flooding, and worst of all, lots of downed power lines. When we got to one of the family's houses, we stopped. It was on a lot of land, and we could all hang out together. No one knew how long it would take to get to the lake. There was no cell service, no radio, obviously no telephone or television service. When the sun went down, it was just dark, but there was plenty to do. The house had suffered minor damage, but the property was a mess. I learned how to use a chainsaw. Every day was spent working from the time the sun came up until it went down. We cleared the driveway, the property, and then went to work with the rest of the community that had started to come back and worked on clearing the roads. This was in late summer, and late summer in Louisiana without AC is not a fun time. But every day was so physically demanding that we slept like logs. Every other day we sent a few people to find more water, gasoline, and food. They once came to a Red Cross station near Covington. They reported that there were at least 500 people there, and by 10 a.m., all the supplies had run out. I saw fights over 5-pound bags of ice at a Red Cross station, MREs, also Red Cross station, gasoline purchases, D batteries, and most heartbreaking, I saw people abandoning their pets because they weren't able to care for them. My dad was working abroad, and as soon as he could, he flew to Dallas, then Houston, then rented a car and drove across I-10 with an SUV filled with bottled water and a generator that he found near Beaumont, Texas. The generator was used to cool the refrigerator and run fans at night. It was so hot that summer. 3 weeks after the storm, we could navigate most of St. Tammany Parish well enough, and by that point, things were in full swing. Stores were getting deliveries, power lines were being repaired, roads were being constantly cleared, etc. The bridge from Slidell to New Orleans had been damaged and was unusable. Homes and buildings along the lake were in toothpick-sized shards. It was easily visible where the storm surge had hit and how far the water levels rose from the lake. There was a huge spike in crime in an otherwise very safe and suburban community along the North Shore. There was constant looting, reports of shootings. Fights in stores were downright commonplace. It was a really horrible time. People lost all their things, which, sure, it's just stuff. But it isn't easy to rationalize that when 3 generations of heirlooms and keepsakes have been destroyed, along with their home, their neighborhood, and their community. I didn't know about what happened in the Superdome and Convention Center for weeks. I didn't know that there had been a huge telethon to raise money until almost a year later. I didn't know for almost 6 months if all my friends had survived. But let us also not forget that this storm hit the Gulf Coast, not just New Orleans. Coastal Mississippi was devastated, and only a few weeks after the storm, Hurricane Rita gave the far west Gulf Coast its own major storm. I have to make sure to recognize all the road, power, telecom, etc. crews that came from all over the nation to help get people in the area connected and moving again. The other thing I want to call out is the illness that has plagued the community since the storm. I don't have any scientific data or even a great knowledge of things, but in my own personal inner circle, the instances of cancer since the storm would blow your mind. Mostly men and women who were older than 45 when the storm hit, and all kinds of cancer all along the Gulf Coast, especially in adults of all ethnicities. I don't know what gets stirred up. Well, everything does, I suppose, during these storms. But I'm not exaggerating when I say that more than 75% of the adults that I know/knew suffered serious health complications after the storm. Here's my takeaway. FEMA obviously didn't have a plan before this storm, and they still aren't great. Looking at Hurricane Sandy survivors, the Red Cross can only do as much as it possibly can. This stuff brings out the worst in people, and I love my family and friends. I was 8 when Hurricane Katrina hit. It was my first real big hurricane. We were supposed to evacuate, but my grandfather opted to stay because he said that he had rode out similar big storms back in the day, so we stayed. It was strange, because at 4 a.m., 2 hours before the storm hit, you could see the rats, roaches, anything that's able to climb vertically, crawling up the telephone poles to get to high ground. The storm started at 6 a.m., when it slowly started to flood. No winds just yet. By around 10, all of our furniture floated out of the house. In the house was me, my mom, my grandparents, and my aunt. I was in the attic with my mom, while my grandparents and aunt were downstairs on top of the stove. My grandparents couldn't climb the ladder to get in the attic. The storm knocked down my buddy's house. They were in the attic too. Unfortunately, they didn't make it. It stopped around 7 p.m. We slept on someone's porch for the night. Then we got a boat to a bridge and slept there for 3 days and 2 nights. Finally, we caught a bus to a different city. It was crazy for an 8-year-old. When I finish high school, I'm moving away for college. I will never experience that again. I was a sophomore in high school when Katrina hit. The last day of school that we had was August 26th, and the thing is that no one said goodbye to each other. None of us could have guessed that the majority of us wouldn't see each other again. Many people were skeptical about the impact that Katrina would cause, because just about a year prior, Hurricane Ivan was supposed to hit New Orleans straight on, and it ended up turning at the last moment to hit Florida. People didn't want to spend the extra money evacuating. My family did evacuate to northeastern Alabama, with the exception of my brother who had to stay. He was a police officer. I know, the police officer, at least in my parish, weren't getting fed. My brother ended up getting out and had to get transported to Baton Rouge. I enrolled in school in Alabama for 3 weeks. All the people were nice. My family then left for Louisiana, but another city, just north of New Orleans. I enrolled in 2 more schools that year, a grand total of 4 schools my sophomore year. Needless to say, I didn't make any attachments. In October, my area was finally open to the former residents, so we went and salvaged a few things. The only area of my house that didn't have water was the attic. All of our photos were ruined, with the exception of Polaroids. Great film. There were houses in the middle of several streets. One, I had no idea where it came from. Vehicles and boats were on top of houses. It was a very sad thing, but I had prepared myself for it, since I had 2 months to wonder how it all looked. I will say that following the hurricane, there was a huge sense of community. People would help each other. Every single business opening was a celebration. I later moved closer to Baton Rouge my junior, and I've been there ever since. I haven't been back home in 2 years because I have no reason to go. I didn't live in New Orleans. I lived in Long Beach, Missouri. I could throw a baseball from the front door of my apartment and have it land in the Gulf of Mexico, if the wind wasn't against me. A coworker that lived in the same apartment complex as I did went to Hawaii on his honeymoon. The storm hit while he was in Hawaii, and I don't know how, but he had no idea that it had happened. He returned home to a wasteland. My apartment manager decided to stay with her boyfriend to ride out the storm. Shortly before the storm hit, they got into a big argument about something. She got mad and returned to her home in the apartment complex. Sometime in the middle of the storm, she got a call through to her mother. "I'm on the 2nd floor. The water is still rising." And she disconnected. Her body was never found. I was able to stay with my sister-in-laws, about an hour north of the beach for the storm. The eye of the hurricane passed over us while I was there. I went outside during it, looked around. We picked up some debris to move it away from the house before we were back in the thick of things. My parents live about a half an hour drive away from my sister-in-laws. Of course, the first thing my sister and I wanted to do was to go see if our parents were okay. It took us 2 days to get there because of all the trees that had blown over in the road. My brother-in-law and I were trying to get there in a mule, kind of like a golf cart, but 4-wheel drive and gas-powered. So we had to cut a lot of trees out of the road with a chainsaw. We had no idea what to expect, so we carried shotguns with us everywhere we went. Luckily, we never even came close to needing them. After 2 days, we finally made it to my parents' house, but they weren't there. We left the mule, hid the extra can of gasoline, and started hiking to my parents' closest neighbors. When I was in 5th and 6th grade, I was always at the neighbor's house, as I was very good friends with their son and daughter, Stephen and Elise. Normally, it's a 10 to 15 minute walk to get there, but it took about a half an hour on this particular day because of the trees in the road. We made it there. I'd have to be the one to call Stephen and Elise. In the next couple of days, my brother-in-law, a friend of his, Jeremy, that lived near where I did, and I made it back down to the coast to see if there was anything that we could recover. We had to park on the side of the road, north of Jeremy's apartment complex. After a short hike, we made it to the complex, and things looked to be not so bad. There was a lot of damage, but overall not so bad. Then we walked around to the side of the building that was blocking our view. We were staring at a roof. An intact roof. It was on the ground, in front of us. It was removed from the top of a 3-story apartment building and placed gingerly on the ground. So we climbed over it, and then we saw it. Devastation, destroyed buildings, and a crying girl. The girl was in a room, or at least what used to be a room. But now it wasn't really a room anymore. It was like a picture from World War II, where you see a shelled building, missing walls, but you still see a kitchen with furniture. I think we saw her in her bedroom. I think I remember seeing a bed and some other furniture. But she was alone and crying. I'm ashamed that I didn't try to see if she was okay. We proceeded to where Jeremy's apartment was. It was gone. Just a concrete slab with pipes sticking up out of the ground. It was actually kind of clean. The water had washed everything away. We didn't even bother going back to my apartment. I was closer to the water than Jeremy was. After a week or so of staying at my sister-in-law's, we all decided to evacuate to Houston. Roads were finally clearing up, but local grocery stores were running low on food, so we packed up what we could and we left. When we were a good bit west of New Orleans, we drove around it, not through it, I finally got cell signal. I spent at least an hour just dialing, over and over, Elise's number. I finally got through. Elise was on the phone with her mom when the line went dead. The last thing her mom had said to her was that she thought she heard a tornado. It was probably the tornado that took out the line. Elise was hysterical, but she calmed down quickly when I told her that her parents were okay. They were worried sick about what Elise and Steven had to assume, based on the line going dead when it did. My parents were okay too. They were all over there drinking and having a grand time. So that's my story. My family and I are from New Orleans, though I was in Chicago when Katrina hit. Coincidentally, my parents were up in Chicago visiting me when Katrina hit as well. I'm thankful for this, not just because they were out of town, but because I know my dad, and I know that he would have been stubborn and would have wanted to stay. After the storm, my parents left me to go back south. They drove up to Chicago and stayed in Memphis for a week, then went down to Mendeville, Louisiana, to stay with my aunt and uncle until the city was reopened. In the meantime, they were concerned for their place, a condo in the warehouse district, and an amazing thing happened. I had been following the blog of an IT guy at an ISP in New Orleans, an ex-Marine who decided to stay at his company downtown and keep the servers and everything up and running. I don't really know how, but he arranged shipments of fuel for the generators for the servers, and water and food, I assume, for him and a few others that stayed with him. Anyway, he and the other few guys would go out on patrol around the building where they were working and living to keep an eye on the neighborhood, since the cops were nowhere to be found at the time. He'd write up reports of his patrols, which I had been reading, and it turned out that he was only a block or two from my parents' place. I contacted him and asked if he'd eyeball the building if they patrolled down that street. He was able to report back that the street hadn't flooded and that the front door was still intact, so it hadn't been looted. So, from Chicago, I was able to report back to my parents that their home was still intact, despite the fact that they couldn't get back to it for almost a month following the storm. It was so frustrating being in Chicago, seeing everything that was happening to my home and being unable to do anything about it or to help anyone. But thanks to the internet and that one tenacious IT guy, I was at least able to provide my parents with some comfort. And that at least felt good. My family and I was trapped in downtown New Orleans, across from the Superdome during Katrina, for 6 days, and we eventually evacuated via a Black Hawk helicopter. I worked on downtown New Orleans during Hurricane Katrina, doing maintenance, and I was on my employer's hurricane emergency response team. Basically, we were to evacuate to our work and just stay there on the clock watching over everything. When it became a Category 5 overnight, we were given the option to leave, but most, if not all of us, elected to stay rather than get trapped on the road. Needless to say, it got pretty bad. There were over 100 of us there, and most did not bring adequate food, water, and supplies. By the 5th day, it started getting Lord of the Flies, and I really started getting concerned for me and my family's safety. On the 6th day, the Army came and evacuated us all via Blackhawks to New Orleans Airport, which was hell on earth. My employer sent buses to bring us to our headquarters in Baton Rouge. From there, we were transferred to the Louisiana State Police Barracks, where chow hall food and porta showers were the best thing ever. We wound up staying with a family in Baton Rouge for 2 weeks until I could secure transportation out of Louisiana. While we were there, we found our apartment in Slidell completely destroyed on Google Maps. Everything turned out for the best though. Insurance paid off on everything. Renter's policy with exactly 2 premiums paid. And with that and FEMA, we were able to put a down payment on a house, and I was able to go back to school and completely change my career. I was a 36-year-old freshman at the local community college, and then to a university majoring in IT. I am now a corporate IT director. It was a long 6 days, and we saw quite a few things that could take me hours to type here. The Superdome was as hellish as everyone had heard. We heard snipers firing on helicopters attempting to evacuate patients from Mercy Hospital. We saw roving patrols of tactical teams and airboats patrolling the flooded streets of New Orleans hunting looters. I saw boat after boat of victims, most of them children with notes pinned to their clothes, assumedly for when they were found, being offloaded at University Hospital, and a few bodies just randomly floating by. That's just a few. I wrote a paper on this in English composition when I went back to school, and it was 12 pages fully typed out. We got the whole experience. I went back the day the city was open to retrieve our cars from the parking garage. The bridge over Pontchartrain was out, so we had to go to Baton Rouge and come back in. It took 17 hours total to get from Mobile, Alabama to New Orleans and back. It was very post-apocalyptic. The streets were deserted except for military vehicles at intersections, and dead/flooded cars were all bulldozed into piles in the center and sides of the roads. Creepiest thing that I've ever seen. This is a story from a friend that I met a few years ago. I live in Baton Rouge, and he was in the New Orleans Parish Jail when Katrina made landfall. From what he's told me, all of the guards literally abandoned the jail and left the prisoners to fend for themselves. He said that they thought that it would be possible to wait it out, as everyone knows waiting it out was the worst possible idea, and the levee broke and the jail started flooding. So, they had to start ramming the doors with their beds. Fortunately, him and the others were able to bust down enough doors to get the roof and signal for help. A boat or helicopter, I can't remember, it's been a while since he told me the story, came and got them. The prisoners that made it were saved and evacuated to wherever they wanted. He went to Texas, and when the smoke had cleared, he was cleared of all charges, and pretty much told not to mention what had happened. I was 21, in my 4th year at Loyola University of New Orleans when Katrina hit. I grew up and lived in Kenner at the time, which is a suburb of New Orleans. When Katrina was about to hit, absolutely nobody that I knew took it seriously. That might sound ridiculous, but when hurricanes threaten annually and nothing ever really happens, then their ferocity lessens on you. I remember going clubbing the Friday night before, talking to my friends about the hurricane, and we all agreed to evacuate to Baton Rouge, bring only a few days of clothes, get hammered, then drive back to NOLA when everything cleared up. Holy cow, were we wrong about that. On the Sunday before it hit, we realized how serious this was, and we were scrambling for food, water, and supplies. I cooked up tons of chicken, but of course my drunk college student friends ate it all before the hurricane even came. There were 7 of us, crammed in a 2-bedroom townhouse, and we waited for the hurricane to come. The next morning, we watched the news on my battery-powered TV set. The first report we saw was for my neighborhood. There was a Sam's Club building right off my exit, and because the TV was in black and white, I couldn't understand why it seemed like the bottom half of the building was missing. Then it hit me that it flooded up to the roof, and that my house was most likely flooded. The next report we saw was for Biloxi, Missouri, and then my friend screamed out in anguish. The TV showed his neighborhood, but it was absolutely flattened and his house was missing. Later, he learned that his elderly mother had to climb a tree to escape the floodwaters. We were stuck to the TV, drinking to forget and chain smoking the stress away. A few days later, one of the owners of the apartment, John, got a call from his father, a doctor, who had to stay back at hospital in New Orleans East. He got word that his father and another family were being evacuated by helicopter to Baton Rouge, and that he needs to pick them up. When his father and the family got to the apartment, the husband and wife broke down in tears. We didn't even know them and they embraced us, thanking us for letting them stay the night. After they calmed down, the husband told us the story of their week in hell. The husband, wife, and their 2 little daughters were stuck at the hospital when it flooded. They had to wade in knee-high water for a week with no showers while doctors and nurses tried to care for patients with the only backup generator. It was a hot, humid Louisiana summer. All the while, junkies and looters would try to break into the hospital. There were constant shootouts between the criminals and the police, barricading the entrance with their squad cars. They were terrified for their lives, and especially for their little girls. After a week, they were finally evacuated. I stayed a total of 2 weeks in Baton Rouge at a friend's house. I did go back to my house after the first week to check it out and grab some things. And yes, it had flooded 3 feet. The stench of rotting, molding wood that assaulted me when I first opened the door will never leave me. My mother was also stuck, working at a hospital in Metairie, but she fared a lot better than the New Orleans East people. I stopped by her office, gave her a teary goodbye, and then drove to Houston, where I would take a flight to Richmond, Virginia, and live with my sister for the semester. In Richmond, VCU let me schedule all of the classes that I wanted and gave me free supplies and textbooks. I really appreciated the care that VCU showed me because I desperately needed it. While I lived there, I was interviewed by the local news twice, and random people around town would come talk to me, which was pretty cool. I'm not a survivor, necessarily, but when they bust the evacuees to Houston, I went down to the Astrodome, where they were housing them all, to volunteer. They had put out a call for people to bring their laptops down to help people enter their information into databases and look up people they lost contact with. 2 things stick with me. First, all of those news stations and nonprofits who like to set up their own missing persons database after a natural disaster really need to stop. They cost us hundreds of hours. There's an official Red Cross database, but of course, instead of just searching that, we had to search 20 other databases that everyone trying to help had set up, because who knows where their loved ones had registered. Sorry, that's just aggravated me to this day. The story that will really stick with me until the end of my life, though, is there was one old man. He must have been in his 60s or 70s, and he came up to me, wanting to find his daughter or son. I can't remember. So I gave him a piece of paper to fill out with a bunch of information, like name, date of birth, address, relationship, that I could take and put into the databases that we were searching. I handed him the paper, and he just sort of stood there and looked at me. I looked back at him, not getting it at all. He didn't say anything. He just kind of stood there. The girl sitting next to me got it more quickly than I did and leaned over to whisper in my ear, "He can't read or write." I just remember this gulf suddenly opened up in my mind between us. This old guy and me, a young white grad student that had our life experiences, were so different that I couldn't even conceive of the fact that he might not know how to read or write. It was one of the most human and humbling experiences of my life. I also want to read this reply to that story. I volunteered at the Astrodome too. Two things. The guy from the hood, someone I would have been afraid of in other circumstances, who came up and thanked me, a middle-aged white woman, and all of Houston for being so friendly and helpful. You're right. It was a real visceral moment when two people from different worlds connected. Second, I'd taken a bunch of my kids' outgrown toys to donate when I saw a family walking across the Astrodome parking lot with 3 little kids. I pulled up next to them and opened the back, and I told them that they could each pick out whatever they wanted. The kids were very shy. They were shell-shocked, but they each carefully chose a toy and held on to it for dear life, and then they kept walking. I flew with a medevac crew. It's basically an Army air ambulance from nearby Fort Polk, assisting in the evacuation of the city for days after Hurricane Katrina. We dropped water and food to people living in their attics through holes in their roofs. We went into a nursing home to check for survivors, and all there were dead bodies that swelled and rotted in the heat and humidity. One of the young guys on our crew had to take a couple of days off after that. We pulled out a man near downtown with an alligator bite in his right leg. We evacuated a family with all of their luggage and a dog in a carrier. 2 of the women had 3 to 4 rings on all of their fingers. I can only imagine where they got them. One of the only fun moments was when we saw a man rolling a bulldozer through the water. We waved to him to see if he was okay, and he waved back and smiled. We soon realized that he was rolling right toward a bank. We just let him go. A few of us ended up with PTSD after that. As bad as the news made it look, it was 10 times worse in real life. The city smelled like death from the swamp water, natural gas leaks, and bodies in the houses in the water. I still have dreams about it once in a while that I'll never forget. This isn't my story. Katrina happened when I was in high school. We lived in northern Louisiana. So after the disaster, we had a lot of refugees living in our city. My parents decided that they wanted to volunteer to help these people, which is cool. So my dad and I show up at this old school gymnasium where a lot of folks were taking refuge and such. The awkward part about it was that they had so many volunteers at this point that there really wasn't enough work for everyone. We ended up getting put in the shower area, basically just handing out shower supplies and making sure that it didn't get crazy in there. Well, this one guy comes in and sits down with us and starts talking. He didn't go through the showers or anything, so we figured that he just needed someone to listen to him. So he starts talking about how he lived in the middle of New Orleans when the storm hit. Apparently, he was completely against evacuating and decided to hold up in his house with his wife and newborn until the storm passed. Said he'd been through a few of them already, and it probably wouldn't be a big deal. Well, as we all know, it was a big deal, and it soon became too late for him to get out. His house flooded completely, up to the 2nd floor, and they were trapped. Not sure how long that they were there for, and I'm not sure how it happened, but he said at some point his wife and child died, so he's stuck in this house with their bodies for some untold amount of time before rescuers arrive. They try to evacuate him out of his house, but I guess that he was overcome with grief and had gone a bit crazy because he said that he refused to go with them and was even threatening them with a shotgun to stay away. While trying to fend them off, the roof of his house collapsed in on him, and he finally gave up and let him take him. Both my dad and I listened to this story, and neither of us really knew what to say to him. After this, I wasn't very thrilled about volunteering anymore. I have a lot of mixed feelings about it, and I'm not even sure how much truth is in it. But regardless, it has stuck with me for a very long time. I was semi-mugged in New York. I say semi-mugged because the guy didn't have a weapon. He just used words to take our money. It was late at night. My friend and I were drunk and hungry, so we went to McDonald's in Times Square. Sketchy Dude is just loitering around in there, not eating or anything. Sketchy Dude comes up to us continually saying, "Here, take this," while trying to shove something in our hands. I just ignore him completely, but my friend falls into the trap of actually engaging the guy by saying no. After a while, my friend gives in and takes the package. Now, the Sketchy Dude is telling us that the package is drugs. Strange, because normally you would be more specific, and we have to pay him for it or we'll get messed up. Sketchy Dude also claims that the other guy standing around in the McDonald's is with him, and that they're going to both bash us if we don't pay up. Of course, Sketchy Dude refuses to take the package back instead of payment. Sketchy Dude and other guy are bigger than us, and we're drunk, so I knew that we'd have no chance if things turned violent. We wouldn't even be able to run away fast enough if we tried. At first, I offer Sketchy Dude 5 British pounds, telling him that it's worth much more than a US dollar. He wouldn't take it, so I hand over $20 to Sketchy Dude. While all this is going on, I'm looking over to the staff, trying to point out that we need help, without saying anything to provoke Sketchy Dude. But they either didn't understand or didn't want to get involved, maybe assuming that we were actually wanting to buy drugs. Now, Sketchy Dude is saying that he wants more money, so I give him a bit of talking to, saying that he's done very well and that I'll give him another $20. But then that'll be the end of it and he has to leave. He agrees and sticks to the deal. I give him a second $20 bill, then he runs out. The other guy doesn't leave or even pay any attention to the rest of us. So as it turns out, that was crap, and they didn't even know each other. My friend puts the package in his pocket and we go upstairs to eat. Knowing America's war on drugs and high incarceration rate, I'm still scared more about getting done for possession than I was about Sketchy Dude messing us up. My friend goes into the toilets to inspect the package, which is rolled up in a paper napkin. Luckily, it turns out just to be more napkins rolled up inside, nothing more. So, the lesson of the day is don't just say no to drugs or random sketchy dudes, as that makes them engage and lock onto you rather than moving on to someone else. Always better to just pretend that you can't hear or see them at all. I've fallen into the trap a couple of times myself with hobos wanting to fight me for saying no, when I should have just ignored them completely. So in the end, all good. No one got hurt, and I paid $40 for a travel story to tell my friends and you guys. I was overlanding through Africa, and the group had stopped in Harare, Zimbabwe for the afternoon. Several of us had visited the National Art Gallery and split up afterwards. I was wandering back to the truck with one other guy, and we were doing the usual touristy thing of taking pictures of the city. It so happened that the trees which lined some of the streets were all out in full purple bloom, so there were some good photo opportunities. We took a few photos, and I was taking one last one when my mate, let's call him Mr. Tall, turned around to me and said, "I think we need to go over there and speak to that guy." To which I replied, "Why?" half expecting another person trying to sell us something. Mr. Tall then said, "Well, he's the one with the rifle." This then made me overthink everything that I'd done in the last few hours as we crossed over the road to the guard. There was nothing I'd done that was illegal to my knowledge. So what's this all about? We reach the guard and he begins to ask us why we're taking photos of the street. My friend does the talking to start with, telling the guy holding the AK that we're just tourists and that we've come here to see the beautiful city. This, however, does not go down particularly well, and the guard isn't satisfied with our answers. And when we try to start walking away, he points the AK at us, and again, we tell him that we're only tourists. He's still not satisfied with our answers and tells us that we have to come with him. This throws us a little, as we're not sure where he wants to take us, and he motions over another guard. I'm still supporting the tourist comments made by Mr. Tall, and glancing around at the same time to see if I can see any other members of our group, or the group leaders, etc. It's at this point that I see little notices on the wall of the building we're next to, and it says that you're not allowed to take pictures, use your phone to call or receive calls, or even hang around the area. So, unsurprisingly, I begin to wonder what's associated with this building. We again tell the guard that we do not want to come with him and that we're only tourists. He then unclicks the safety of his AK, and it's at this moment, pointing at my gut. I'm standing there thinking, if he has a negligent discharge, then I'm going to have a hole in my lower back the size of my fist, and the round may hit my spine, and either way, that'll be the end of me. We relent after asking why we were going many times, and stopped and starting, and walk into the large parking lot area behind the building, and walk towards the small guard's office at the rear of the building. A larger, bigger guard steps out after the first guard goes in, and explains the situation. The second guard still watches us the whole time. Essentially, we can't sneak away, and the car park is too open anyway. We have another conversation with the guy who's slightly higher up the chain of command, and we again explain that we're just tourists. At this moment in time, I'm also thinking that we may end up losing our cameras, or having to pay a large fine or bribe, or both, and/or end up being detained. I didn't particularly like the thought of a Zimbabwean jail. It turned out that we'd inadvertently taken pictures of the president's office. Luckily, though, we managed to reason with the third guard and delete the pictures we'd taken. This seemed to satisfy him, which meant by the chain of command, the first and second guards would be satisfied too. We then turned sharply away from the small guard's house, walked quickly out of the compound, round the barrier, and off out into the city. The face of another guard when we walked past him, because we walked in one way and out a different way, was particularly memorable, as he just watches two white tourist-looking people walk out of the back of the president's office building. Lesson learned: be careful of where you take photos, as you might not know what you're inadvertently taking pictures of. I was 11 years old when we went to Slovakia with the whole family, and it was pretty much like any big city holiday, and therefore completely boring and uninteresting for an 11-year-old boy. So, one evening when we get back to the hotel, I wanted to see if they had any sort of cool features like an arcade room or anything else than spending time with my family talking about all the boring churches and museums and whatnot. So I went into an elevator and pressed for the lobby, and absolutely nothing happened. I figured the thing might be broken, so I just pressed to open the doors, and again, nothing happened. I was slightly afraid, because now I was thinking of being stuck inside of an elevator. So I knocked a couple of times on the door, which in hindsight was a bad idea, because after I knocked on the elevator door, the elevator started falling down. Not in a free fall, luckily, but definitely faster than an elevator is supposed to go. A few seconds later, it hit the ground, and stopped with a bang followed by a ding, and the door opened and let me into a small, completely dark room, only lit up by the lights from inside the elevator, and then there was a locked door. The only thing I could make the elevator do now was open and close the door, so I sat in there, waiting for someone to rescue me while I went through the 5 stages of grief in perfect order. At first, I didn't believe it was real. It must have been some sort of mistake, and soon someone would open the locked door and find me. Then I got really angry, because I was just trying to find something to do, and then I had to get trapped in a stupid elevator. Bargaining is pretty hard when you're alone, but I figured it was as good a time as any to start hoping for some divine intervention. And afterwards, I just cried until I accepted my fate and peed in the elevator as a sort of screw you to the hotel when they would find my body, so somebody would have to clean that up too. A while later, though, I heard something that sounded like footsteps for me to shout for help at it. Apparently, it noticed because they stopped and then moved a little closer to the elevator shaft. It came from a couple floors up, and I shouted help again and again until the elevator suddenly said ding and started moving up and opening the door on the very floor I had left it. And there stood nobody other than my own big brother who had gone out to look for me because I had been away for over an hour when he had heard me call for help and called the elevator. Back when I was in middle school, my family was in Spain. We had booked a hotel in advance, and when we finally got there, it turned out the parking was a ways from the hotel. So we unloaded all of our stuff, and then a hotel person was to come with us to help us find the parking space. My mom and brother were feeling bad, so they went up to the room immediately. Unfortunately, my mom was the only one in our family who spoke Spanish, and of course, the hotel gave us the only guy in management that didn't speak English. But we figured, how hard could it be to find a parking spot? The guy could point and say a key, and we could figure it out. Well, we ended up driving for ages, throughout all of these little dark, windy roads, until we finally get to this gated off area. It took the man a while to unlock it, and then we went inside. It was one of those underground parking lots, and even though it was the middle of the day, it was pretty much pitch black down there, and hard to see the individual parking spaces. The guy hops out of the passenger seat. I was sitting in the back and my dad was driving. Turns on his flashlight and starts beckoning us to where to go. My dad can't really see anything except for this guy, so he just blindly follows him. The beckoning gets quicker, so thinking we had a large distance still to go, my dad speeds up. Crash. He hits a huge metal pole that was right in front of him. He jumps out of the car and starts yelling at the guy, who just shrugs because he didn't understand English. There's a pretty big dent in the front of the car. The guy doesn't care. He hands us the keys to close the gate to the parking garage and walks off, leaving my dad and I to find our way back ourselves. When we get back to the hotel, the management doesn't even care. Even when my dad wakes up my mom and makes her yell at them in Spanish. My mom wants to inspect the damage, but my dad is done with this parking garage. So that left me, a directionally challenged 12-year-old, to try and guide my mom back to the 2+ miles again. We got lost several times. The only good thing was that the rental car company only charged us about the equivalent of $300 for the damage, which was a lot better than we would have paid back at home for it. I was in Paris on Easter Sunday with my boyfriend, and since nothing is open on Easter, we decided to walk along the Seine to the Eiffel Tower and enjoy the nice weather. We were in Javel, which seemed to be an okay part of town, but it was very residential and very empty given the holiday. As we were walking toward the river, we encountered this man talking loudly/angrily in French and walking down the middle of the street. At first, I just thought that he was drunk and arguing with someone on the phone, but as he got closer, I realized he wasn't holding a phone, just talking to himself. He stares at us. We walk by and he keeps talking, and I sort of glanced up and look at him. Bad idea. He started following us down the street, exclaiming what I assumed were obscenities from his tone. Neither of us spoke French. This guy was big as well. Larger than my boyfriend, who's 6'4". We kept our heads down, ignored him, and walked away quickly trying to shake him off, making random turns, until we finally ran into 3 other people. We engaged with them and they spoke French, and as we turned the corner, we heard shouting, but we figured we were done with the situation. At this point, we were at the river, so we walked down towards the tower, and not 10 minutes later, we encountered the same guy again walking towards us. I have no idea how he got ahead of us so quickly, but he was yelling at us again as he approached. We ducked into the lobby of a nearby hotel, and he didn't follow us in, but did hover outside for a while. We waited a few minutes and he eventually left. We just went home after that. Couldn't take any more crazy. There was also the time that I got flashed in Barcelona, but that is a different story. I was traveling in South America by myself as a 22-year-old woman. I arrived in Santiago, Chile by bus really late at night, like around 10 p.m. Shortly after I got off the bus, a guy comes up to me from the general area of the taxi stand and asks if I need a cab, and I say yes. We start walking to his cab and it's really far away, like at least 5 blocks. I start to feel kind of uneasy, but I'm also in the middle of this big unfamiliar city and just try to reassure myself that it's fine. I double check his cab has all the normal brand markings when we finally get to it, and I sit up front with my bag, more out of habit. It's common to do this in Ubers in South America. I give him the address of the hostel I booked and we make small talk in Spanish for the first few minutes of the ride. And then there's a bit of a natural pause, which he breaks by looking over at me and saying very calmly, "Are you scared?" Of course, that really freaked me out, but I tried to seem calm. I just laughed a bit and was like, "No, I'm good. Just tired and it's late." And he goes, "Well, you seemed pretty scared back there when we were walking. You know, there's a lot of bad people around here. Sometimes they pretend to be taxis. You never know who to trust. I've heard a lot of women being sold after taking a bad taxi. Are you traveling here alone?" This is while we're still driving through the middle of the city. It's dark and it's late, and I'm now painfully aware literally no one knows where I am. I was going to message my family with an update when I got to the hostel. They don't know I'm in Santiago. They think I'm still on the coast. Of course, I don't say that and tell them that I'm always very careful, and actually my group of friends know I'm on the way and are waiting for me at the hostel. I see a stoplight coming up and was literally thinking that as soon as the car slowed down, I was going to make a break for it and just jump out of the car. Probably the most scared I've ever been in my entire life. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I see this guy reaching down for something under his seat, and my brain is just going, gun, gun, it's gonna be a gun. Instead, he pulls out a pamphlet and then goes, "But you know, there's always one thing we can trust, right? The Lord. Do you believe in God?" And then proceeded to try and convert me for the remainder of the ride. Turned out to be harmless. But in the moment, that random religious cab driver scared the absolute crap out of me. In 2016, I hiked from New Jersey to Virginia on the Appalachian Trail. I was on the part of the trail known as the roller coaster, not far from Harper's Ferry. I hit heavy rain. The trail became a stream and all my rain gear decided to give out. Everything I had was soaked. I had to spend the next day waiting for my gear to dry out at the nearest shelter. Around noon, I can see someone walking intersecting to the trail. I can tell he's not a hiker, being that he had no bag and was wearing jeans. He told me his name was Steve. He starts by asking if I know Chris or Jim. Being that no one uses regular names on the trail, there would be no way to identify them, even if they were real people. Steve said he walked from DC, 80 miles, and was told to meet Chris and Jim for further instructions. He said he had information, and the NSA was after him. I figured the guy was having a mental break and felt sorry I couldn't help him. Not too far off was a free hiker hostel, maybe a 4-hour walk. The hostel was just a shelter that was enclosed with a wood-burning stove. but next to it was a house that a ridge runner, does trail maintenance, lived at. I directed him towards that. After all my stuff dried, I headed to the hostel and got there early evening. As I'm walking up, I can see the ridge runner and Steve arguing. The ridge runner is yelling at Steve, telling him to take a trail to a road and to leave this area. If he did not, the ridge runner would call the police for trespassing. At the shelter, I saw familiar people who filled me in on what happened. At every shelter is a trail log. The log is a journal that keeps track of people who pass through and notes about what's happening on the trail. It is also a way to pass messages to people you might know behind you. Steve got a hold of the log and started looking for a message for him. He thought he had to decode the messages to find instructions for him. Steve started to write random things and crossing things out through the log. This action made people angry who were already wary of Steve because of appearance of not being a fellow hiker. Steve also argued with a few people before this and made a fire to burn some paper that he was carrying. They notified the ridge runner. People were pretty upset about Steve, so I never told them that I ran into him previously. I never saw Steve again, and still think that he was a person with mental issues having an episode. However, I do imagine the scenario where he was telling the truth and what his story was. I was backpacking my way through Asia in the early 2000s and spent quite a bit of time in Hong Kong. Hong Kong Island is pretty hilly to say the least. I found myself near a fancy hotel near Central/Admiralty. Can't remember which hotel exactly. That was on a higher plane than where I wanted to go and didn't see an easy way to get down. I spotted an entrance to a set of stairs that I thought could exit to the street below. These weren't outdoor stairs. They led underground. In retrospect, probably the fire exit for the hotel. The door was unlocked and I just went in. Each floor had a door that I assumed led into the hotel or would exit to the street. I found each one was locked. I probably should have just left as soon as I saw the first one was locked, but I was young and dumber and thought that eventually there would be a door out to the street below. So I kept going down this extremely dark stairwell trying to open each door. When I finally reached the bottom, I noticed a bunch of shapes in the darkness, mostly rags and boxes. Then I noticed movement. There were maybe 5 to 6 men down there all sprawled out, not talking or anything. But they noticed me, and at least one was staring at me. The whites of his eyes reflected what little bit of light was down there. They were definitely high. I can only assume that I had barged my way into some sort of heroin den. I just sort of stood there looking at them and they were looking at me, no one saying anything. I slowly backed up out of their sight and then rushed all the way back up, maybe 5 floors or so. Maybe it's not too creepy compared to other stories, but I was definitely freaked out for a while. It was totally dark and no one knew that I was down there. Of course, maybe they were equally freaked out that someone had barged into their secret spot. I'm American, and I lived in Malaysia for several years toward the tail end of high school. I have 2 stories. 1. I traveled to Vietnam with my sister and father. One of the places we visited was an area of concentrated tunnels, upkept from the Vietnam War era. We had the option of touring some of the tunnels and jumped at the chance. We started out in a small room with holes at eye level that just cleared the Earth's surface, perfect for shooting at the feet of the enemy. We were then led down a tunnel that required us to stoop, seeing as we were significantly taller than our Vietnamese guide. We came to another small room. Our guide told us that one tunnel led up and out. The other led to what was once a weapons cache. My sister and I really wanted to see that room, but my dad had enough and asked to be let out. To this day, I have no idea what my thought process was, but I decided to lead my sister to the next room. I might have been under the impression that there was a second guide there waiting for us. Unsurprisingly, it got dark. The guide had the flashlight, and the hanging lamp from the previous room got harder to see by. I kept thinking, it has to just be a few feet further. Instead, the tunnel got shorter and shorter until we were basically crawling forwards in the dark, single file. I remember looking back and realizing the tunnel must have curved or something because the lamplight was gone. There wasn't enough space to turn around, so I just kept going. I felt horrible, like I had just condemned my sister and I to dying in the dark, crushed by the ever-shrinking tunnel. Eventually, the floor in front of me ended. Thinking back, we had probably reached the weapon cache room and only needed to drop a couple of feet to stand. But in the dark, I only felt empty air in front of me. I'm pretty sure that moment is the moment that I developed a fear of really wide open spaces, because to this day, I can imagine some giant maw inches from my flailing arm looking for purchase. I told my sister that we'd have to crawl backwards. And if that middle schooler wasn't an absolute trooper about the whole thing. Unfortunately, we must have taken a turn without realizing it, because we started down there blind, lost, crawling in the dirt for what I would later learn was about an hour. The guide eventually found us, and I've never been happier to see a flashlight. My second story. I had early morning conditioning for track, so I opted to walk the couple of miles to school rather than wake up my dad. I couldn't legally get a driver's license and frankly didn't want to drive in that hellscape. So I'm walking in the twilight hour, alone, a young white boy in my private school uniform. Easy prey for two dudes that brandished knives and demanded that I pay them. Being dumb and young, I drop my bag and sprint the remaining mile to school. Their moped was far enough away that I lost them before they got moving, thank God. If that happened to me now, I'd just cough up the money they wanted. No doubt the $30 equivalent in their money was worth walking away unscathed. I've learned to carry 2 wallets when traveling in less than scrupulous areas. One for all my important cards and IDs, and one that's empty except for some cash. I travel alone a lot, and have been super fortunate to have minimal creepy encounters, but this one still makes my spine tingle. I was in London for 6 days on a stopover on my way back to Canada from 6 weeks in South Africa. I've been working in South Africa, very long but rewarding days, so the London stop was touristy and lazy, just a nice reset before I got back home to Canada. There was a pub about a block or two from the hostel that I was staying in that I ate at every night. It was cheap, cozy, and never too crowded, so I'd bring a book, order a pint, and eat supper. I had chatted with the waitress a couple of nights in a row. She was very kind, my age, and we exchanged a few stories, and she knew from chatting that I was traveling alone and staying in a hostel nearby. Well, on day 4, I followed my usual route from the hostel to pub and greeted the waitress. She said hello and quickly brought over a drink menu. Not 30 seconds after I'd sat down, a man walked in and sat a few tables away. She motioned to him and mumbled, "Do you know him?" I kind of laughed and said definitely not. I don't know anyone in London. She nodded and positioned herself between myself and the man and said quietly, "He got off a bench and followed you from the street over. I don't like the look of him and I just thought I'd ask. Might be nothing, but thought I'd mention it." I thanked her and said that I'm sure it's just a coincidence. She shrugged and took my order, and the evening proceeded as usual. The man also ordered a drink but no food. I stayed for over 2 hours, reading, eating, and drinking. The pub was quiet. A few other people or groups came and went, but the man stayed. He drank the 1 pint and refused top-ups. The waitress kept a close eye on him, and me, and stopped over to chat several times between refills, but didn't bring him up again. When I was finishing my last drink and preparing to leave, I glanced over at him and noticed that he looked on the edge of his seat, like he was preparing to leave too. I hadn't really thought much of it till then, but my stomach suddenly knotted up. It was dark and it was drizzly, and I had a short but lonesome walk back to my hostel. I suddenly felt distinctly unsafe. I summoned the waitress over to pay and asked her if she'd mind calling me a taxi as well. She nodded vigorously, and I knew she thought this was a good idea. The taxi showed up, and I thanked the waitress and left. I hopped in the taxi, and I swear that old man thought I was so dumb for needing a drive for such a short distance. But whatever. I felt so much safer. I went back the next evening, as it would be my last night in London, and I wanted to say goodbye and thank the waitress for her hospitality, friendship, and ultimately looking out for me. When I arrived, she ran over and said she was so glad that I'd called a cab. I guess right after I left, the man left too, seeming really agitated. He'd not even asked for a bill, just left money on the table and stormed out. She felt very confident he'd seen me walking alone, followed me in, and was planning to approach me when I left. What would have happened then, neither her nor I really wanted to think about. I had a lovely last night at the pub, and we even shared some small glasses of wine together for a quick cheers before I left. I don't walk places alone at night anymore, even if it's just a short distance. This story isn't creepy in the sense that I was really scared, but it's more creepy in the sense that I just wanted this guy to get away from me. I was taking a red eye from Miami to Buenos Aires. It's a pretty long flight. Like an idiot, I thought that a middle seat in the front of the plane would be more desirable than a window/aisle seat at the back of the plane. It isn't. So there I was, in the middle seat of the plane with older gentlemen on both sides of me. The unspoken rules of the airplane are as follows. The aisle seat can extend their legs into the aisle. The window seat can lean against the side of the plane. And the middle seat gets both armrests. Those are the rules. I've been traveling for work for a long time, and those are just the rules. The guy in the window seat must not have known the rules, because he kept trying to push my arm off his armrest. I fought him for a little while, but eventually let him have the armrest and just tried to get some sleep. Things neither escalated nor de-escalated until about 30 minutes after we had taken off. A foul stench reached my nose, and I couldn't immediately identify its source. I briefly inspected my surroundings and discovered that my window seat neighbor had removed his shoes. Exposed and naked to the world, his greasy toes wiggled and shamelessly exuded an aroma that was a mix of sulfur, sausage gravy, and mold. To my absolute shock, he lifted his foot nearest me, slid it out from under the space under the seat in front of him, and placed it in the adjacent space under the seat in front of me, the space where my feet were actively occupying. In the following moments, I realized that I had a decision to make as to the severity of the conflict that I would instigate. I had immediately decided that conflict would be unavoidable, with the brashness of my rude neighbor's most recent offense. There was a scale of following actions that I could have taken. I could have nudged his leg and treated the scenario like an honest mistake, which it was not. I could have gone straight to yelling, which would have been uncomfortable in the early stages of a red-eye flight. I opted for a multi-step approach. First, I accidentally stepped on his toes with my heel. He responded to this by pulling his leg up, clearly looking to readjust and place it back near where it was. I caught his knee as he pulled his leg up and firmly guided it back to the space that he was allotted. No eye contact was made, but he grunted in displeasure of my actions. In anticipation of a retort, I remained steady to defend what little territory American Airlines had loaned me for the evening. As in most scenarios regarding any scale of conflict, my heart beat quickly, and my adrenaline surged for triple, maybe even quadruple the amount of time that the situation actually took place. After the incident, he appeared to abandon his invasion and spent the remainder of the flight impersonating a hibernating grizzly bear with sleep apnea. Between the adrenaline that remained in my system and his unnaturally loud throaty snores, very little sleep was had. I once flew into Liberia, Costa Rica, and rented a car to drive down the Pacific coast. This was my first time to Costa Rica, and I figured I could use the GPS on my phone to navigate my way. After landing and picking up a rental vehicle, I immediately headed west to Del Coco Beach because I wanted to check out the ocean. I checked out the scene and picked up some party favors, then headed south. All of the major highways and even some not-so-major roads were showing up on my phone, and I really wanted to stick as close to the ocean as I could, hoping for some cool little villages and beaches. This was working pretty well for a while, and I was just following old Google, having a ball of a time in my little 4x4. Then it started to get dark, and the road started to get a little rough. I decided to press on, because I had been on this particular road for quite some time, and my GPS was telling me that I was only about 45 minutes from my destination. I'm driving along a road that requires me to sometimes cross small creeks and maneuver around and through some large ditches, or missing pieces of road. The road was dirt at this point. Then all of a sudden, the road seems to go into a gated, but open field with a long, about 50-meter trench that was full of water and mud. I'm familiar with 4x4 vehicles and how to drive through some difficult terrain, but this had me sketched out a bit. But thinking about how far back I would have to backtrack, I decided to go for it. I backed up a bit to get some momentum going and made sure that I was in 4-wheel drive. Then I gunned it and kept it pegged through this massive mud hole and just barely made it out on the other side. I stopped for a moment to gather myself, and all of a sudden, lights from what seemed to be another vehicle appear. At this point, I was a bit relieved, because I had not seen another vehicle for hours. I figure, it's just someone using the road coming from where I'm headed. This was not the case. A giant truck pulls up next to me and rolls down their window. It was an older, rough, scary-looking Tico. I say hello, and he doesn't say a word. He just sits there, staring down at me with murderous eyes, puts his thumb to his neck, and gives me the old, "I'm gonna slice your throat" gesture. This was probably the most scared that I have ever been in my life, and still is to this day. I legit threw it in reverse and flipped that little Suzuki around like some action movie. I slammed into the mud hole and thought that I was going to blow the engine, I was hammering it so hard. I made it through the trench and checked my rear view mirror. He's following me, and not in a slow, just make sure that I leave kind of way. More like a, I'm gonna catch you and kill you kind of way. I almost wrecked a few times trying to gain distance between him and I was able to do so. I came across a sign after about an hour. I didn't see this on the way in, showing me the way to civilization, and I quickly took that turn. I got to the highway and proceeded on with my journey. I still wonder what the heck was going on in that weird little piece of Costa Rican jungle. I'm assuming something to do with cocaine, but who knows. I had a great trip after that and made sure that I had actual maps going forward. While this was extremely creepy, it was the most exciting life experience I have had and would not trade it for anything. I was a volunteer working at a camp in Villepoje, Albania. One night, my friends and I decided to go to some beach bars to party. We bar hopped a little and eventually ended up in one a bit far from the camp, a bit further from the coast, behind a big forest. When 2 a.m. hit the clock, I felt tired, so I decided to go back to the camp. No one else was willing to do so, so I ended up walking alone. I decided to take a shortcut through the forest. It was pitch dark, so I used my flashlight on my phone. I illuminated the path and then I saw it. It was a body. I startled and started moving the light slowly, only to reveal 10 more bodies lying on the ground. Fortunately, all of those bodies were alive, just sleeping. It turned out the forest was full of homeless gypsies who were just living there. I was relieved that no one was dead, but also a bit scared of being robbed. Obviously, I don't mean to be racist. Most of those guys are fine and nice, but also poor and unfortunate. They were usually making a living by playing music on nearby beaches. However, at the same time, I saw their children pickpocketing the tourists. But the night got even scarier. When I left the forest safely, I started walking on the promenade. I started looking at the stairs as the night sky in Villapaux haze simply gorgeous. I was passing a lot of rabid dogs on the way. I didn't think much of it at the moment, because they were just scavenging near the rubbish bins and piles and just kept walking. Suddenly, I started feeling uneasy. Something wasn't right. I turned around, and wouldn't you know it, the dogs were following me. The pack was getting larger and larger, and it wasn't a funny parade with cute puppies. They started forming an open circle formation, just like hunting wolves in the movies. I immediately started walking a bit faster, looking around for any large stick to defend myself. The dogs accelerated their pace as well. Encouraged by their numbers, some of them started growling. Then I heard loud barking and tapping. I quickly turned around and saw one of the dogs charging me, with about 10 to 15 dogs walking behind it quietly or growling. I did the only thing I could think of, which was shouting and stomping aggressively. That immediately discouraged the pack. All the 10 to 15 dogs stopped and looked at me quietly, still remaining in the circle formation. The charging one retreated and barked even louder, probably to cover its lack of courage. I slowly turned my back and started walking, but then the dog charged me again, and again I shouted and tried to look aggressive. This worked again, and became a routine for the rest of my way back to the camp, which was fortunately just 10 more minutes. Needless to say, I was scared to death that I was going to be eaten, or at least severely bitten by a pack of wild dogs. But thank God, nothing happened. Thank you so much for listening to all of the stories in this video. I hope you enjoyed them, and I also hope that you get an excellent night's sleep. Good night, everybody, and I'll read to you in the next video.